All right. We will reconvene in open session now. Thanks for bearing with us. I know we're a few minutes over time. And acting superintendent, if you would please take the roll.
Just before we do roll call, I want to let our guests know that we have interpreter services available today. If you are in need of this service, you can log into our meeting from your phone or device, or see one of our interpreters and they can assist you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Solamente para dejarles saber quienes si necesitan asistencia o ayuda de un intérprete, pueden entrar a Zoom. Ahí tenemos la información para que puedan entrar y escuchar toda esta junta.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Okay, roll call. President Holt,
Present.
Vice President Wedge,
Present.
Clerk Brickler, present. Trustee Dowd, present, and Trustee Ross, present.
Clerk Brickler, would you lead this in the pledge of allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States.
And no action was taken in closed session. Going to 5D. I move to approve the agenda. I'll second that.
I was hoping to make a friendly amendment on item 12, which is the approval of the two personnel that we just pulled off on that and address that. I guess there was already a motion. And it's second.
I think we can have a. So, is there a, do we have to approve that? If they're going to be a detriment to us if it's not approved tonight?
I think really the only detriment could be to staff at this point. Our confidential staff.
So
To our staff. Because we have our staff that are confidential staff, and it's not just our like management staff as far as like Michelle Lucci Garcia or I. It's our principals and many of our other of our management staff that have been holding off on getting their Me Too's as we move forward. So it's just settle.
I'll second it.
well, so
I have another item that can be pulled too, so.
okay. Well. Vote on first, unless there's any other discussion. We'll do that. Got it. I think we are still getting some feedback though from this. That's pretty good. Okay. Can we turn that way down or do something else with it? Okay. Okay, can the audience hear us better now? A little bit better? Okay, I guess I'm speaking pretty loud, but. Okay, well, My thought is we need to discuss that further then, that everybody's getting these B2s, and it seems like the other B2s, it's not necessarily that people are getting any less. So I just don't understand why we would push this.
I have some questions about it, and I think just the timing of our March 15th deadlines and this item is why I wish to. There's so much on this agenda as well. I think that since we haven't settled with all groups, I don't see why we can't delay it one more month.
Okay. Okay, so the first motion made by Clerk Brickler is to approve the agenda with a friendly amendment that we pull item 12F. And there is a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
There's also
There's-
another action item that we can pull from the agenda, President Holt.
All right, what's that?
It is item 12G, request for appeal of developer fees.
Okay,
I'll move that we approve the agenda with the exception of 12F and G then, or I guess we've already voted on F, so.
Right.
To also remove 12G.
and
Thank
I
you.
second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Not opposed. Okay, so moving on to item 6. The special recognitions for Auburn Elementary.
All right, so the first award that we have, Award for Excellence, is presented to Jamie Baldwin. This award is for exemplary leadership as a community member at Auburn Elementary School. Is Jamie here?
Thank you.
Yeah, there.
Usually there's a blurb that the principal would write up and he would read. I don't know if you got those. Okay. You can say something nice. Thank you.
It's missing.
Thank you, Principal Pichetti. I think I saw you posted on social media, perhaps. I remember seeing some language about why these individuals are being honored.
I will read it then, if that's okay. Thank you, trustee Frost. I really appreciate that. Okay. Parent community member Jamie Baldwin is a parent of a 5th grader and an 8th grader in AUSD, but she also serves as PTC president and the preschool office assistant at our school. Mrs. Baldwin is always considering the needs of the staff and students at Auburn L, from the rolling coffee cart to the Valentine grams to the pop-up photo booths to throwback Thursday tunes. And she does it all with a smile and a little chuckle. The Panther community is better because of you, and you believe in us. Thank you, Jamie Baldwin.
The next award for excellence is presented to Jody Hicks for exemplary leadership as staff of Auburn Elementary.
Jody Hicks is. Jody, certificated Jody Hicks. Jody Hicks is a veteran teacher at Auburn Elementary of 18 years in education. Mrs. Hicks is also known as the Owl of Auburn, according to me. She is always looking out and ensuring that every person on campus has their needs met. She is dedicated to her team and grade level as a second grade teacher. This school year, Mrs. Hicks has worked tirelessly to integrate all three layers of student support for her students through offering strong academic, behavioral, and social emotional program in her classroom every day. We honor Mrs. Hicks and her dedication to Auburn Elementary.
Our next award of excellence is presented to Pedro Oriano for exemplary leadership as a staff.
Pedro Oriano as our classified nominee. Pedro Oriano is a strong member of our support team. As a day custodian, he enjoys supporting all students and staff on campus. Mr. Pedro arrives before the sun rises and raises the flags to ensure that our campus is prepared for the day. When students enter Auburnell, he welcomes them in the cafeteria with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Pedro, for your kindness. You are a true Panther.
Our next award of excellence is presented to James Olson for exemplary leadership as a student of Auburn Elementary School.
So James is so exemplary that he's playing lacrosse tonight and could not leave his team. So I would like to still acknowledge him and read the blurb about James. James is a fifth grader at Auburn Elementary in Mr. Brownell's class. He also serves as the activity coordinator, which means that he is always planning the next fun event for our Panthers. James visits the Panther Hub office every morning and greets the Panthers with his enthusiasm. He also knows how to make Obby, the mascot, floss. James is a friend to all and a kind human. Thank you, James.
I thank you, everybody. And Principal Shetty, looks like we've got you up next as well for item 7A.
No, I turned it off. There you go. It's on.
That's not it. That's not in my wheelhouse. That's in my wheelhouse. Okay, good evening, President Holt, members of the board, and Superintendent Designate Lucci Garcia. My name is Erin Fischetti. I am the principal at Auburn Elementary. I am pleased to share an update on progress on the top 3 strategic objectives and show you how Auburn L truly shines. Auburn Elementary is pleased to present the progress on the AUSD strategic plan. I would like to ground us in our AUSD mission statement that as a school district, we are committed to achieving, understanding, and supporting and developing students in the Auburn community. Auburn L has also adopted the mission, vision, and guiding principle to drive us. As we explore the process on the top AUSD 3 strategic plan objectives, I would like to remind the board that, that we will consider all students through using the MTSS model. So number 1, progress in the ELA ELD objective. Guided reading is taught in all our classrooms at Auburn Elementary. This year, we focus on guided reading to support our reading and comprehension. Students are thrilled to read with their teachers and even receive additional support from volunteers to read with students. I also want to note on here as well in the corner, it says reading to writing connections in the Learning Center. Students are using the guided reading books and then their writing is actually enhanced. And so this is our Learning Center, even utilizing these. Students are excited about reading and they are building so many more skills with this guided reading program. Language Literacy Intervention, LLI, is a Title I funded program that provides targeted reading intervention for our students. This intervention enhances the reading and pushes students to another level of reading for 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week. Also important to note that our primary teachers still continue to provide a foundation in phonics instruction. So if you can see here, you have Mrs. Carroll's 3rd grade class and Mrs. Sanders' 1st grade class who are engaged in the explicit phonics instruction. Then teachers are able to then follow up with guided readings to support that progress. We are pleased to announce that we had 5 reclassified students this year. So we are continuing to focus on reclassifying all English learners before leaving elementary school. We know we want them to have opportunities in middle school for more electives and just to be able to have that opportunity so that they have reached that language proficiency. So that's why we really focus on that. That is part of one of our objectives as well, to make sure we're focused there. We provide integrated English language development instruction on a daily basis. That's in throughout the school day, it's in tandem with the content standards. And then also we have designated ELD, which is a specific targeted time to focus on their language skills. We have 10 EL students currently at Auburn Elementary. And I just want this board to know that currently we do not have an ELAC, which is an English Learner Advisory Committee, because we are not large enough for that yet. However, we plan to next year have a very robust ELAC committee. And then number 2, the mental, social, emotional wellness and health objective. So the wellness team provides lessons for each class 1 to 2 times per month. One lesson in particular was about being a bucket filler. And the other one, this one is about being, creating stars for breathing stars. Teachers involved with these lessons and then they use them with toolbox tools. The Panther Cart is part of our incentive program with PBIS. Students practice being respectful, responsible, and safe. They are acknowledged for exhibiting these behaviors with a Panther paw. Then students are able to spend their Panther paws at the Panther Cart. We are grateful for our PTC, our Panther Pride PBIS committee, and our Auburn Ed Foundation who support these student incentives. And in turn, we're supporting social and emotional well-being for our students. This year, we provided assemblies promoting being respectful, responsible, and safe. The Auburn Symphony visited Auburn L in January. We're grateful for the Auburn Ed Foundation for making this possible for our Panthers. We also invited the Harlem Globetrotter Herb Flight Time Lang to kick off Kindness Week for a reminder that hashtag kindness is free in 2023. And don't forget Abby. This is Abby here, if those of you who don't know Abby. We are grateful that Abby got an updated coat this year. We also celebrate school spirit with our spirit sticks and attendance awards, such as our little baby Abbies that sit in the classroom all month for the highest percentage of attendance. And for our third element, we will explore the math progress at Auburn Elementary. Teachers have been excited about math talks. As a staff, we have identified through the MTSS process that we would like to focus on math and math intervention for our students. Mr. Lynn Ball, he's a number talks consultant, has reignited the passion for math talks by providing resources for teachers to be successful with bringing student voice to the classroom through mathematics. And then for the following school year, just as we plan to use our Title I funding for reading, we want to also blend that with math as well to make sure we have a whole rounded academic focus. But wait, there's more. We also recently participated in an enrollment showcase. On January 30th, we hosted our first enrollment showcase at Auburn L. Over 10 families participated, including our Vice President, Wedge, participated in the showcase event. Our kindergarten teachers, Mrs. McBroom and Mrs. Massetti, presented a day in the life of a kindergartner. We were so pleased to have a special guest TK teacher, Mrs. Peak, share her passion and enthusiasm for the TK program that will be starting at Auburn Elementary next fall. Additionally, we had representation from our K-5 SDC teacher, along with her class emotional support animal, Floppy the bunny. If you have not met Floppy, Floppy lives in room 6, Monday through Friday. Auburn Elementary 4th and 5th graders listened to a presentation on how to prevent cyberbullying. Principal Fischetti partnered with Mr. Clark Moots, retired Placer County Director of Technology, also her dad, to bring tools for students to know how to prevent or acknowledge any potential cyberbullying, which we have been working on dealing with 4th and 5th graders. Students asked questions about personal experience and then had the opportunity to ask further questions through a Google Classroom model. All resources were placed within the Google Classroom for students to access those materials to continue that learning. And of course, our Panther Patch. Panthers work together with the Master Gardener to nurture the Panther Patch. We will plan to continue to offer foods and students for our families. A special thank you for UC CalFresh Healthy Living for Placer and Nevada counties for continuing to be our partners. We could not do this also without the heart of our teacher, Mrs. Amy Nedemeyer, for her passion for the patch. We also have after school enrichment. Chess Club right now meets on Tuesdays after school, taught by Mr. Brownell. Students use hands-on and virtual materials to learn strategies for chess. Also, we have a kindergarten intervention that meets 3 days a week after kindergarten is released. Mrs. McBroom and Mrs. Massetti offer an array of targeted intervention for small groups of students. Coming soon is the before school art enrichment club taught by Mrs. LeBeau and our VAPA teacher, and also an Auburn L parent, and our talented instructional aide, Miss Mary. We had so much fun last year that we wanted to bring it back this year for the spring. Thank you. And come visit us at Auburn L and how we utilize the MTSS progress and model to achieve the strategic objectives. Are there any questions?
I just wanted to thank you, Principal Vincetti, for all you do. I know some of us got some notices that you were moving on, and I just want to acknowledge all that you brought to our school, and from the top, bottom, middle, all parts of my heart. Thank you so much for caring for our staff, our students, our teachers, and everything you're doing and proving that it's working. And I just really appreciate it.
Thank you. And as you know, I can't do it without my staff. They're the ones they have the boots on the ground every day. So thank you, Auburn Elementary. I'd like to give you a round of applause.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
All right, moving on to item 8, public comment. This is for items not on the agenda. So just a reminder, public comment, 3 minutes per person, 6 minutes for using an interpreter, and 20 minutes total for the public comment here. And then after that, if there's additional public comment, we'll move that to the end of the section.
Kaylin Clover.
All right. All right. So good evening, members of the board. My name is Kaylin Clover. I teach 4th grade at Auburn Elementary School, and I've taught in the district for over a decade now. I can hardly believe that. I still feel like a newbie in a lot of ways. But the district's decision to close a school is truly one of the most heartbreaking situations I've ever witnessed at AUSD during my time. And I'm sorry, getting a little too tough. It's been really difficult to see my fellow teachers, right, from Rock Creek, and the families and the students just having such a hard time. So I mean, we grew up here. I love you guys all too. They're the best. Anyway, we can only imagine the grief that they are really feeling right now. And so if that is the decision to move forward with closing Rock Creek, we're here tonight to welcome the Rock Creek community. We look forward to partnering with the Rock Creek community to ensure that every student, family, and staff member feels appreciated, feels supported during this transition. Auburn Elementary teachers are ready and excited to teach the amazing students that we've honestly heard so many wonderful things about. They'll be joining us from Rock Creek and meet their wonderful families. It will be such a gift to have Rock Creek's talented teachers and dedicated staff join our team. I just feel like we're going to have this even more amazing team, which is so wonderful. And our hope is that we can really come together to create something really beautiful and wonderful out of this heartbreaking situation. And that's it. Thank you.
Tasha Williams.
Well, good evening. My name is Tasha Williams. I'm the Legislative Director for California Parents Union. It's a union that currently represents over 10,000 members in California, all across California. I am lucky to be a Roseville resident, and I can be here tonight. Later on, I will be speaking in support of the resolution, agenda item 12.0 in opposition to Assembly Bill 659. As a California Parents Union, we advocate for parents, teachers, guardians, and we also support or oppose state bills. Tonight, I wanted to mention that we also empower parents and school board members, and we also have events. And there's one event coming this Sunday, March 12th. If you would like to attend, we'll have lots of great speakers. You can RSVP to the event by going to our website, californiaparentsunion.com. Now, I wanted to bring to your attention at least a few of the bills that I am concerned as a parent and myself. And the bill is here. It's Assembly Bill 1078 by Assemblymember Jackson. This bill would give the State Board of Education veto power over changes and removal of nearly all instructional materials, including books. So basically, this bill would strip away local control over changing curriculum. So that's why I wanted to bring to your attention as a school board. I would like you to take a look, just read about it and see how that could impact you as a school district. Personally, I believe that anything that is meant to take away local control, we should be worried about. Thank you for your time. I think, I have a little bit of time actually. There's another bill that I actually feel very confident in supporting, and also as a California Parents Union, we will be supporting. It's a bill by our own Assembly Member Joe Patterson. It's Assembly Bill 802. And this bill would require schools to provide notice to parents of their rights to examine curriculum and materials. So that's something you could also take a look, and if you feel strongly about, you can support as an individual. There's position letter portal that anybody can participate in legislative process by submitting letters. All right, so I appreciate your time, and it's great to be here. I did not know that I will be following up after a comment from a teacher, and I feel sorry that you had to close a school, and I hope there will be some positive coming up soon. All right, thank you so much.
Crystal McDonald.
All right. Good evening, board, district staff, and community. My name is Crystal McDonald. I am a TK teacher at Skyridge Elementary School, and I'm here tonight to represent the staff, families, and community at Skyridge. The process of the school consolidation has impacted many people within our community. Right now, we all know that there are more questions than answers. As we are all trying to make sense of the current changes, we want to offer hope. We want to help begin the healing process by supporting the students, staff, and families who are members of this amazing school district. Our staff members and community at Skyridge are ready with open arms to meet new students and families next year. Staff have shared their excitement about how we can provide more curricular offerings to students by combining all the resources that the district has. At Skyridge, we have this before and after school programs. We have community liaisons who can support families and staff with translations. Skyridge teachers are CLAD certified. We can support English learners and all learners. Our teachers and staff identify the needs of all learners and support them in a variety of ways, like gait enrichment, targeted intervention. We have interventions support throughout the day and after school. We have a variety of after school programs: dance club, Spanish club, drama club, cross country, creative writing club. Skyridge School is a gold level awarded PBIS school, and we have a fully staffed wellness team. All staff create a supportive learning environment that includes SEL lessons around the toolbox tools, caring heart, and restorative practices. We would like to welcome all the new families at Skyridge, whether you are joining us from another school in the district or you are new to the district. We're just excited to share all the things that Skyridge has to offer. And we believe that all schools in the district are a special place for all children. We want to share that our doors are open, our hearts are open. They're open to new students, old students, all students, staff, families, everybody in AUSD. We invite students and families to visit all of our schools. Our teachers, support staff, and families, we're all ready to welcome everyone. Thank you very much.
Thad Houston.
Hi. My name is Thad Houston. I'm a dad of two kids that go to Alta Vista. And I'm assuming at this point we're on the Alta Vista. We're going to open comment. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm here to talk about the Alta Vista agenda item, and I'll just talk about it now since I'm up here. I wanted to comment about the agenda item that it's being considered to change it to Sky Ridge. And my comment, I live in North Auburn. I've been driving my kids to Alta Vista, and where its location is doesn't really matter to me. Like my family, it doesn't matter. I understand that for lots of families, that's true, that it does matter where like, the location matters. But the thing that I wanted to mention is that as somebody who, before I was a stay-at-home dad for 6 years, I was a marketing executive managing a product line that was sold in most of the countries around the world. And messaging when major changes happens is a real challenge. And as I reach out to the parents of my kids' peers, it's clear to me that in spite of me looking at all the messaging that's come from the district and from Principal Wilson, like I look at the messaging and it looks effective. It's clear to me that there's lots of people who are confused. And so I don't have any like hard data to back this. I wish that I did. But I would say my feeling here is that there are a lot of people who are confused. And as the initial intentions for enrollment may have not met the district's expectations, I suspect there are a lot of people like me who are quite happy with Alta Vista, who would like to see the staff and the students supported. In my particular situation, my priority for my kids is continuity with their social circles and with their staff. And so it means a lot to me. And I hope that the district will find a way to keep it open. I think that there's a highly capable staff there. And I say that from having grown up in the household with two public school educators and having been a homeschool teacher myself while I was a stay-at-home dad. I've been very impressed with Alta Vista, and I hope the district finds a way to keep it open. Even if the enrollment looks small at first, I have a feeling that's based on confusion. And when people figure out where it is and it's clear and the message has been stable for several months, you'll see people coming. Thank you.
Crystal Scanlon.
Hi. Can you hear me? Sorry. I wanted to address the board with some concerns regarding behavior and conduct that happened at the last board meeting. I'm wondering what the board, if there's standards that they're supposed to uphold themselves to. At the last meeting, the recording shows a couple of the members openly mocking parents, as well as making inappropriate comments regarding fentanyl, which was very concerning and just appalling, basically. And I'm wondering what the standards are that the board members are supposed to uphold while they're on the board, and if there has been anything done in regards to that behavior. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are allowed to answer, or if you're just gonna take it into consideration and maybe follow up. I think like at the bare minimum, an apology, a public apology would definitely be necessary. If not some sort of disciplinary actions. Again, I don't know what the standards are, or what, how the board members are supposed to hold themselves, but I feel like, especially representing children, that it's a misrepresentation for our children and Auburn as a community. And that's all. Thank you.
So that's it for any public comments that aren't tied to an agenda item. We do have one more person that wants to make a public comment before they leave. Is that okay? Yvette Horn.
Hello, board. My name is Yvette Horn. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have to leave early, so that's why I'm speaking on this now. And this is in regards to item O, resolution 22-23-21, opposition to Assembly Bill 659 HPV vaccine. The reason why I'm speaking, I support this resolution. I oppose this bill mandating the vaccine. And the reason why is one of my kids had the vaccine, and he had a lot of side effects from the vaccine. And you don't always get informed consent when you go into the doctor's office. And had I known what the potential side effects would have been, if I could do it over again, I never would have had him get this vaccine. Lots of kids are having side effects, have had and continue to have side effects. So parents really need to do their homework, and they need to research this vaccine. It is not safe, effective. You really need to look into it. That's just based on their own experience. So I support you voting yes on the resolution. Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes public comment for that. So moving to item 9A, the Auburn Union Teachers Association report.
Good evening, President Holt, trustees, and Superintendent Designee Michelle Lucci Garcia. This is a stressful time of year for many reasons. Layoffs, parent-teacher meetings, report cards, and school consolidation issues. We actually have only 10 more Mondays until the school year is finished. I would like to share with you some thoughts on how the district is educating our children. Imagine walking into a classroom where the teacher is teaching small groups with guided reading and literacy centers for all students, focusing on writing, reading, spelling, and comprehension, or math groups based on how well students are progressing with certain skills and strategies. This may also look like intervention in groups or extra support in reading and math. Now, again, imagine walking into a different classroom where students are taught as a whole group, all at the same time, all the subjects. There is a strict pacing guide one must follow to finish to get through the end of the year. Now, what would you choose for your child or your children? In the first classroom, there is equality because everyone has the same opportunity and access to the activities. This is also an example of equity because students who need support have more scaffolding, direct instruction, and opportunities to practice, while other students are given less scaffolding and more challenging tasks to practice. The second classroom, while providing lessons and instruction and visual aids, does not give students the same opportunities to access curriculum. It is lacking
in instruction in all academic areas that fit each student's individual needs to be successful. All AUSD teachers have been teaching with the understanding of equity and equality for all. Respectfully, Sarah Liebert, AUTA President.
All right, and 9B. Please. Yeah.
Like I'm not 9B. Good evening. I didn't write anything this time, but we're currently dealing with the coming up layoffs and the effects of that. And we've had several meetings open to people, and Michelle Bunt has been helping you get that information out to everybody. I think hopefully we'll have a place for everyone to go. That's our hope. And we started negotiations, and it's really it. We're just trying to get through this March 15th deadline. Moving on. Thank you.
All right, agenda item 10. Are there any comments from the board?
I'd like to make a couple comments. First of all, I just want to thank Auburn Elementary and Skyridge for coming out and showing such solidarity. It really means a lot, especially to the parents that have to make this difficult decision. And I also, I do want to say that I was very disappointed when I got on social media after last meeting and heard what was said by board members. It broke my heart. And I think as leaders, we must raise them. Whether there's a hot mic or not, these are not comments that need to be said. This is a really good time for our leadership to elevate. And we've been given that chance, and we need to take it as both board members and admin. I really applaud Michelle Lucci Garcia for stepping in as acting superintendent and really taking control of the situation. Because there's just a lot going on. And I really hope that our data, our numbers and comments are taken more serious. I also want to say that I'm just really happy to hear that there's a translator and translations going on. I did get text messages from parents that said they finally understood what was happening. And I just really appreciate that. I'm really hoping that our board members will join us in a walk from Rock Creek to Auburn Elementary so we can see what's needed and what needs to be done. I think it would be a really, really great special board meeting or something you could do on your own. And it would really help you to see the situation at hand.
Well, if I could, then I'd like to address the hot mic issue. So that has absolutely been taken out of context. There were two trustees that were discussing how disappointing it was that with all the outreach that people have done on the fentanyl issue, we had one family participate in the One Pill Can Kill event. So that was done online. And it was, as I understand the comment, it was, how can we get more attention to that? Do we need to have a bake sale to try to get more attention to the fentanyl issue? And so if people want to, if people accidentally misunderstood it, I can see how that happened. But if certain people want to take that and run with it, knowing that they're mischaracterizing what that comment was, that's absolutely inappropriate. And it's certainly disappointing. So I do appreciate, though, everybody coming out, and I appreciate those concerns being brought to us. And even the dialogue online, it's certainly warranted. And that's what's great about free speech, is we get to talk about these issues, and sunlight is always the best disinfectant. Thank you.
I just want to say that our student LCAP advisory group was a true joy and excitement to meet with. They met with Director Hughes and me, and we talked about how to enhance their education experience using some of the LCAP funding that's coming in. They helped us with our plan. So I just want to give a shout out to our students and thank you to the principals for putting those groups together for us.
All right, moving on to the consent agenda. Is there any public discussion, any public comment on the consent agenda items? And present.
Good evening, board, President Holt, Superintendent designate, Lucy Garcia. My name is Antonio Valdez. I'm an attorney with Legal Services of Northern California. Some parents from Rock Creek did approach me discussing the school closure. In terms of, I know staff changes are afoot, but before any real decisions are made, I'd like there to be some reconsideration of the fact that the populations both from Rock Creek and Auburn Elementary are very different. And in materials that I've reviewed in the minutes, the discussion on the differences between the two populations, how they'll be addressed, and why that wasn't part of the discussion in terms of choosing which schools, or why the receiving school can accommodate this population. It's great to hear a number of teachers showing their support, but I think I appreciate their willingness to do that, but they're doing it without the full knowledge of how it's actually going to be done. And so maybe it is, and it's going to be discussed, but I think that discussion should have been very earlier. And that's the only comment I have for today. Thank you.
And so on item 11, I do just want to, the only thing I think I have to add to is I'd like to thank Robinson Sand and Gravel. Saw them on the donations report for their donations at Skyridge. So do want to make that clear. Thank you. Appreciate the support that you provided the community.
I had a few items I asked. And they are H, I, and L. H is surplus items, I is auditing services, RFP, and L is regarding transfers. Okay.
Is there a motion? I mean, to pull.
Wait,
Or
I'm
are
trying
we
to
just-
remember. I don't know that I need a motion to pull them.
No, I don't think we do to pull them, but
You make a motion to approve the consent agenda. Okay,
yeah.
I will move to approve the consent agenda less H. Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right, and then now we get to discuss item H.
Great.
So
H pertains to surplus items. Many of them are related to child nutrition services. Some of them were kind of these big ticket items, perhaps like $18,000, $20,000 equipment, I believe. And so I was just looking for a little bit more insight into the way I was interpreting it. And I wanted to verify if this is accurate, is that they seem to be related to scratch cooking. And I was concerned that if we were to surplus these items, that it's continuing to move us away from cooking meals from scratch. And I see that we have our child nutrition services manager. Is that correct?
Yes, well, I mean, I timed out, but yes. So in response to that, I did ask Nicole DeGraff, our manager of child nutrition, to be present. But you are correct. A lot of those are higher ticket items, which is then being unused equipment, and some that, is left in precarious places. The goal being then to, of course, attempt to surplus them and sell them to recoup the money if they are being unused. But because I think that was kind of the concern you were going to, and in an effort to not misspeak on some of the requirements that we have in regards to food preparation and cost, I did ask Nicole to be present here to help answer some of those. So maybe you can help pitch in. So that a lot of those are directly related to when we used to do a lot of in-house scratch cooking. My original response to Clerk Brickler was that, now with the current requirements as far as nutrition and the costs and the time, that kind of happens within our kitchen, it really is kind of a move away unless we're in a quick scratch type. Can you help explain that a little bit better for me?
Sure. So for a couple issues that we have going on with it, first off is some of the equipment, it is older and a lot of it hasn't been used in about a decade. I understand your concern about moving away from scratch cooking. Some of these items can cook an abundance of meals, which would be helpful, but unfortunately, there's a lot of extra guidelines in child nutrition that we have to follow, and a lot of them don't meet when we do scratch cooking. And yes, there's still a desire to meet and to do scratch cooking. We're just a little bit more limited, but we're still able to do it with the equipment we have, and also removing some of this equipment and getting will also give us a chance to get in equipment that could be more useful in terms of doing scratch cooking. A lot of stuff is done in ovens, which can be done and be mass produced because we do produce so much food. It's more helpful to have maybe an oven or a flat top or a combi oven. So it'll allow room for those things to be brought in instead of using something that is more for soup or for a lot of sauce, and we're not really making those as much. We do have other pots and pans that can accommodate the amount that we're making and the size that we need. So if when we do make those items from scratch or quick scratch, we do still have equipment to do it. Okay, so we're not trying to move necessarily away from quick scratch or from scratch in general. We are trying to actually bring in more. It just sometimes it takes different equipment than what we have currently. That's really helpful. Am I using the correct term when I say scratch? I'm just thinking
Yes.
about more, more preparation in-house. Right. It's helpful for me to hear you say that some of the equipment might almost be obsolete, that it's been out of use for a long time. I think I was just concerned that if we, what we've made investments in this equipment, once we surplus it, then we don't have the budget to replace some of those items. So, and as a chef, there's some things that I'm like, it's beautiful and I love it. It's not as productive or useful in a school kitchen as it would be as in a restaurant. So some of those funds can go towards equipment. We can turn around and get something like a combi oven where that could be more useful in the sense of it keeps our food that's in the oven from being dried out, and we can also pre-program it. So all of it's more consistent. So every school is doing the same thing. If that's something we can bring in or do, or if we want a flat top instead, what can we do to utilize that area, especially something like Auburn L, when one of those items is just taking up so much space, actually two, and we really need that space to be able to cook the other foods, and it's not cooked in those vats. So I really appreciate your time to let me talk and to share what our ideas and our thoughts are behind getting rid of some of the surplus. Thank you. Again, I just want to express my desire for more, when our budget allows for more cooking in-house, and I know farm to fork gets used a lot, but just, we are in an agricultural area and partnering with farms as much as we can. I know so anyway, I just wanted to express that's my desire, and I didn't want to limit our ability to do that. And that's our vision and desire too. So we look forward to working with the companies and groups as we go forward, and what's most useful for equipment, for grants, for whatever we can do to do more scratch. The USDA does require a certain amount of scratch cooking. We're looking to do that and improve it. It's not all going to happen at once. But we are looking to improve every day and every month. Thank you for your time. You're welcome.
Well, you're satisfied with this list? There was nothing you had an issue with on it?
No, I made the list. The list was there because of all the items. Some of it was purchased without kind of thought. Some of it's been there for many, many years. And we just haven't used it. Like I said, some of it's beautiful and I love it as a chef, but it's really not useful in what we're doing right now in our capabilities. They might have been used once or twice in the past, and that was pretty much it. So they kind of become obsolete in that sense.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, thank you for your time. I'll move that we approve item 11H.
I second that. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? No. All right. And item I.
Item I guess I just simply wanted to say that this is, it's a challenge for us to have to go out and seek out a new auditor services. And that I was just hoping that if there was anything that could be learned as a district from this change in relationship with the auditor, that I hope that we will take the opportunity. I understand that the current audit is somewhat delayed. We've sought an extension, and just if there's anything we can do to improve our kind of responsiveness and accuracy regarding the audit. That was my concern, and the point that I wanted to raise is that I think this is a critical service, and I hope we're able to find an auditor that that's of a similar price and quality as the one that we've been working with for a number of years.
Okay. I hope so too. Is there a question?
I was asking if there's anything that could be learned from the auditor's decision to not work with the district going forward.
Well, considering that the input that I have received, both verbally from the auditor and from the Placer County Office of Education, people that I deal with, at this point, they're struggling with their own staff, and they are looking at their caseloads and the contracts in which they entertain. So Mid-Placer Transportation also was lost as a client. With Crow, Alta Dutch Flat lost a different auditor, approached Crow auditors to gain services, and we're told that Crow is not taking on any contracts that's under $40,000 a year. At this time, I can tell you that we are under $40,000 a year. So if you just want to take it on that base level, you just don't make the qualification. In my conversations with Crow, as far as staffing, I know that they are having many of the same struggles that everybody else is having. Just working with them over the last year and a half, I've worked with 5 different general staff. The main auditor, Elizabeth Saab, that has come to our board meetings, she's remained the same, but just as like any principal of a company, that is not the person you deal with every day. So the ones that send requests, the ones where they go back and forth, those change out interchangeably. They no longer come into districts now. They are doing everything through an interchange portal. And in talking with my most senior staff, we find that seems to be a blockade to communication. And that didn't seem to be as big of a hurdle when they came in and kind of worked within the office for a few days. So not just, with myself or the struggles of finding past information with a changeover or searching servers and things of that nature to find things past COVID, but just even people who have produced audit items for the same auditors are having many struggles with them as well. However, with our new fiscal expert that has joined us, Dennis Snelling, who's in the audience. When we do receive the audit, one of the steps that we've talked about that we're going to go through is actually kind of going through the audit piece by piece, and hopefully with the auditors as well. So that is something that with Crow, not the new auditors.
So we still have not yet received that audit.
Correct.
Do we have a timeline for that?
They said by the end of March.
It's referenced in the it's later on the agenda, the letter of going concern, but there's a reference to having to make multiple requests for information and maybe a need for more timeliness and accuracy. And I'm wondering how we can improve in those areas so that we're more likely to retain an auditor once we select a new one.
Letter of going concern, I don't believe that was actually addressed in regard to the auditor. It just
It wasn't in
mentioned that.
regards to the auditor. It was more
Okay.
of a general statement that I'm wondering, since we have an extension on the audit, if it also applies here.
I mean, it could, but then again, I mean, if you really want to, kick a can back and forth, it can also be when they continue to ask us 4 times for backup and we send it 4 times and then we find out they just wanted a timesheet.
So I think it is getting away from the question of the audit though. And I've got the letter of going concern in front of me right now, what I was trying to reference, and it does mention that, right?
Right.
What is in there though, is just that the district's audit has not been submitted to the office yet with PCOE. And the audit firm has dropped Auburn at this point. So I think we just addressed that, and we don't have the audit yet back from Pro.
Well, I will move that we approve this item. I believe it's item 11I.
Second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, and item L. So item L, I know we discussed having this as an information item. And this is the interdistrict transfer policy. Reason why we have it on the agenda tonight is I'd been approached by members of the community that there was a rumor that AUSD was going to stop and deny any inter-district transfers. That certainly wasn't my intention. I don't think I'd heard any discussion about changing that policy. And so it was my intent to put it on the consent agenda that we would affirm the current policy that does allow for inter-district transfers that be approved, but we're certainly not just denying inter-district transfers.
Thank you for the clarification.
Absolutely. Is there any other question?
Oh, no, it was just, when I saw this item, it led me to believe that the policy had changed, and I just wanted to share the backstory that you were just affirming that this is the policy. I understand in our history as a district that it may perhaps in the past, we limited transfers out and that it backfired, and that, you know, we want students to be here and families to be here who are choosing Auburn Union. So that there's no plan amongst the board as it stands to restrict movement.
No, I guess certainly parent choice is what we're looking for here. So with that,
Great.
I move that we approve item L.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Thank you. Okay, moving to item 12A. AUSD to CSEA negotiation proposal from the business office.
Okay. So of course, annually, Auburn Union School District runs initial proposals for negotiations to our bargaining partners. This one is to CSEA, California School Employees Association, our classified partners. Administration is recommending approval of the attached proposals for the 22-23 negotiation sessions.
Are there any questions?
I guess just to clarify, my understanding of how these work, or a clarifying question is, by approving this, we're just saying, go forth and have your negotiations. We're not approving the terms exactly. They haven't been worked out between the parties. So I'm ready to make a motion, and
If we hold one moment,
Absolutely.
I forgot to ask about public comment for it. So is there any public comment on agenda item 12A before we make a motion? Okay, thank you.
all right, I'll move that we approve item 12A.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, item 12A carries. Agenda item 12B, is there any public comment? Okay, seeing that there's none. Discussion about CSEA to AUSD negotiation proposal.
And on this agenda, it is a double header. Instead of one coming before the other, you get you both tonight. So also, and with your agenda packet was CSEA's sunshine proposal to Auburn Union School District. And you can see it very closely actually mirrors each other. So we don't have too much variances in our sunshines, which is good to see. So administration also recommends approval of sunshine of CSEA to Auburn Union School District.
I'll move that we approve item 12B.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, moving to agenda item 12C, Alta Vista Community Charter School Agreement Severance or Amendment of Relocation. And first, is there any public comment on? I know we heard from Mr. Houston over there.
Okay, good evening again. So just very briefly, as a summary. So as we had talked about previously, that as we started getting in some intent of enrollment forms, we would bring back the discussion about enrollment as for Alta Vista Charter School and what that looked like for the LEA itself. So this evening, as we're starting to get some of that tentative information in, we wanted to work out to the board some information in regards to the enrollment history of the site, where we're currently looking at for enrollment and what that could mean fiscally for the LEA itself. And I'm going to hand this over to Michelle Lucci Garcia, Superintendent Designee, for some additional program and background information on enrollment.
So Principal Wilson will explain some of this to you in her slide deck. So I'm not going to steal too much of her thunder here, but I do just want to point out that when you're looking at programs for students, and you're looking at lower enrollment rates over a span of K5 or TK5 grades. Combo classes are usually what happen when you have a small enrollment over that span of grade levels. Combo classes aren't bad, right? There's research to show the benefits. And then there are, parents that prefer combo classes and then parents that don't. But when you're looking at a school system offering a combo class as an option, when you have, let's say, a second grade class and then maybe a 2-3 split, parents have an option, right? Versus your only options are combo classes. So I just want to call that to your attention and just let you know that that's what this district is. That's our concerns about the program at Alta Vista with the lower numbers of enrollment. Dan.
All right, good evening, President Holt, Superintendent Designee Lucy Garcia, Board of Trustees. Good evening. My name is Diana Wilson. I'm the principal of Alta Vista. I'm here tonight to give you an overview of our charter school, its program and enrollment history. I'm going to talk tonight about a little overview of what a charter school is, the intention of the original charter, as well as the continued renewals and revisions. Our programs that we offer, our current and past enrollment history, and our location for the 23-24 school year. And I'm here to answer any questions that you have about Alta Vista. All right. Oops. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm changing it on my screen and not yours. All right. So Charter 101, Alta Vista is its own local education agency, which means we are like a mini district within and authorized by AUSD. So we do all the same things a district does, but on a very small scale. So for example, our LCAP, I know this is Acting Superintendent Lucy Garcia was just talking about the LCAP process for AUSD. Alta Vista will complete that same process, but just for our school, just for our LEA. And that's the same with the other acronyms that are there that references all the grants and programs that have been offered this year that run parallel and independently of AUSD. So charter schools pay fee to their authorizer, but we operate mostly independently, except as a dependent charter. I know that's confusing. I'm sorry. Alta Vista has its own California state dashboard, and charter schools operate using a charter document. You've seen that document in 2012 when the charter was first founded. You saw the document again in 2015 when that charter was renewed. And then you saw the document again 2015, 2020, and most recently for the charter revision for the location change. And then every time there's a revision, we update current law. And then we updated some of our programs in there as well to reflect our intentions going forward. So that document is still in existence. And charter schools are not private schools. There's lots of misunderstanding that some charter schools charge tuition. That is not true. We are all public and we are funded by the state of California, like all public schools. We just are operate a little differently and offer a choice for families. All right. The original intention of our charter is still the same. Alta Vista Community Charter School will offer an individualized project-based learning program aligned with California's standards and 21st century skills to help each student reach their potential in a nurturing, developmentally appropriate environment. The intention of the charter was also to serve surrounding areas. So the intention was to serve students within AUSD, but also be able to accept students within all of Placer County that would choose to come to the charter school. Charter schools also can accept students from all adjacent counties. We touch several counties. We can serve students in Nevada, Sacramento, Sutter, Yuba, El Dorado counties in grades kindergarten through 5. Our charter originally was K through 5. That changed in 2015 or 2020, I don't remember, to authorize us for TK8. We have never expanded past 5th grade except for in virtual academy, which I'll show you in a little bit. All right, so as you saw last time in the charter revision, we have a traditional classroom-based model, which is our largest program, and it has most of our students. We have a hybrid model mentioned in our charter that from its inception was managed as independent study. So after the pandemic, the laws that changed independent study to have certain restrictions in place made it that we could not offer that hybrid model anymore. However, the revision in the charter stating that is non-classroom based and the funding determination should allow us to be able to offer that program under that model rather than under independent study, because independent study keeps changing year to year recently. And we also have a virtual academy or had a virtual academy program, which was intended to be homeschool. I know we think of virtual academy as the COVID, because we all went virtual. That isn't what it was intended for. It was intended to be the homeschool option in Auburn so that we could recapture students that reside in Auburn and surrounding communities. And then on the right are all the enrichment opportunities that the charter has offered over the years. It's not a comprehensive list, but all these wonderful things that we have offered over the years, and we continue to offer most of them. I want to point out, we have a lot, especially in the beginning, we had a lot of various content related teacher created enrichment projects, which we still have those today. And that's part of being a charter school where we write a lot of our own units. And then we also celebrate various talents of our staff and students and families that like to come and share their talents with our school. So last year we had ceramics and glass blowing because we had staff members that had that as their hobby and they shared their talents with our school. All right. Yeah. Sorry, I should have two screens here. All right, this is our enrollment history from 2012 to 2013 was our first year in existence. We opened with about 96 students. And then this is how we've grown over the years. I want to point out 2020 to 2021 was our greatest year at 177 students. And that was right after Virtual Academy became into existence. And we had two classes of Virtual Academy. We had a TK through 3rd grade or 4th grade, and then 5th through 8th grade, something like that. It's on a different slide. And that was the year we were able to accommodate 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students in that model. And then we also had Virtual Academy last school year. It ran parallel with the district's independent study program. We housed both of them at Alta Vista for last year. And then this year we discontinued that program due to lack of enrollment. All right, so the hybrid model was a little harder to come up with the numbers for you. The hybrid model was managed as independent study. So for example, like Virtual Academy has a program number. So all I have to do is go to Aries and filter down the query for that program number and it pulls all the students and the numbers. For hybrid model, it was managed as independent study. So I had to pull independent study numbers and then kind of look deep into all those students' independent study patterns to see if I could see who was using it more as a vacation piece or, extended absence piece versus who was actually using it as the hybrid model. So I needed to see a pattern in the individual students that they were missing, 2 days per week. So this is the enrollment from what I can tell through independent study that the hybrid model enrollment over the school years. So it was strongest at its inception and then kind of went up and down throughout the years. And again, it was discontinued due to pandemic legislation because we had restrictions in place that did not allow us to exceed certain number of days with independent study. And there were live engagement requirements that we could not meet as a school. All right. Director Peters, can you click on that for me to bring up the next slide? Oh, no, it's a link in the other slide. Can you click on the link? It was too big to fit on the slide. There we go. All right, thank you. All right, this is our class configuration and enrollment by class from 2012 to 2013. I just wanted to show that we have various years where we've had combination classes and some years where we have no combination classes, and then sometimes it's a combination of both. You can see Virtual Academy numbers in 2020 to 2021. And you can also notice that over the years, we are mostly full in classrooms at 20 to 24, but we are not consistently up to our ratios right now, which are, 24 in grades K through 3, and then 32 in grades 4 through 5 or 8, whatever we're talking about on the grade level span. So this is that history on this, and then on the side is just the enrollment totals again. So it's been inconsistent over the years. So that's just all the details on that. All right, and then our current enrollment for 22-23. Oh, it's gone. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, there we go. All right, this is our current enrollment. So as a charter school, we do not have boundaries. People have to choose to come to a charter school. There's no intra-district transfer needed. There's no, you can decide to come. So I just outlined here, our student populations come from mostly in Auburn. We do have a few students that come from outside our district boundaries in Applegate, Forest Hills, Citrus Heights, and Penryn. So that's the makeup this year. And then this was last year's. All right, and this is our enrollment so far for the 23-24 school year. This was created for you last week. So this was at 59 students. We are now up to 66 students. I did a couple of presentations at Rock Creek, and we gained a few more students from that. So this is what our class our grade breakdown configuration for the 23-24 school year so far. And with that, I'll hand it over to CBO Leslie.
Well, good evening from this side of the table. President Holt, members of the board, Superintendent Designee Luchi Garcia. So this is just a very general broad stroke fiscal outlook of what this could possibly look like if we continue with the projected enrollment numbers. Obviously, you can see that as we've continued with Alta Vista having approximately 130 to 110 students in its current inception, it is still needed to have that extra boost of fiscal. We've needed to contribute to it. The goal being with the co-location of the school site that this would hopefully make enough fiscal cuts that we could, make the charter fiscally solvent. The numbers that you're going to see and the numbers that are included in the second interim budget are including those net savings that we would get from the co-location of the site. So this would be anything you see in here would include the co-location savings and then anything else from there. So plugging those numbers into the enrollment chart, you start to see that here's your 110, which is what we had kind of really, certified with, as far as it's not really a CBEDS date anymore, or our enrollment date is the 110, even though she's sitting at approximately 106 right now. So as we looked at those numbers, the reason why you have 50 and she showed 59 is because we had a class with 9 students showing in 6th grade. And as you heard Superintendent Designee Luchi Garcia discuss, having, some of those smaller classes, a 6th grade is not something you're going to combo up with a 5th grade or a 4th grade because of the type of program and curriculum. So that would be something like we had when we had tried to start it up. As Trustee Ross and Clerk Brickler may remember, we had attempted to start up a 6th grade this school year, and unfortunately just did not have the students show up. And so we had to fold that class. This would be another type of those situations. 9 would not be a feasible class, so we would fold. So I would be looking at approximately 50 students that would be going forward. So we'd be looking at a decline in enrollment about 54% of students. If we just took that without adding any other enrollment and just kind of pulled those forward, hoping that at some point we would maybe net that TK again back in a different location. I mean, we could possibly get up then again to 71 students, but we're still well below that 110 students that we were at before. So you see the high jump because it's a 41% increase over the negative 54%. So what does this really look like? So if we start getting really down into the nitty gritty, if we're really truly going to go forward and operate it with approximately 50 students, give or take, we're looking at no charter administrator. We would somehow need to function with a principal teacher, something of that nature. The problem that we start running into, or principal of 2 sites, the things that we start running into, unfortunately, is Diana has a lot of charter school expertise that we maybe don't have on staff right now because they are a very unique type of LEA. There are a lot of different cabinets, as you could say, you could already hear her talk about legislation that was very particular to charter schools. These are things that I'm very honest, we just don't have in-house right now. So how we work around that, I can't answer. We would be looking at 3 certificated staff, and you're looking at 3 combo classes. You'd be looking at a K1 combo, a 2-3 combo, and a 4-5 combo. And assuming that you would also have some reductions in indirect costs, obviously, because your expenses would be way down. And hopefully some reduction in special education costs as well, because with the enrollment down, hopefully you'd enroll a little bit further from that. What's not included in this is what the percentage of unduplicated population would look like and what type of hit the LEA would take as well. So as you start to look at this as the LCFF calculator, you're looking at, which is about correct, about a 50% drop in what you would get from the state of California. So where you go from 110, you go to about 50, you're looking at next year possibly netting about $556,000. And then possibly a little uptick because of that increased enrollment out in 24-25. What does this mean in a multi-year projection? So this is where I tried to plug in those, like I said, very broad estimated, cutting it down to approximately 3 certificated staff, not having an administrator in, taking a stab at indirect costs, taking a stab at reductions in special education costs. Even with that still, as we go out, we have our year which we're currently at, and that's with us contributing this fiscal year still. We're looking at it 23-24. Of course, removing our contribution because that's what we're supposed to be doing as part of our fiscal plan. Removing the 3% reserve, which they should have, we're still looking at a negative fund balance. Now, should there be an uptick in enrollment in 24-25, you come down, you bring those costs forward, step and column, everything else forward. You start to see that you now are gaining a little bit momentum because you have that increase in funds, still not with a 3% reserve, which you really could. You start to see a positive fund balance. But this is really rolling the dice and then committing to contributing next fiscal year to this LEA. So what are your risks? So risks run depending on location. If we decide to go forward with maintaining the charter school LEA, we could have a lower enrollment by August. We could have an increased enrollment by August. How much of an increase in enrollment? Well, right now we know at 110 students we were contributing. So we want to make sure that we're maintaining those fiscal reductions so that we're not contributing to it and it's able to function. If you're talking about programmatically, you've heard Principal Wilson describe before that her goal is to have approximately 204 students to run an appropriate charter program. You're looking at possible non-classroom based enrollment. We've discussed that. We're still waiting for our funding determination. We can go to 20%. 27% of 50 is not much. It's going to be not enough to keep it afloat. And as we talked about before, it's probably not going to be a huge rush in. It's probably going to take a couple of years to really get the train moving on that. And would it be enough to cover the deficit in 23-24? I honestly don't have an answer for that. That would be a risk we would have to take. We show ourselves again still contributing to the charter in 23-24 is highly likely. And you know, we also look at possibly dropouts during the school year or possibly returning enrollment, depending on the combination classrooms that we would need to run. So if they find out, you know, if students or staff find out, not staff, if parents and students find out, you know, it's a combination class situation and it's not something they're interested in for their child, would we have a dropout or a reduction in enrollment? Possibly. If they've lived that throughout 23-24 and they find that's not something they're interested in for the following year, 24-25, we could see that as well. So in your item, it is a bifurcated action item, as you noticed. We need to have the discussion and I think an action on whether or not we want to go forward with maintaining the charter agreement and continuing Alta Vista Community Charter School LEA under Auburn Union School District. And then what that decision is, then goes to the second one. If it's yes, we want to keep Alta Vista Community Charter School, then it becomes a discussion about the prior board action of location. And is that the best location considering some site constraints that we've run against? So that's why you see it lined down in your board packet as 2 different actions. But the discussion of the second piece is really moot until we figure out the first piece. So was there any follow-up on the rest of this presentation, Diana, before we start discussion? Should we just hit discussion? Okay,
Please, I think we may have some questions as we go.
okay, I'm gonna hit in there and then we'll just.
Perfect, thank you.
I would just like to acknowledge as a parent of two Alta Vista students that, and also as a trustee, that obviously we don't want to continue to operate Alta Vista if it's going to require a contribution from the district. I just want you to know this is a somewhat recent phenomenon that the charter for a long time would break even. It was just starting in 2021 that the district began to make contributions. And that year it was 94,000. And then the following year, 146,000. And I have my data from the first interim. Looks like we're projecting 251,000 for this year. And I can see that that's not sustainable for the district to have to contribute funds to the charter. And I also think that nobody really wants to see the charter operate if it truly is a population of 50 students. I don't think parents tend to want combination classes. I mean, I understand that we can't continue if it's going to be a burden to the district and if the model is not robust enough to to provide the same quality education that students would receive in our other schools. The information I had requested was slightly different than the analysis that was provided tonight. One of our goals with the fiscal recovery plan was to make sure that the charter became solvent and that the district no longer had to make a contribution. And so I guess what would be so helpful for me is that it's early, right? I've heard from two families this week that they didn't really know about Alta Vista, or they didn't know that they didn't get their intent form in, or that they are still interested. It just feels very early on in the year. I think those numbers could likely change. I think it'd be so helpful if we knew from families how enrollment might change in different settings. Like what would it are? I can't speak to Alta Vista families. What would enrollment look like if the charter were to move to Skyridge? What would it look like if it were to move to another site? I don't think we have those. I actually asked the principal earlier. I mean, I think anecdotally, some families will say, yes, we would prefer that the charter move to Skyridge, but I don't really have, I can't accurately estimate how that would change our enrollment.
And I think your comment is spot on. I mean, I don't know that there's any way to accurately predict exactly how many families, and like you said, anecdotally, and in talking with Principal Wilson previously, she said, should it be, located to Skyridge, she thinks she has about 10 families that might, but even our enrollment intention forms are kind of that too. They're never really a hard sell as we've seen before. And I know Trustee Ross had mentioned too, she had if it was when it became, she's like, oh man, I've got 20 families right now. And so I kind of always in the back of my head tack that on too, even though I don't have that in front of me, but then I even think, okay, so I have 70, what does that look like? And I think we're still in approximately the same type of position. I mean, even if we can squeak it by fiscally, are we programmatically able to operate the charter effectively? And that's, I think, the big gamble. And that's the gamble that we, are taking.
I think it's important that we offer something that parents want, right? Obviously. And why are families leaving us? They're leaving us for hybrids. I don't think the example of this hybrid is what an actual hybrid is, right? When you say independent studies, that's different than 3 days in school and 2 days off, right? And parents are leaving us for that. That's what we're being left for. Why are we trying to keep the same format? Why are we not adjusting our format? What if we only went 3 days? We don't have to, those teachers, we still have to pay certain teachers and not, let go of certain teachers. But if that's what parents are leaving us for, why are we not looking at our strategic plan number 5 and looking at alternative education choices? Because that's really what this charter should be. This charter shouldn't be the same thing trying to just move its place. That doesn't make sense to me. But if you were to do something like a hybrid model, iLearn is right there. And they have so many people signed up that they can't take everybody on. They're right there. So why wouldn't we offer that hybrid model and take all those parents that can't get into iLearn here or wherever that's decided? But I don't know how we can move forward with the same program. I don't know why we wouldn't start looking at alternative measures or a dual immersion program. You want more students here, get a dual immersion program. Those are being so packed. I've even applied and we cannot get into those programs. So if we have to change something, I would hate to close Alta Vista before we try something different.
And I just wanted to actually take a step back to where we were just a moment ago and offer Principal Wilson, if you could speak to some of the outreach attempts you've made, because I know you have, I've driven under the sign just about every day downtown. So if you could please speak to that.
So we offered information nights for parents along with our other school sites, the TK and kindergarten showcase. The first one I labeled as a TKK showcase, but the second one was a general information night. And then I've been to Rock Creek twice, in the same day, twice, once at arrival and once at dismissal. To present to the Rock Creek families. We also have, the banner hanging right across the street from the courthouse. And it withstood the wind and the storm and everything. So that's still up. I post on Facebook. It's been, and I had a lesson with Angie Brown, our consultant, on how to target our area so that when I boost a post or pay for an ad, that it hits the families in Auburn. I think I put in like 15-mile radius circle around Alta Vista or in Auburn. I made a video with our community liaison that translated into Spanish, but it's not, we need to try again to post that on if we're going to do that. We exceeded the size limit for YouTube, so we couldn't load that. We have that. My staff has some great ideas about reaching out to families. So they're working on that piece. We offer tours whenever families call. We answer their questions when they stop by. We participated in Celebrity Chef along with the other schools. We got to meet a lot of great families and talk about our school site as people passed by to grab their cookies and their other food. I've been to the Chamber of Commerce meetings where we all get to introduce ourselves. And the big message there was, we're still here, we're moving, not closing, getting that word out. I've been to the Realtors Association to promote our schools together with the rest of our team. I haven't gotten back over there. However, I've had some realtors show up at our school and looking to partner with us and to get the word out. So those are all the areas so far. Oh yeah, that also joined the Kiwanis Club of Auburn, and those meetings are on Wednesdays. So I can only go to every other one, but I have a forum there to get the word out about Alta Vista as well as promote Auburn schools. So those are the efforts that have been undertaken so far.
Thank you. And you said you're up to 66 students now. I know when CBO came up, it was 50 because there was 9 in 6th grade. Do we know if of those additional 7 students, how many are 6th graders?
None of them are 6th graders.
Thank you.
I wanted to offer some more information about the charter and the fiscal impact on the district. One is that the charter over time has been contributing special education funds to the district and also indirect costs. So in the last in the last 5 years, that has ranged from about like $337,000 to $279,000. So there's been this contribution from Alta Vista to the district to offset some costs. So if the charter were to close outright, then we're out that funding to the district. So I want us to incorporate that as we're thinking about there are costs to closing the charter. It means they're no longer able to contribute to district level expenses.
Yeah, that is true. And the special education portions really are a part of what it takes to serve the students at Alta Vista Charter. So that may end up being, if there are students and they choose to attend our schools, or if they're from another district and they choose to attend our schools, those would be costs that we would absorb anyways, because they would be our enrolled students, but we would also take on their ADA as well. As far as the indirect cost, this year so far, it looks like we're coming up fairly close to a wash almost, just thus far this year. So we do have, of course, the indirect costs that go along with the operation of the charter LEA. So we would be, like you said, that cost would go away. Of course, to our general fund, we would also not be contributing from our unrestricted general fund at that point.
Trustee Ross had mentioned that we do have, it's high in our strategic plan. I think it's 5, or maybe number 6 is the alternative programs. And I think it's really important that we find ways to serve families in accordance with those alternative programs. And I mean, for example, I don't think it would be prudent to close the charter outright, because I would like to see an exploration of, at the very least, can it operate as a non-classroom based program? The hope is that after May 17th, we'll have the funding determination back from the State Board of Education, and we'll know whether or not we can exceed the 20% of non-classroom based students. The partnership with Blue Door, the lease agreement is on our agenda tonight. And I think part of the hope is that some of the Blue Door families might opt to enroll in Alta Vista Community Charter School and then take classes with Blue Door, that there would be, it wouldn't just be that the district would not have an empty property and would have the lease revenue, but that also we would be able to gain students that have left our district. I think it's really offering an option to parents that you don't have to leave Auburn Union to have a supported, homeschool model. I'm sorry, Blue Door folks, I'm getting the terminology all wrong, but the option for some in-person classes to supplement a homeschool education. I don't want us to miss that opportunity, at the very least, to offer that.
No, and I think, obviously, you guys know at this point that I'm very pro school choice at this point, but it's, the partnership with Blue Door and, whether or not families choose to come, I think is always the option out there. It's just.
Oh, right, it's their choice. It's not.
Yeah, it's their choice. I don't know. I mean, we might get to this next fiscal year and then they go, oh, hey, we can, because they've already logged, they've already done their pre-enrollments with their charters. I think most of the enrollments for returning students for charters, I know for my son's was March 15th was their deadline. I think they're going to extend it. So towards the end of March, April, they want to see those enrollments in. So it may take a little bit for us to really start capturing those non-classroom based.
There wouldn't necessarily be movement there as well, like as in all of our programs. They couldn't say, I've said I'll return to Cottonwood, for example, but
right.
Oh, I'm going to be attending Alta Vista, so maybe I'll enroll my child.
Absolutely. Again, it's a dice roll. Okay. It is a dice roll. And the only thing I will say with that timeline and, state regulations are never our friends when it comes to this, but our funding determination date is May 17th. Our cutoff date for layoffs is May 15th.
Oh, you mean March 15th?
No, March 15th is our notice date. So we have resolutions for that. But our final notice dates, like if we wanted to wait to make a determination as to whether or not we wanted to go forward to keep the charter school or not, is May 15th, is final notice. So we get like a 2-day swing right there that we're just going to not know.
So the question I had asked at the last meeting was, since the goal was to make the charter solvent, if the charter were to move to Rock Creek as an example, I was asking, what is the fiscal impact on the district if that move were to take place? And I know you mentioned in your staff report that it's critical that the charter be located with other programs so that the cost of custodial and other services can be shared. Let's say that the charter were to move to Rock Creek. And, that would mean that the site was shared with Head Start, with the PCOE preschool, and possibly other district programs could be offered at that site to help share the cost of administering a site and caring for a site. That's really what I was looking for, was what would it look like if the charter were to move to Rock Creek? I know that means that revenue, some of the revenue, if, let's say, current Rock Creek students were to join the charter, in addition to anyone else interested in Alta Vista, that draws some revenue, away from the district, and that could be a problem. And that's what I was looking for answers on is, how does this work in other places? Like if we were to be able to get the charter to a place where it was solvent, could maintain a reserve and even had excess funding, isn't there a way for those revenues to be shared back to the district, such as in lease agreements? And I mean, no one's trying to enrich the charter. They're just trying to make the charter a viable option for families and to at least break even. So that's what I was looking for, was if they were to move to Rock Creek, how does that impact the district? Because we don't want to drain district resources, but we're all under the same umbrella. It's a dependent charter. That LEA is under the district LEA.
I think we're all comfortable with enriching the charter too, if we could, but,
That's
so.
not the goal, though,
yeah.
right? It's just to offer another
Good if that's
choice
if it
to
happens.
families.
So PCOE currently is still intending to stay on the Rock Creek site. We are in discussions with Head Start. I have a meeting with them coming up at the end of the week to talk about possible relocations if they're even interested in going to the Rock Creek site. They would lease space from us though, so it wouldn't be like they're just going to take a percentage. They would just pay, they pay a per square footage, so that just kind of goes into the kitty. So a majority of the costs that you're talking about, the maintaining of the site and everything, though, that would fall to the charter. So that really is kind of what's holding it up. So would there be an increase in students? And like you said, how do you find out those numbers? So back to your original point, it's like, you don't really know for sure. Could there be students that would want to enroll because that is a closer area? Absolutely, I'm sure there are. Would it be enough to make it fiscally solvent, considering the extra burden of costs for running their own site again? I don't know. And the other piece of it is, would they be okay with that? Because, it might draw some people from that side of town, but it's not going to be Rock Creek. It's not going to have the same after school stuff. It's going to be a charter program that they're signing up for. So that could be a factor as well. And as far as, should they get to a point where they are like, maybe we really enhance that non-classroom based and, they kick up enrollment. Yeah, I think at that point, that's something that we could talk about, maybe a lease revenue or something like that for the space at the Alta Vista Elementary School on Oak Street. The agreement that we have with them was they did not pay any lease revenue. So there was no lease money paid for the site. And obviously, as you know, in their budget, they don't have that right now. So
I'm sorry, who is not paying lease revenue?
the charter school.
Oh, right.
Right. So, I mean, and obviously there's no room in the budget. So that would have to be something that would be looked at, possibly in the future. So again, it just becomes the dice roll. Do we have could we guess might enroll in the charter school because of the location of Rock Creek? Would that be enough to offset the extra costs that like what we're saving net is, 146, I think, from the budget presentation. And the total savings from the closure is about $200,000. So we would need to add back in approximately $200,000 and then maybe tick back a little bit in some shared costs. And I mean, obviously the budget just isn't going to hold that.
I guess I can see Alta Vista, if what we were told is that this notice of funding determination. I'm sorry, I'm really dominating this, but I've been really deep in this school for the last 4 years and really involved in the charter rewrites and over the years. And so thank you for your patience, but is that if we were told the notice of funding determination was like a slam dunk, that there's no reason it shouldn't be approved. So given that, and then the ability to expand the number of students who are part of the non-classroom based program, that gives a potential buffer for the charter. I think we could attract more students at the Rock Creek site. I don't have numbers because no one has collected that data. No one has asked our families who would attend Alta Vista at Rock Creek. I could see between those two pieces being able to sustain the charter and offer something that, that we're not currently offering.
Is there room at Auburn Elementary, or is that like totally no way? There's no room, not even a.
No.
Okay. Well, the district preschool program is another program that moved from Alta Vista that it, I mean, that is another, I had asked for a general enrollment update from all the sites because I would really like to see how are the numbers shaking out at our various sites. And I understand that Auburn Elementary might be really tight and we're questioning whether or not there's space for like before and after school partners. And so I'm wondering also how we can alleviate that pressure on that site. And one thing that could move, as an example, would be the district preschool program. And it could be co-located at Rock Creek and share the expense of that site. I don't know what other programs might be an option, but I can see that between these different, if we were to implement these different, we get the non-classroom based, if we share a site with other programs that the enrollment could go up and I could see solvency in its future.
And I don't disagree. I think that, should the determination and should we be able to grow that non-classroom base, like I said, I have high hope. I've always had high hopes on the non-classroom base. I think, again, it's just, what are the risks the board's willing to take? And like you said, in the future, I think absolutely. But what's our risk tolerance on this for next fiscal year, for the following fiscal year, considering that we are in fiscal recovery, consider we do have a going concern letter from the County Office of Education. What's just really up to the board then, what the tolerance level is for risk.
My question would be, have you asked the parents that are willing to stay if location matters? Does it matter if it's at Sky Ridge or at EVK? What has been the reason?
Well, I've had a lot of parking lot conversations with my families. A lot of them object to going into a middle school. Going to a middle school with 500 something students when you're an elementary school student is very different than being part of a TK8 because of the proportion of students that are older. There's concerns about the facility, about, the play space for their students. A lot of charter school families just like to have a nice playground and, an established facility that is ready for their students. I haven't polled families yet. Was reluctant to poll families on different scenarios just because it's hard to be, what if we go here? What if we get, I just felt that it would make us look unstable for one. And I didn't know what options, are all out there. We discussed them in the FERC committee. And we had agreed on Sky Ridge because it was already an elementary school site that was set up that we could easily just move into classrooms and share that facility. So it would just be a matter of moving in, and I've shared charter school space before with traditional schools, and it's, you can run opposite schedules and you share staff and it's very smooth running. And that doesn't seem to be the case at EBK. So I think, I don't know, a lot of my families are looking at the other charter schools in the area, specifically Bowman and Newcastle. I haven't had anyone mention iLearn to me. Mostly it's Bowman and Newcastle.
I guess my second question is, if we ran a homeschool style situation, would those parents still be interested, or is it the in-school person that they want?
Well, I think I'm assuming it's in school because I only had 8 students registered in the fall for virtual academy or homeschool for our homeschool program, which is why we discontinued it. At my information nights, a lot of people don't seem excited about that. I think a lot of families learned during the pandemic that homeschool is difficult. The hybrid model of in-seat, out-seat, I think some families might be interested in that. I think what charter school families really want is access to independent study so that they can attend, go on trips and attend other outside activities, but that don't necessarily follow a pattern of 3 days in school and 2 days out. Because that seems to be the history that I found was independent studies scattered throughout the years, or throughout the school year, 1 week here, 1 week here, 4 days here. And that piece. And years ago, that was allowable. There weren't as many restrictions in that. And that's what charter schools are often known for, that flexibility, but not as rigid as like an iLearn where you're there 3 days and home 2 days.
I know one of the constraints we're working under is the need to notice staff before March 15th. So is there a way to, both notice staff that there's potential changes to this program, but then also, do one more kind of see how families respond to a different location?
Yes, there is a way to do that. We would notice staff, and then if we determine that we can bring staff back, then we do that.
I guess I'm trying to figure out, do we have more time? Can we both notice staff out of respect to them and then that they may have a need to make other plans? But then also have more time before we have to decide to close Alta Vista. It was really under my understanding that we can't close. If we were to start a new school year, we're on the hook to operate a program for the entire school year as a charter. So there's this kind of year decision point that's important. But I hope that we have more time to explore what options Alta Vista has before deciding to close it tonight. Is there a way for us to both honor the kind of staffing agreements, but then keep developing options for Alta Vista?
So I think it's really just about honoring the timeline. So we would notice staff through the resolution, but then we would have until, I think it's the May 10th board meeting would be the last board meeting to then finalize or rescind.
And it, to my, correct me if I'm mistaken, but the problem with parents signing up to Alta Vista right now is the uncertainty. Correct? Sorry, I'm looking at you guys.
Yes, families are, concerned that we look unstable and that things are undecided. And that can be a hard place when you're trying to look for a school for your child.
And teachers who would be noticed in March, how soon do they need to start looking for that next job?
Well, I think for our teachers, the question is like the assignments that come up as we're consolidating and right sizing, the assignments that come up that, they have seniority and they have the ability to take positions. And I think it's hard on them to live in both worlds. Well, what if Alta Vista stays, I want to stay with Alta Vista, but then what if I miss my chance? If I want to go to Skyridge or if I want to go to Auburn and this specific grade level comes up, and that would be my quandary as a teacher, wanting to make sure I had an assignment that I was well suited for and that I wanted to be excited about. That limbo can be difficult.
Is there any possibility that we could make a decision about Alta Vista after the funding determination is known, which is May 17th? I know you said maybe May 10th.
May 10th is the last possibility to make that final decision, whether to rescind or not to rescind.
For staffing,
yes. And then May 17th is following that. So May 15th is the absolute date, but our board meeting is May 10th. But still, even if you held a special board meeting, you're still not going to make it to that May 17th date. And that's what CBO Leslie was speaking about earlier. My left-handedness, I'm all backwards here. So that's what CBO Leslie was referring to. So our last date is May 15th. Our board meeting is the 10th, but we're not going to be notified until the 17th. So that's where we would have to take it. It's up to the board, what risks you're going to take in terms of making that decision.
Okay, so worst case scenario, we don't know yet by this May 10th board meeting, and we have to let staff know that, I'm sorry, but we don't know the future of the school. We're going to let you go essentially. And let's say we find out the week later that we have this, the funding determination was approved and we can develop a non-classroom based option. Could we not then try to hire for positions?
In any program that we begin after all the layoffs are done, we would have to hire for. How that works out exactly specifically in the situation, I'd have to look into, but so it could be that, we decide to implement a program and then we apply a position. We could do that. Thank you.
Could you potentially just describe what a possible hybrid model would look like for Alta Vista with your staff and what you would need?
Well, for the hybrid model that's non-classroom based, I was thinking we would model it after iLearn. I called Andy Wood, Principal Wood, at the beginning of last year, and I asked him how he got around the independent study laws. Like, how'd you do it? And he said, well, we're non-classroom based, so we're not operating that as independent study. So that's that piece. So the funding determination really is that key piece. And I would want it to be a program, not run as independent study, because I think that's better for students. I think it's hard on teachers and students when students inconsistently miss school. I think that 3 days in seat, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, start off the week, get your basic instruction done. And then Thursday, Friday, you're finishing the projects and assignments for that week. There's a program called Pathways that all the other homeschool programs use that allow, it syncs with Google Classroom, and it's like a electronic management way to manage the work that comes back, because there's a lot of laws about how to track non-classroom based work, those logs and all that piece is key. And I would not want to do that on paper ever again. We did that with independent study and it was a lot of paper. Speaking of the auditors, we had a lot of paper to get to them. So that's one thing we would need. And then, just time to plan and set up the program for our teachers and our school, our systems.
And the difference with the hybrid and independence is that the hybrid model would actually have teachers teaching rather than the parents having to teach the students.
No, yes, the teachers would have the students 3 days a week, but the parents would be the homeschool teachers 2 days a week. But they would be guided by the classroom teacher. So just like a master teacher does for a non-classroom based program, they would guide the work and collect the work and grade the work and assess the students. And they would be part of the classroom. So for example, let's say we had 24 students in first grade and maybe 6 of them were the hybrid model. Those 6 would just be absent on Thursday and Friday, but the class would still continue, as a classroom base. So it wouldn't be a parallel program run. It would be embedded into the classroom. They would just be classified as non-classroom based, even though they're in the classroom 3 days a week.
Would you recommend that we look into something like that?
Well, I mean, there's obviously demand because iLearn has a program. I haven't gotten any hits on that on the form on our website or in any of my information nights. And so I don't know. None of my current parents seem to be asking for that, but they are interested in independent study to be able to, complete work while their student is absent for illness or for, long weekends or family trips.
If I understood you in a previous session too, I think you said that most students live very close to Alta Vista. It's essentially a neighborhood school.
Yes, if you look at the demographic study that we did, I think back in the fall of last year or winter, I forget, but they had a bunch of colored dots based on schools. And yes, most of the families at Alta Vista live in the surrounding neighborhood. And from my conversations with families, they like the location of the school. And that is a key factor in why they attend Alta Vista. So when I showed you the graphs between, Sky Ridge, Auburn Hill, and Rock Creek, we kind of live in Sky Ridge's boundaries, but we kind of cross Auburnell's boundaries as well. So I would definitely recommend having access to that study and taking a look at that.
I guess where I'm concerned is we want Alta Vista, we want these options for the charter school. And while Alta Vista does fulfill the students' needs for some of our students, it's not been competitive with other options in the area. I think that's just the reality of it, is it hasn't been competing with as effectively against Bowman or Newcastle or some of the other ones in the area. And it seems like Alta Vista, looking at that map we saw before, the demographic study, most of them are in the surrounding area. So I think we want things to be a certain way and we're hoping that they're going to work out a certain way, but I don't know that we have the evidence that they will. I think the best predictor of future performance is past performance here. And that's what we've had so far, is kind of stagnating numbers with a minor uptick during the COVID, when we had more people looking for that alternative to what the other hybrid models were throughout the district. And then we lost them again too.
If I may, it's been 2 years that Alta Vista has been named as a school that was either going to close or move. So I think that just having that out in the world has really negatively impacted enrollment. So I think this downward trend that you're seeing is really based on that. A lot of people left once they heard that Alta Vista was going to move.
I think that the bar graph that we looked at just a little bit ago showed it was, I think the average is pretty, we started high and then dropped and kind of up and down since then, with a decrease the last couple of years.
It looked like a wave to me, like there was like an upward trajectory and then a downward trajectory during COVID and post the announcement that the school was going to close. And that was some of the messaging was closing, but we know now that moving was really more the accurate term, but I think it spooked a lot of families.
So if it's been such a big question for the last 2 years, and it's still even a question, if we do say yes tonight, let's say to move it to Skyridge, then what would be, how do we emphasize or ensure to the parents that it will be there next year, that it will be there the year after? Has there been any ideas throughout this process? Has there been any resolutions for ensuring that, or is it literally just if we have the budget?
Well, as a charter school, people have to choose to come to us. So the enrollment and the numbers of students drives what we can do in our program. So, yeah. So, I mean, I don't have, charter schools don't have boundaries where we draw from a certain neighborhood. So, yes, people have to choose to come to a charter school.
Which means we have to give them what they want.
Yes.
I think there's the choice in trustee and in the charter school. And I think there's also, I think what's been very difficult for this community is that it's always been seen as a neighborhood school, when in fact it's a charter program. And charter programs by nature are very nomadic. So they work out of office buildings, they can move from site to site. And I know that Principal Wilson has said this before. So it's very tough when we say, well, oh, but how do we know it's going to be there in like a year? And the truth is if the charter grows and it's co-locating with Skyridge, it's not going to stay there. Hopefully we can get into a place where it can expand even further. And so it may have another movement again. And I think that would be the ultimate goal of the charter, would be to not co-locate at some point, to have your own campus.
Yes.
So we could see movement again with that, should it expand.
So maybe just consider it a temporary position. It might help.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of what charters are. I mean, but again, that's the choice of the program to choose a charter.
It's just a side, do we have any surplus locations that could house this? I think my biggest fear is that Skyridge just swallows up Alta Vista, because once you're on that Skyridge campus, these programs are so great and so similar. That would be my fear, that once you're on Skyridge, parents might just choose to go to Skyridge rather than Alta Vista, however that looks. Are there other options available? Like, is there any surplus, or is there any, I understand the playground and like having the admin. I totally understand. I get that part.
I mean, we don't really at this time have any others that would, prove to be as a fiscal benefit, I guess, to say, to Alta Vista. And even with the co-location, should we, move on to the second item and look at a change in location from EBK Middle School to, say, Skyridge. I think you had said, again, anecdotally, like maybe 10 families that might follow you then, in addition to Skyridge.
It's hard to say.
Anecdotally, again, approximately 10. So then now, we just kind of bump those numbers up to about 10 more. And that's kind of what we're working at fiscally.
So location really is telling us that there's not a major impact with location, except for the fact that the admin, the staffing, the playground, things like that.
Right.
But for the parents and the families and guardians, and what we heard, the location doesn't seem to matter. I mean, we could potentially move the district office to Rock Creek and move Alta Vista to the district office.
Yes.
Potentially.
I don't think it's big enough. I mean, I don't think it has a big enough space.
You'd still need a playground.
Use the warehouse as a playground.
With all the food.
No.
My biggest concern is just Skyridge kind of eating up that charter.
And I think we're hearing families say that they'll move with the charter, but what we see is there's mostly neighborhood families attending Alta Vista. I'm not saying that they won't move with it, but I think the evidence shows though is that most of the families going there do live in the neighborhood, and we aren't seeing as many from the surrounding area.
It's so hard for me to judge that, because I mean, I know families that are driving from, way the northern part of the Rock Creek district, or catchment area to come to Alta Vista. I get to walk there, which is lovely. But I don't know that I'm representative of most Alta Vista families. I think we have a total mix. I mean, some people are driving from, there used to be a family that drove from Antelope. I mean, you name it. I don't think we, as much as it's my neighborhood school, I don't know that most families see it that way. I think that they're coming from, I think some families were, there's one family that just joined us this year. I think they're coming from El Dorado County and they were attracted to the garden programs and culinary and the orchard and things like that. So it's really a mix. I don't know that I can characterize it that way.
Oh, it's definitely a mix. What I'm saying though is that if we just look at the actual numbers though, when we look at that data, most are in the surrounding area. I mean, and we could pull up the, I'm sure.
Demographic study.
Yeah, I think I don't have my computer logged in.
Again, I feel like if we were to outright close the charter tonight, that we're missing an opportunity for potentially partnering with Blue Door and offering an alternative for families who wish to be enrolled in AUSD and homeschool and take classes in that setting. So I definitely don't, I don't support an outright closure. I think there has to be some other alternative that we can work out. I don't know what that is.
And that's, I'm concerned there may not be much of an alternative, especially if we're going to be notifying staff that, they may be laid off. I think we have to expect that these teachers and staff are going to be looking for other positions. And we might not have the staff there then to support Alta Vista, or be scrambling on the back end to try to fill positions. And we're just continuing with this uncertainty. I mean, right now we're looking at a 4-5 split of 15 students, 14 students, I think, based on the material we're shown so far tonight. So I think it's okay if we aren't able to provide this in the way that people in our community have chosen to go to. I think we want to, but maybe we have to kind of cut, and work on what we can, focus on what we can achieve reasonably. I would love to be able to keep up with this though, with the charter and at its current location. But I don't see how that is going to be the best decision moving forward. I want to keep those options there. If we're to make it the alternatives or the homeschool, but like you said, we had to discontinue that. We had 8 students. So it seems like there are programs that are filling in the area around us and they are more competitive. And we might not have the bandwidth right now to try to make this the most competitive program. We have to work on the other sites still. It might just be focused on what we can focus.
My understanding is that there are approximately 130 students who reside in Auburn that are taking classes at Blue Door. And that just gives you a sense of, as a district, do we want to be able to engage those families and give them an option to be part of the district? Or do we want to keep letting them enroll through programs that are even out of county?
And I also think it's a little premeditated to decide to close something when other schools have not even give their acceptance letters for students. And so there's a huge handful of students that are still in this undecisive. Even Rock Creek, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on with Rock Creek where there's possibly some hope that something might happen to save Rock Creek, and those parents are really just trying to decide where to go. And I think Alta Vista is a really good opportunity. If we did move it to Skyridge, I think the only way to really move it to Skyridge is to make it that hybrid model where we can offer something different for parents. And otherwise, I don't see why we would move it unless we were going to offer something different.
Well, and programmatically, Diana can create a program that looks different than what Skyridge offers. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of the charter is, what do parents want? That's what the principal then puts in motion, right? And so the issue is, are there the students there to bring the funding in to do so? And so, and I realize that takes us right back to where we're starting, but I just want to say that because right now their programs may look similar, it doesn't mean that Diana has to operate a program that looks so similar to Skyridge that people will leave the charter to go to Skyridge School.
I'm so sorry. I thought Heather Leslie had mentioned that there would be a principal teacher, but possibly not an admin principal.
Well, it depends on what direction you're going. So as you start looking at expanding these programs, I would defer, of course, to superintendent doesn't, assistant superintendent, whatever role at that point, to Michelle Lucci Garcia as to how to run that. Again, you know, when we start looking at building out those programs, it's going to be critical that we have a principal or an administrator that has the bandwidth and that has the expertise to expand those programs. So for example, if you're looking at really expanding out a non-classroom based, we're going to need somebody who's focused on making that work. You know, promoting it, making sure that we have all our paperwork in line, signing the people up, getting the charter funds lined up, making sure that the accounting office knows how to distribute those funds, things of that nature. So as we start looking at expanding programs, then we're going to need to make sure that we're expanding an administrator. If we're looking at having Alta Vista as the way that it is right now, and we're looking to keep it and we have 50 students, then that's what you're looking at. Is probably a principal type teacher.
No charter, this 3.
Yeah, well, and that,
teachers.
yeah, because that's the way it
So
is
if
right
we
now.
keep it the way it is, then this is what we're looking at. If we're looking at changing anything, we may want to figure that we should keep it. Or
Someone with charter.
or
expertise.
hire a consultant, right? Hire someone as a consultant to lead us through that process.
I would leave that to the program people to know. I don't know where you would get a consultant for that. I haven't.
And that would probably be a decision for down the road, right? In a couple of years, when we see what interest.
Well,
is
yeah,
like.
I mean, even we're considering what to do now, right? If we wanted to do a hybrid option, she's definitely an option. Consultants are not looking at that, right?
And just again, so the board is aware that that is something that would probably not produce, you know, big results right out of the gate. So the board has to be prepared that next fiscal year is probably not going to be the year of fiscal solvency for Alta as a charter school.
We don't know that yet, though. I mean, I think if you have two different modalities, if you have a non-classroom based and an in-seat, that gives you more opportunities for attracting families and providing options.
I mean, absolutely. But like I said, it's, you know, like you said, there's 130 families, but not all 130 are going to jump right away. So it's probably going to take a couple of years to really build that up and get them to move over or to have new families that you refer in, things of that nature as we try to work with that and partner with Blue Door.
Even the fact that it was on the agenda for tonight, that Alta Vista could potentially close, felt very abrupt to me. There's just an article published in the Auburn Journal from the superintendent that Alta Vista is not closing, it's moving. I think we just need a little time to regroup with our community and I think it's fair for us to say, maybe as a board that we had hoped that moving Alta Vista to EV Kane was going to be an attractive option, but we're hearing from families that most families are fairly lukewarm on this campus as a location for younger students and that we need to hear from the community in order to determine whether we can get the numbers to offer Alta Vista at a different site. We don't have a lot of time, but we have a small window where we can explore an alternative and, you know, by the end of the school year, determine whether or not we can move forward.
And definitely at least until May. First step.
Principal Wilson, for your planning and for your staff, is a decision better tonight or in May after we've had more opportunity to enroll students? But also considering that we would still have to notice that staff next week and that people would be potentially looking for alternative.
You know, it's just such a tough call. You know, I mean, on the side of, you know, having to look for employment, I think that's a tough place to be in. And it's a lot of work for educators to fight at other places. And it's, you know, risky, you know, especially when you like where you are and you have to make that decision, you know, do I hang in there or do I not? You know, obviously I would love to give it more time. I love my little school and, you know, I do think it can be successful. It's just, you know, is viewed as unstable right now or unstable. So I think that's whatever we do, we need to come out, if we're going to keep us open, we need to come out with a good plan going forward so that we can market it strongly to give families all the options. And as far as program goes, you know, I haven't had a lot of evidence that there is a demand for the hybrid model, at least delivered by Alta Vista, but that could change perhaps as we move forward. So
And I do know that families have left for the hybrid model, so whether the families there now would like this model or not, I know we've lost a lot of parents to that hybrid model.
I have mixed feelings about the hybrid. I mean, it's something that I've been interested in. I believe iLearn is operating 1 class per grade, and I think they cap at 20. So they're a relatively small program and that's filling that hybrid need in the community. I do think a lot of families are working and it's really hard for them to pull off a hybrid model. So I don't know how many more hybrid. I would love to know for sure, but I don't know how many more hybrid families there are that we are missing.
Well, and with the losing students to the other models around us and the other charters going down to Sacramento, I think a big part of that though is people and parents choosing not to have their students in what they see as a conventional public school. And with Alta Vista being part of AUSD, it has the perception still as being a public school, California public school, with all of the political implications that come along with that, which certainly has been a hot topic of discussion. You know, if I had to stake something on it, I think that's where we're losing more families to these other charters, is because of the politics of it, because of perceived ideology, and parents wanting an alternative.
I'm not sure. I think that Bowman and Newcastle, for example, have been attractive options for families because they're a little bit bigger. And they're more like 2 classes per grade level or 3, and they've just been around longer. They're better established, and you know, it's been a little over 10 years that Alta Vista has been in operation as a charter.
But Alta Vista has been in existence since the late 1800s at that site.
Oh, I want to clarify on that. So the original Alta Vista was a traditional school of the districts.
Actually, President Holt is an alumni.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But Alta Vista is a charter school which adopted their same name. So there's a lot of confusion in the community that, you know, Alta Vista was closed, but then Alta Vista was reopened. It was reopened as a charter school in the same location that the original Alta Vista was in. So there's definitely that confusion in the area as well.
I understand that. Thank you
okay.
for the clarification, but that's, no, I understand, but I think that's still though, we're still seeing folks, they still see that Alta Vista is there. Maybe some don't understand it's no longer a charter. Maybe there's been some confusion on it's the same Alta Vista that was there 30 years ago or in the early 2000s. But we just haven't had that competitiveness. It's just not there. And it may be that for, you know, obviously for some students and families, it's the perfect school. It's the perfect location, it's the perfect program. For many others, it's not. And it looks like it's just not been as competitive as other schools. So I'm open to, you know, pushing this out, this decision, but I think we owe it to the community too, to give them stability one way or the other. We owe it to the staff, we owe it to the families and the students. But I'm certainly open to moving that decision. But I think that might just still, you know, continue that uncertainty. I think there's a lot of things, like I said earlier, that we want to happen, that we hope would happen, but I don't know that that's what will happen. I don't know that we're in the position to make that gamble.
What would it look like if we were to delay the decision? Principal Wilson, do you have any ideas? Let's say we waited another meeting or 2 to make our final decision. What steps would you take to kind of poll the community about locations? I still want the Rock Creek site to be under consideration as a potential site for Alta Vista, because I think it really differentiates it rather than, I mean, for me personally, I don't know that I speak for all Alta Vista parents. If I were to choose between Alta Vista at Skyridge and Skyridge, I would likely send my child to Skyridge. But again, I don't know that that's what the majority of the community if they're in agreement with that. So I would like, it would be interesting to see among our families, if they were to choose Sky Ridge or Rock Creek, or to try to kind of put out a survey to Alta Vista families and AUSD families, what their preferences would be.
Go occupying Rock Creek. I mean, I would love to. You want to hand me a new school site? You know, sure, that'd be great. I mean, that would still be our individual school site. And my understanding that it doesn't solve the solvency issue unless we for sure gain that enrollment at Rock Creek. So that's the risk. I would have thought more parents would have come to the information about Alta Vista last week. I'm still open to going out there as often as possible and polling families and doing that piece, but you know, the enrollment drives the funding. And I would still need my own office staff and custodial and nutrition services. And the whole reason to share another site with somebody else is to be able to share those costs. So then I'm unsure where those cost savings would come in, other than just gaining an enrollment to be financially solvent.
Well, and also opening us up to homeschooling, right, which potentially, hopefully provide some kind of income for a charter.
Yes.
I would also love to see like some kind of poll if parents are interested in a hybrid situation, if that is something.
All Auburn families or just Alta Vista families?
I mean, I would love all families because I know families at Auburn Elementary that are looking to pull their kids to go to Iowa next semester too. So I would love a district-wide poll to kind of see if that is an option, if parents and families, guardians are interested.
Well, and from a marketing perspective, if you were going to poll Auburn families, why not poll the whole town of Auburn? Because those are the students that we're missing, right? The ones that have chosen already to go somewhere else. So it could be useful to poll our families, but it could also be useful to poll the city of Auburn to let them know what's available in their own community.
Brilliant.
So would the board like to make a new request?
Should we try to put this in the form of a motion somehow?
Let's kind of workshop it for a
Motion,
second
yeah.
and then come up with something. You know, so obviously I've expressed my concerns. But so I think maybe we should try to do still sooner rather than later. So instead of May, maybe we set April as that deciding point, where we commit tonight that we will make that final decision in April.
By the next board meeting, do you think we'll have ample time to,
We always can use more time. I mean,
do you think we'll have enough time to survey the community, formulate an option and make a decision?
Wasn't this all decided before we had to vote? Like the polls, all of the questionnaires?
That's a great question, and it did. I mean, it's my understanding that we someone else can try to speak to this, but the recommendation that came from the FRIP committee was that Alta Vista moved to Sky Ridge as a board once it was decided that Rock Creek would close. I supported the idea. I thought it was a great idea to try to offer Alta Vista at EV Kane, you know, as a more central location and somewhat of a K-8 option. But it seems like the enrollment doesn't support that decision that we made together.
Oh, no, I mean, before we even came to the vote, wasn't all of the polls, wasn't all of the questionnaires, wasn't all of the parents asked where they would go, what would be the best thing? Wasn't this done before we voted?
No, but they've, you know, but parents have chosen so far with their enrollment.
So we did send out the intent to return forms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
yes, I got that.
And we were hoping to get those back to indicate, you know, what our enrollment would be at each site, so we could start that planning process.
But I think trustee Dowd is asking a different question, which is really kind of like a market survey of families, like what do you want? And the city of Auburn had put out a survey in the fall, but then there was concern about the timing with Measure E, and so that was pulled. So there is a survey that was developed that could be ready to go right away.
So I think then at this point, though, looking at agenda item C1, I don't think we need to make a new motion at this time. I think we can still just vote on that because that isn't going to be necessarily binding. I mean, we can still revisit this next month. So I think we need a motion on agenda item C1, and then we have to look at C2 and look at then moving, if we're going to plan to move Alta Vista to Sky Ridge, that needs to be the plan. So we would need to vote on that.
But I thought we were saying we wanted to poll the community about where they would be willing to attend.
I mean, if we want to keep E.V. Kane as the default then until then, I mean, we can do that. But yes.
Oh, my concern is that we are unable to build a playground on that school site. And I just think that's a really hard sell to grow an elementary school. So
So if you want us to be
yeah,
successful,
I would
it
want-
might be better to move it to Sky Ridge, and that would be kind of our default,
Mhm.
where if it's going to be, you know, Alta Vista Community Charter, if we're going to have that this next year, it will be at Sky Ridge, or we can change it from there, look at alternative locations such as Rock Creek, if that was to be viable, but we would say it won't be at the E.V. Kane campus because so far that's gotten us 66 letters back within Pensacola. And we can't put a playground here.
Well, we can, we just haven't. And I do know that we have some really incredible community members coming together right now to try to make that possible.
And if we were to be building one, I think you brought up CBO that we would have to then do some other retrofits for ADA compliance.
Absolutely. So the biggest hurdle really as we start to look into this is anything that's going to be anchored into the ground is going to start triggering some very serious ADA compliance. As we started looking at where could we place it in the 6th grade village area, we started running into bumpers of the fire lanes. So we can't build within the fire lanes. So that immediately defaults us to a little bit lower onto the blacktop. Then we don't have any compliant ADA access to it. So then the question really became from the architect of, you know, can we just look at some like outdoor learning spaces instead of an actual anchored playground, which like, you know, maybe some stumps or some learning walls. And in discussion with Principal Wilson and administration, it was found that that would not be desirable to Alta Vista families, that they'd really be looking for an actual play structure. But really, again, the ADA compliance comes from parking lot in then. So once we start to go in the ground to anchor, we start from the parking lot and then all the way to that access point, and then from the classrooms of use, all the way down to the playground area itself. And secondarily to that, there was also concerns about, bless you, the drop-off areas. So the desired drop-off area was to come in from the back road up here and then come out the access road. But because it is fire access road, that's a concern, number one. Number two, the road would require significant improvements. And number three, there's no ADA accessibility access to that. Number three, there is no ADA accessibility parking to the 6th grade village. There is in the 7th, 8th grade area, but there is no direct connect. So to have a drop off be up there is also a concern. So then it reroutes it to basically make a big U-turn almost towards the front of the school and then come out. And so that was also a concern, is would the students be comfortable walking from that up the side of the back of the wings here and then up the hill and the smaller fire lane to the 6th grade village. And I think that's really where we started going, okay, we've got some site constraints here that were probably just, you know, unknown at the time. And that's where, you know, could we go through the improvements? Yeah, but it's going to take quite some time and quite a bit of money. And then we have to weigh, you know, capital improvement monies that would then come from the district because the charter doesn't have it. So AUSD would be investing capital resource funds into the 6th grade village for a playground for X amount of students. And then that then becomes the question to the board.
I think it's okay for us to regroup and say, you know, upon further study and hearing from our community that unfortunately Alta Vista became, you know, remember we were making that decision after midnight. It was, I mean, it was a very long meeting. And anyway, so just, I think it's okay for us to say we need to regroup and we want to gather more information and explore. I would like to explore the option of both Sky Ridge and Rock Creek. Another way that we could get more information from our families is that we could ask Blue Door to ask their families what their likelihood or interest is in enrolling in Alta Vista in order to, as their homeschool provider.
I think that's reasonable, but I do think though that we need to try to set that sooner rather than later. Probably, I know it'd be a tight turnaround, but I think April gives our staff and families more time to prepare than May, when, that we've got to make those final determinations.
I think we can do our best and see where we are in advance of, remember, we have our spring break. I don't know, I'm just trying to think about how much time we have for data gathering.
There's always more data that we could gather, and
Oh, I don't
we
mean to
also-
be like focused on, like, we need to gather
No, I don't think so.
data to a fault, but I think we need an exploration of the two remaining sites, since it seems that we're acknowledging perhaps that EB Kane we're hearing it's not a viable option for the charter to continue.
And regarding, having it on the Rock Creek site, like if that's something that could be viable, I mean, that could be great. I also have concerns though that we just closed the school with almost 300 students, and then we'd be bringing in a school maybe that has 66 currently with an intent. I just don't think that's, I don't see how that would work or be fair to anybody. I just think it looks terrible too. To be blunt. Why would we close that school and then bring another, charter that has historically almost a third, just a little over a third of the enrollment in Rock Creek, and we made a decision to close it.
I think it provides another option for families, and since we're unable to provide transportation to families, it provides a walking option for individuals who live in that neighborhood. I mean, I know there's really kind of no substitute for losing your school that you love, but it's another option for families. I'm really concerned about how full Auburn Elementary might be, and I was really hoping that we could get some sort of an enrollment update on how the numbers look at that site. So I think it is just another. I understand the optics that you're talking about, closing and then relocating, but the charter needs, if we're going to support the charter, it needs a home somewhere.
And that's, so I guess I'm concerned if we're just trying to play some sort of shell game if we do that, and like I said too, it historically hasn't been competitive as a charter with other charters in the area. And so maybe it's in our best interest to focus on what we are good at and what we have been successful with, which is our traditional public schools. Certainly it's done better than the charter. I'll see you making the face, but
Only because our public school systems are not very successful right now and not what they used to be. For sure.
and that's what we're working on, right? So,
I could see if Alta Vista was to move to Rock Creek, also moving the district office to Rock Creek. Thus allowing that surplus to figure out what that looks like and bringing people more together. So it could be a bigger possibility than just moving Alta Vista, right? We could potentially have more surplus property to sell or lease and move that district office as well.
and the warehouse and all the other facilities, or, that
Right,
warehouse, I
there's
know it's a
always
big one, big lift.
Right. There's always options.
I want to chime
Refrigerators.
real quick. What I'm hearing is a lot of ifs and whats and a lot of, let's roll the dice and see what happens here. And that really concerns me because I believe a lot of the financial situation this district is in right now is because we've kept kicking the can down the road and not willing to make the tough decisions. And as much as I would like to see the charter to stay. I am with Greg here. I even have friends that go to Alta Vista and they love it and they're very concerned. And but are we as a district willing to take a gamble in the financial situation we're in right now?
What we're doing though by closing schools, we're already in a financial campaign.
So many Alta Vista families that I talk to are primarily looking outside of the district. So we're already at risk of losing a lot of revenue. So I'm just trying to find
So
an
why are
option that
we-
would keep them in our district rather than sending them out. I think that yes, there's a contribution that Auburn Union makes to the charter, but closing a charter means the loss of the contributions that Alta Vista makes to the district and means potentially the loss of a lot more students.
Yes, I understand that. But it's all a gamble that I'm hearing right now is the charter going to be solvent? If we do this, will the charter be solvent? If we do this, will the charter be solvent? And I'm not hearing anything tonight, anything definite that is going to reach that goal, at least not, in the next year. So do we want to take that risk and kick that can down the road is what I'm asking.
I'm asking for 1 to 2 months to revisit. I'm hearing that this EV cane option is not viable. I'm looking at people shaking their heads in the audience and that I'm not asking to kick the can down the road, but there are things that will negatively impact the district if we close the charter outright. Closing the charter isn't necessarily this excellent solution. It means fewer students to serve and less of an offset of the expenses of the district. So I don't see why we can't take 1 or 2 months to investigate alternatives to Alta Vista at EV Cane.
So with that, trying to think of the right way that I would say it. But I would move that we retain Alta Vista Community Charter School with the caveat that we will make a final determination at our April board meeting.
I would like to amend that. I think we need to notice staff. That's what we have to do this evening. So that needs to be part of the motion somehow, that pending, polling our constituents, basically. That we need
Okay.
additional time we have to notice staff because we have a March 15th deadline. We need a little bit more time to investigate options for Alta Vista. So we're not even necessarily saying that we're retaining it at this point.
I guess we're saying we are postponing that decision 1 month. Right. So with the caveat that we will notice that.
Right.
So we're going to table the potential closing of Alta Vista, and then
with, I guess we have to combine these two then, or.
Sure. No,
can we go ahead and
yeah, we don't
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
take
Okay,
any
yeah,
action on one,
yeah,
right?
okay.
so we can table one and then take action on two?
We can table both of them, or we can take action on one and leave the.
Well, I think taking action on two, at least that will at least give families, a sense of what school it's going to go to.
I think that's what we're hearing from Principal Wilson too, and that EV Cane is not viable for Alta Vista Community Charters. So I think we do need to take action on number 2.
I think especially though, it sounds like a lot of it is the uncertainty of us even keeping it open or keeping it closed. I think especially if we are going to move it to Skyridge, which I do agree with, then we do need to emphasize that we're keeping it closed. And I do think that we need to vote on that tonight so that those students can get enrolled. And so that we can keep those plans going. And so that we can get those programs planned and get the emphasis of the separation from Skyridge organized and out there. I think that it's really important that we started and that we vote on it too.
All right, so I'll go ahead and move and make a motion to table number 1.
I think we can just create a new motion. I don't know that we have to. What is it, after all this discussion, I thought we had cut, we need to notice staff because we have this March 15th deadline, but we're asking for more time to investigate whether Alta Vista should move to Skyridge or Rock Creek and what the implications of those options are.
I'm trying to make sure we're going to do this the right way.
Okay. we're not subject to the motion that was proposed on the agenda. I think we create our own.
Yes.
And then my question would be, I'm so sorry, is if we are moving it to Skyridge, I mean, if we are going to vote on number 2, are we voting on number 2 with the assumption as is 55 students, which means there's no charter administrator, there's 3 certificated staff. And we're assuming reductions in indirect costs and sped costs due to reduced enrollment and expenditure.
I think that's why we're going to poll though, is that we need to know whether
So,
the
but that,
numbers
how are we
change.
voting on Skyridge, knowing with what information, knowing that we have uncertain parents or knowing that we have 60 parents that want to sign up for Alta Vista? That's kind of my question.
You don't know. What you do know is that EV Kane is restrictive in what you can do as far as placing the charter here. So it needs the alternative.
Good terminology, great terminology.
You could see I was trying to pull that.
That was really good. Okay.
And then as far as staffing goes, then it depends on enrollment, then depends on income, depends on combination classes, depends on expansion of programs.
I think the reason I asked that is because again, we're going to have to give notices to certain people. So are we giving them notices with the assumption of this? Or what are we giving notices on?
The resolutions to the charter is being closed because that's what we have to do conservatively as of March 15th. Then depending on what action is taken in April, we can either rescind those layoff notices or we go forward with layoff notices at the May 10th board meeting.
I guess you're right. So we don't have to even talk right now about whether or not we're going to notice the staff because we'll have an opportunity to vote on that later. So I think really what we're talking about is we've discussed giving more time for Alta Vista to explore alternate locations, and we could just leave it open-ended. I don't think we have to choose one side or another.
Would it be helpful to you if we did designate a site tonight?
Absolutely. It's really hard to market a what if. I'm good at marketing, but it's really hard when you don't have, when you don't have a specific location. And it should be a location that will solve the fiscal solvency issue, in my opinion.
And that appears to be Skyridge.
But that, we just eliminated an option, right, at that very moment, if we only are. It's up to us what the options. We're just talking about an exploration of an option. We're asking, we discussed polling families. Where would you enroll your child?
It sounds to me like what's being proposed would be that we table the vote on whether to close Alta Vista, but instead of having EV Kane be the default location, that we change it to Skyridge to give a default location and then come back and then make that decision about where you want to put Alta Vista. But really, it sounds to me like from Principal Wilson's perspective, if we take EV Kane off the table, she might have a better chance at boosting enrollment and getting some stability in enrollment. And then that's going to give us a better picture when we come back.
Right, but it feels like my request that we consider Rock Creek and understand how it would impact the district finances is getting lost in that.
I don't think anybody's trying to lose it, but if we do nothing and we leave it as EV Kane, then it's still designated that Alta Vista will be going to EV Kane. And we'll be asking Principal Wilson to sell a wedding. And at least there will be a picture if we say Skyridge. And if we get 200 intents to enroll from the Rock Creek area, then let's revisit that. Let's revisit that in April. And let's revisit some of those opportunities.
I think moving it to Skyridge doesn't even give, I mean, I'm on that side and it doesn't even give me the option to drive to Skyridge, whereas I'm actually one of the people that enrolled to bring my child to here, EV Kane, Alta Vista. But it doesn't give us that option. If you move it all the way to Skyridge, it's a long distance.
So how about if the motion is to consider sites other than EV Kane?
Yes.
So that takes Alta Vista off the EV Kane campus. And then but we're still at that same place where you're going to decide later that at least we take Alta Vista off the EV Kane campus. So then families can have hope that there will be the playground and the things that Principal Wilson is referring to.
So you can sell it as a what if except EVK.
Yeah, I mean, having it be 2 possibilities of an elementary school site would make a lot of parents feel more comfortable with the relocation.
So I'm going to try to make a motion. I'm open to friendly amendments, but I move that Alta Vista Community Charter School alternate location sites be explored. I need to put a date prior to I still am pushing for the May board meeting. Maybe we don't have to have a timeline. Basically, we are moving that Alta Vista have the opportunity to explore locations other than EB Kane.
Do you think that's going to be helpful?
As long as I can be specific with families that it's Rock Creek or Sky Ridge, that we're not exploring strip malls and all those places, because we're not an independent charter school, and we do not have the reserves to explore those other kind of places. So I don't want to give the misconception that we have all of these other options to explore. We're really talking about 2 locations. And that will be better and make families feel better instead of leaving it maybe so vague, because we don't have the resources. The charter doesn't, and AUSD doesn't have the resources to explore commercial sites, which is very common in charters, but we don't have those funds right now.
I agree with you with the point you just made. So I could try again that I move that we explore alternate, I move that we explore both the Rock Creek and Sky Ridge Elementary locations for Alta Vista. I'm not, the wording is off. If anyone else wants to jump in, please.
Sorry, I'm being quiet because I'm trying to think of another way we could work on that.
With a hybrid option.
We do have some language here in number 2 that we could just amend. We could keep the language still an if that it will remain in operation, correct? So we could say if ABCCS is to remain in operation.
You can even just add on
The
Rock Creek into
relocation
that.
to Rock Creek and or Sky Ridge Elementary. I still need like a verb there for that we're exploring those 2 options. Sorry, I'm really flailing on the motion building right now.
You know, I've expressed my concerns. That, you know, so we would table item 1. We're delaying that decision until April. In the motion, let's see, we would move that Alta Vista Community Charter School, if Alta Vista Community Charter Schools remain open, it will not be on the EB Kane campus, or it will be.
I think I finally have it. I'm not
Okay.
sure. Okay. It's basically number 2. If the Alta Vista Community Charter School is to remain in operation, I move that Alta Vista consider relocation to Sky Ridge Elementary School and or Rock Creek Elementary.
And I would like to make an amendment to that to add that. Oh gosh, could you read that one more time? I had
Yeah.
it.
If Alta Vista is to remain in operation, so we're communicating that there's a question about that. I move that Alta Vista consider relocating to Sky Ridge and or Sky Ridge or Rock Creek. It wouldn't be and.
Okay.
Can I say something? Could we word it that AUSD considers, because as a charter school, I don't determine where I go unless I was independent. You are the authorizer and you tell me where I go. And the charter does not have funds to consider other school sites. So I would just put that in there.
Okay, thank you.
I
Appreciate
guess-
the workshopping of this motion.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience still being here. I guess I would add with a final determination to be made at the April board meeting.
Principal Wilson, does that give you enough time to carry out this task?
It gives me enough time to pull my families. I'm gonna need maybe some support from Angie Brown if we're going to pull all of Auburn or some sort of mailing campaign or whatever. I will need her assistance.
Yeah, I have it written down. I'll bring it to you. Yeah.
Would you mind reading it out loud?
Yeah.
Sometime, though?
Is there a more flexible way to state your intention to, I hear you saying it needs to happen sooner rather than later. I mean, it could even happen at a special board meeting if we needed to. Can we give a little flexibility that we have an intention of making this decision by May?
I think we've been discussing this. This has been on the table for the last year. Over the last month, I know Principal Wilson has made tremendous efforts to get outreach out to the community. I know the district has been trying to work on that. I don't think it's in anybody's best interest to continue kicking this down the road. So I think that is my concession, is as far as mine is concerned, that I would concede that we would make the final determination at the regular April board meeting.
When is that again? Is it the third? I think,
I think it's usually the second.
It usually is, but I think because of the vacation, I think April gets moved out. No, okay, it's the 12th, okay, so it doesn't get moved, so staff are preparing things during the week of spring break, right?
I just wouldn't put April 12 on it because we've gone into the next day once before. So we just say at the.
By the end of April?
At the April regular board meeting.
Okay. I think what we have right now is if the Alta Vista Community Charter School is to remain in operation, I move that AUSD consider relocating Alta Vista to Sky Ridge Elementary or Rock Creek Elementary with a final determination by the April 2023 board meeting.
Or to be made at the April.
With the final determination at the,
Or to be made at, or to be made during.
to be made, okay. Okay. Should I read it one more time? Okay. If the Alta Vista Community Charter School is to remain in operation, I move that Auburn Union School District consider relocating Alta Vista to Sky Ridge Elementary School or Rock Creek Elementary School with a final determination to be made at the April 2023 regular board meeting.
Should we also explicitly say that Skyridge will not be on EBK campus? Oh, excuse me, yeah, thank you. Skyridge is definitely.
Skyridge also. We're, you can say that.
Okay, well, if you think it's not necessary, felt like it just gave a little bit more clarity that at least this would be off the table.
Maybe saying removing EBK from as an option.
Or if you just want to leave it open.
No, I think it's fine. I think you're maybe want to communicate to families that we're hearing from you that there isn't a critical mass of families enrolling at Alta Vista EBK. So we're basically removing that option.
And there are serious other implications, financially about trying to put in the facilities to support them.
Yeah.
If we were to get an influx suddenly and they would have all the students that we needed to be here, it's still a lot of work that would have to be done to accommodate them.
I just want to speak up. I do know that there is a handful of families that will come to Alta Vista at EBK, but will not come to Alta Vista at Sky Ridge. So
And vice
yeah,
versa.
yeah.
Yeah.
So do we want to put a sentence, a lead-in sentence saying Alta Vista will no longer be moved or will no longer relocate to EBK in
Something like that.
2024?
Yeah, the board, yeah. Yeah,
The board
has
rescinds,
determined.
the
that,
board has determined. Okay.
that EDK is not a viable location for Alta Vista Community Charter School.
The board has determined that EBK is not a viable location for Alta Vista. Okay. Kirsten, I'll write this out in a way that's legible.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to write it out though, just so we have it written out, we know what we're deciding.
While I'm writing, does anyone have any other comments, things to add? Can we still invite any public comment on this?
No. Okay, why don't we take a recess then? Let's do a 10-minute recess while Clerk Brickler is still diligently writing this down. So, okay, at this time, what time is it? It's 9:15. We'll take a recess for 10 minutes. Be back at 9:25.
Yeah, he hit it.
And it is now 9:25. We are back in session. I move that AUSD consider relocating Alta Vista Community Charter School to Skyridge Elementary or Rock Creek Elementary with a final determination to be made at the April board meeting, at the April. Yeah, at the April board meeting. Oh, I'm sorry. There was a space. Okay, let me have my turn rereading it. The board has determined that E.V. Kane is not a viable location for Alta Vista Community Charter School. So I've got to start all over. I move that I make a motion that the board has determined E.V. Kane is not a viable location for Alta Vista Community Charter School. The board moves that that AUSD consider relocating Alta Vista Community Charter School to Skyridge Elementary or Rock Creek Elementary with a final determination to be made at the April board meeting.
I second that motion.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
And any opposed? No. Oh, a roll call vote? No, thank you.
Oh.
No, this isn't a
it's not
resolution. No.
But I appreciate that you're being mindful of that because we do have a lot of those.
Okay, so moving then to item 12D, sale of surplus property. And I think we have public comment. We have public comment. Okay, so with 12D, that is you.
That is me. Again, hopefully April, you'll hear less from me. So what we have in front of you per board request is over the years, the district has gone through the motions of 7-Eleven committees and other items to look at 3 different parcels that they have up as surplus. So they've gone through various 7-Eleven committees, even though none of the properties have actually been used as school sites or for educational purposes previously. It was requested that these come in front of the board as possible surplus final sales. The appraisals that had already been engaged in are attached. And one of the reasons as to why these had been delayed was because we were trying to work with legal and also the appraisers to find out why they were coming in so low. And one of the reasons why they're coming in so low is because they are currently unapproved properties. And when you look at properties for sale, we look at them as what's for sale on the public market. We're not really looking at what is appraising out. So we can't really, or I should say we can't, the appraiser can't really take a small parcel that's for sale inside of a development and compare that to a piece of raw land. So this is essentially what the value of the land is based on a public piece of land that's undeveloped and unimproved. This is what the value would be should we offer it for sale to any other public entity. If the land were to then be offered and no one be interested in it and it were to go to public sale, that's where you start to see it going to the highest bidder. So that's where you start to see that I don't want to say the value improves, but the monetary value improves. So you get more money for it essentially. So these are being brought to the board as requested with their corresponding appraisals for approval for sale of surplus property, and administration recommends approval.
One question there. So would we have to move then to, if we wanted to divide a parcel, like the Sherland Tract one where we have part of it in Auburn City, part of it in the county? Sounds like there might be interest that Auburn City wants the part that's Auburn City or City of Auburn. Can we split that? Would that require an additional action tonight?
So because you've given me a heads up about that, I did a little bit of homework. And what I actually found is that Sherland Tract parcel is 4 different APN numbers. Now I'm digging a little bit more into it, but what the general consensus of the appraisal says is that 2 parcels are located within city limits, 2 are located in unincorporated. I think if I remember correctly, one of those parcels is actually part in city, part in unincorporated. So I need to dig a little bit further in with the appraiser and make sure that that isn't the case. If it is the case, we wouldn't have to expend money to have the parcels divided. We could just get individual appraisals on the parcels within the city limits and then parcels in the unincorporated area, which would be much better. So I have reached out to the appraiser to find out if there's any of that crossover between city and county. And if not, get a proposal together on appraisals for city parcels only and unincorporated parcels only on those Sherlin track. So as far as tonight, if it pleases the board, we can do an amended motion where we go forward with appraisals. I can get a direction from the board to go forward with appraisals on that parcel, and remove it from this motion and go forward with process of sale on the other parcels. Any combination of that, as you can, you guys know, we can be creative when it comes to these, so that's. And again, this is just a piece of the process, so we wouldn't have to re-engage in a 7-Eleven committee. None of the sites have been used for educational purposes. And in fact, current legislation, waives that at this point. So it really is just beginning the process of dipping our toe to sell them. And first one is going to be offering up to other public agencies for interest.
So I realize we've been sitting on this property. We're not planning on developing it. But at the same time, if we were to sell it, then it's gone forever and we've lost an asset. I'm hearing a lot about opportunities for long-term leases and partnering with developers in a way that we still retain the title, but that there could be a potential revenue source for the district. And so my trepidation is that once we sell, that's it, and we receive some lump sum. And these appraisals are incredibly low. And I've asked for them so many times that I'm finally seeing them, nearly. Yeah.
And now you see why it's taken a while. I've been
months.
trying to work every angle on them just to see.
But my concern is that it could be short-sighted of us to sell them outright when we haven't pursued the long-term lease options or the kind of sorry, Trustee Ross was the one who shared some of the materials that came from the California School Boards Association about best practices in terms of utilizing your property for kind of like the long-term benefit of the district. And there's a dual joint partnership or a dual occupancy agreement or something like that that allows us to even retain part of the property while a developer develops the rest of it. There's a lot of opportunities to partner with the city and the county and other organizations that are required to develop housing in our communities, for example. So I would like to see, I'm comfortable with moving forward. I don't see us developing these for school sites, but I want to pursue options other than outright sale.
I've not been made aware of any desires of anyone to partner. The only thing I've been made aware of is the city does have a desire to obtain the parcels that are in the city, but only the parcels that are in the city. They have no desire, of course, for anything that's an unincorporated. It is my understanding, and I could be incorrect unless there's something new that's happened, that the county is not interested in obtaining anything. They have parcels currently that they're not developing. So I have not been approached for any joint use. And I think my only caveat would be as long as it didn't cost us any money at that point, because of course I was approached by our financial advisor saying, we could get a higher appraised value if we chose to bring services to the site, such as water or power, or if we wanted to engage in tentative mapping of the parcels. But again, that would take our capital funds away from us in order to invest in, and again, the gamble of what could we get out of it. And right now we are expending our monies for annual upkeep, for unused site charges that we pay to the state of California just for having sites that we don't use and things of that nature. So this would be a way of cutting those expenses as well as possibly taking in additional funds.
And I agree, we are expending funds to maintain the properties, HOA fees, but I mean, it's about $20,000 a year that I would like to avoid spending. But just as an example, one of our parents I happened to run into last night, they work for the county's Community Development Resource Agency, and they said, this sounds potentially mutually beneficial. We need to increase housing. You have property. I think even if we haven't been approached yet, I don't know that we've made it available in a way that developers know that this is an option, that we're seeking partnerships. And I know that's extra work to lease rather than sell outright.
And liability and costs, but yeah.
But it's more nuanced than that, right? I mean, it's, do we sell something and it's gone forever, or do we explore whether there's an option that serves the district better in the long term.
Are there any like coding requirements or anything that we have to, like, we can sell these to anybody, or is like,
Again, we have to offer it to public
Zoning.
agencies first, and there's a hierarchy, so we have to offer it first, like cities and counties, like agencies first, and then the next step is park districts, and I think there's a couple of like water agencies, things like that. And then once we've gone through there, they have a certain number of days in which they have to respond. And then from there, we can move it up to highest bid.
has there been any interest? Has anybody said anything about buying besides the city of Auburn? Have you heard anything?
Again, City of Auburn made mention a couple of times to me over the last year that they're interested in those parcels. I've had a couple of developers reach out random, which I haven't really returned a lot of phone calls to, that they're interested in purchasing the parcels. But again, they have to go, what they're not understanding is they can't just call up and I sell it to them. There's a process that has to go through there.
Could they lease it from us?
Most people are not interested in that when they're developing those things. They want to own it and do it themselves. Because they want to own the property, and then that way they can sell it off, because the first step of developers is never the people that are actually going to end up selling the houses. They're going to own it. They're going to tentative map it. They're going to take the utilities for it, and then they're going to turn around and sell it to somebody else who will sell it to somebody else. But other than that, I haven't had many people approach us on it. But then again, some people don't even know it's there.
Right.
It's a Placer Housing Trust. There are a number of organizations. What this first came to my attention because Placer Community Foundation, their executive director was quoted in the Sacramento Bee as saying, hey, if you're a local government agency and you're holding on to surplus property, please make it available for housing purposes. There's some new state laws around discouraging entities from holding on to surplus property so that it can be developed for housing, since there's such a need for more housing in our state. So they have a working group. I'd like to stay in touch with them. There's folks from the county and other folks interested in developing housing in our area.
And I know there are a lot of people that are interested in developing housing. Do you know if any of these people are currently engaging in any type of lease type programs with people and partnerships?
Yeah, they had mentioned, and I referred them to the district, that they had a developer that was interested in one of our school sites, for example. So I don't know that would also, that interest would extend to a unimproved property, but I think it's worth finding out more. But I do agree that I would like to move forward with offering these properties, whether it's for sale or lease. But I'm leaning towards the lease option.
Do you know what that would look like? Would we have to offer those? I mean, if we were to move forward, I mean, those are two different things, right? It would end up being one or the other, I think, there, because we would have to offer it for sale to a public agency, or looking at putting it to the lease. Do you know what that would look like?
I actually don't, because I don't know of anybody that's currently engaged in anything like that from a school district side.
Especially
and what our, because we have a different code of regulations, and we have, we just have different standards and laws and regulations that we have to abide by than other agencies. So I don't know if that would look in particular to schools and what kind of liability that would cause. So it becomes a little bit more of a different animal. So it becomes reaching out and seeing, is this really what you're intending? Or is it like, don't hold on to surplus properties because don't hold on to surplus properties, get those out there because they want to purchase them at bottom prices so that they can then develop them? Or is it that they really want to lease it from us so that we can make money? That's a question too. And then what does our liability look like? So then that becomes me working with our insurance company and seeing what our risk is. And, because then essentially we become landlords.
I know, but I'm hearing such a focus on liability, but a lot of other school districts in the state are doing this. There's a resource that I sent to the other trustees called Real Estate and Legal Best Practices Navigating Surplus Sites and Underutilized Campuses. And they go into a number of case studies of California districts that are holding on to their property so that they can, use it for long-term interest of the district.
Now, the other thing though, if we were to sell properties now, is we could otherwise invest in those funds. Or is that something we do with now?
No,
It goes into our
Okay.
capital
Got it.
facilities fund.
Okay,
and we do earn interest. We earn county interest on all of our funds. That's it, but
That's restricted to just facility funding, correct?
correct.
I think again, though, what we're looking at then is ifs and, if it works. And if there's somebody who wants to develop it while we retain the title. Uh, Yes, and that's where we run the risk of, it really would be a risk, at least for our bank account. If a public agency was to buy it at the current prices, which are so low, which we know on the open market would demand much higher prices, probably in several $1 million. That would greatly benefit the district.
We could hold this one over too, if you want to forward me your contacts, and then I can reach out to them. And then see what kind of things that they had in mind or some ideas. And
Yeah,
then-
I'd be happy to delay it. I'll do that.
And then that's just a decision up to the board as to how they want to move forward with this item.
I think it's worth at least getting a little bit more information and saying, especially now that we have these appraisals that can be publicly shared, to say, this is what we have. Is there any interest? Yeah, and to try to market those to potential leasing partners.
So are we talking on tabling this one as well?
This is a big one. If we,
No,
If we sell
I
our
agree. I wasn't even thinking about the whole lease option. When it first came up, and I think definitely that's something should be explored and see where we're at. with it.
we have a lot going on in the next couple of months, so I think it would be okay if we weren't asking you to pursue the sale of property on top of, moving sites and all the other things that are happening.
Well, it could take a little bit to, get a meeting with whomever at the county and kind of, find out what's going on over there and what their thoughts are or what their interests are. So I can start that process and then keep the board updated, maybe with the information items, and then when it's appropriate, bring it back. It's up to whatever the board would like.
Is there any benefit in voting tonight? I mean, there's not like somebody on the table right now that's like, I want to buy it.
No,
No.
because we hope somebody in 90 days wants to buy it anyways.
Okay, so we can
But-
probably table this till we figure out even what's going on with our schools.
Yeah, the longer we push this, though, I think still the worse it is for us. This is something, these have sat vacant since they've been owned. We're not building schools there. And even if we were to go with a lease option, we find a developer. How many years is that going to take until we actually see any positive cash flow? And we could be looking at something within a year of several $1 million to put towards capital funds. That would really help our financial situation we're in right now, which is like on a 2 to 3 year timeline.
We have multiple sites. I wonder if there's somewhere like a compromise, like we can be searching, kind of shopping the properties to potential buyers and lease partners, so that maybe we come up with a mix. Maybe there's a compromise. Maybe there's an interest in purchasing one site outright at a great price, and then we can lease another one. We could both have.
I don't know how we can market something to both, though, right? Where we say, hey, developers, if you want to lease, come talk to us, but also public agencies, we're thinking about selling this. We could choose different sites for that.
But if there's somebody who, for example, like is really interested in the Kemper Road property, we could gauge which of those options they would be interested in. I just think that there's some ways to try to match a potential partner with the sites.
Okay.
I guess I'm just trying to offer a compromise that
Yeah.
maybe we sell one piece so that we have the funding for capital facilities improvements, and we lease another one so that we have a revenue stream in our dispensing of all the property and all the assets that we're holding on to.
What properties would you think we can move forward with on sale at this point?
Again, for me, it would depend on what the interest is and whether, depending whether it's like the city or the county or, because I think they each have different kind of goals for developing housing, and it just finding a match between who's motivated to develop a site. again, there are a lot of different groups working on housing in our area, and I would defer to their expertise.
All right, well, if we are to move it, I think though we should look at how that Sherland tract piece, the 4 independent lots, having those appraised separately. Because those are 4 different lots, that there may be different interests for them, instead of selling it as one parcel to somebody at rock bottom prices, who then turns around and sells the other 3 or other 2.
Are those essentially like for a single family, 4 tracts for each for a single family home? They're
That's-
larger than that though, right?
That's 40 acres, I think, down there. Is what the information told us.
But it's in 4 parcels. Okay, so perhaps, I'm just making this up. That you would want to purchase one of them and develop the 10 acres into.
Which I don't, because.
I
that would-
Right. No, I don't mean to, I'll pick somebody from the audience, but just that somebody could develop. They could be offered individually.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
The way that we pay HOA fees always makes me think that it's like ready to go for, an individual one home site, but thank you for the reminder that there are 10 acres each.
All right, is there a motion?
I move that we table item 12D and pursue lease and sale options or lease and sale options.
Okay, I think with the amendment, though, that we need to have an answer on what a lease, what that would look like from us. Which I hate to say again, like next month, but I think we need to make some of these decisions, and that money could benefit our district quite a bit. So I don't think we should be pushing into the next school year. I mean, we can't keep pushing decisions down the road.
I know, but I think the 1 month for both decisions is almost hasty. I mean, we've been sitting on these for so long. Can't we allow enough time to identify potential community partners or developers who might want to buy or lease?
I mean, I've brought it up at, I think, each of the last board meetings as one of my requests, kind of getting to this point. So I know it's not a surprise. I think that we're getting to this point.
I've been trying to, stay in touch with the group that's working through Foster Community Foundation and then communicating that back to the district. Thought that no one has taken any action on this. Maybe just about figuring out, creating a path forward or an action plan for how to operationalize this.
Okay, maybe we table it till June.
Sure.
I don't even know
So-
if that needs a motion, then I think we just.
I think
table
we
it.
just, yeah.
Yep.
But I think that when we established that you want it on a certain timeline, but that also we're going to pursue leasing as an option.
Or investigates what.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we still will consider the sale. I think if you could provide us a report then in June, what the leasing option, what that would look like, what that would entail, the recommendations on that, and versus the sale.
I think that'll give me time to, I've just been making notes here as we do that. It gives me time to, like I said, reach out to the insurance company, reach out to the partners of the county, kind of talk with them about what that looks like for them, and then also engage with our financial advisors and, see what their experiences are and what their recommendations are. And then they could even maybe, make some projections for us as to what that could look like for us financially.
That's, I've just got some big concerns too, that this could be the best decision for 10 years, 15, 20 years from now. But it won't get us past the next 3 or 4 years. And then we could end up right back in financial crisis.
Well, again, the sale of these properties only benefits our capital facilities fund. I mean, which is it's a need, but it's not like this balances the books.
Right, but that still, I think, would help us with like general understanding and other areas.
Yeah, I hear you that it would alleviate some need for
Significantly.
general, but
Okay. So we have tabled that item 12B. With the notes. All right, CDO, you are up again with item 12E.
Okay, good evening again. I'm gonna go ahead and apologize in advance for what we all know are going to be the teeny tiny numbers on slides. So we are here tonight to talk about our second interim budget report. As we know, we have throughout our year various intervals in which we stop to have a look at our budget, where we're at, how far we've come from our original adopted budget, and where we see ourselves going, not only for this year, but for our two consecutive subsequent years. So right now we're working in 22-23, and we're looking out 23-24 and 24-25. So what's different from the last time you guys saw this? It was an interesting meeting in December. You guys were sworn in. You had a look at your first interim budget. And you know, I think a lot was coming at you. So what actually looks different? So right now, we're still working within the same COLA we had before, but our estimated COLA for next fiscal year looks a little bit different. So right now they're projecting it out at 8.13%, which is more. I think originally it was like at 5-point-something%. So they've upped it. Now, I'm sure everyone's heard on the news, you know, our income is down as far as the state. You guys have heard at my budget update that, you know, the legislative office is a little concerned that we're not going to make our mark as far as funding goes. And what does that look like as far as education and which one of our programs are going to take a hit? So one of my caveats has always been conservatively, we're going to see 8.13 possibly on the books, but how much are they actually going to fund? And that becomes the big question mark. Right now, we're just going to have to work off 8.13 and see what happens. Your contributions to special education are still continuing to rise. Transportation, we've talked about previously. We have less drivers with our current contracted services, which are still expensive, but less expensive than what we are doing now, which is we're having to contract out with very specialized, privatized. Basically, anybody who's certified to drive a student, we're trying to find them rides. Those cost a little bit more money. We're contracting still with our special education paraprofessionals due to our inability to hire in-house and still meet the legal needs of our individualized educational plans for our students. And we're continuing with our non-public placements. The LCFF calculator, you will see different on here. We do have a charter shift that I want to call out. So the statute for reporting the charter shift was suspended during the pandemic. So you didn't see it in those few years during the pandemic and then in like the last fiscal year. But now it is actually back in effect. So the calculator will note students who transferred to our dependent charter in 21-22 and what we've seen so far for 22-23, just to give us a projection. And what basically that is, they want to make sure that they don't fund us twice. So they fund charter just only on 1 year. They don't get any forgiveness. They don't get any rolling, and they fund us on our year prior. So I have to show them who went out before, and then I'm trying to give us a good projection as to what we think we're going to see as far as next year. And that way we don't get funded for them double. So right now, as we're looking at it, it's about a 2,000 reduction in LCFF revenue in our second interim projection. So it's not a huge hit. What are the changes since adopted budget? Every time in the packet too, sometimes you'll see, and especially as you go forward in all those really big onerous reports, I know Greg has been familiarizing himself with this as well. You see, here's what adopted budget was, and here's where you're at second interim. And here's some of those great charts. So in this last column in your packet, as you see in the presentation too, is where you really see where the changes are. So you have your adopted budget, your second interim, and you have your general fund, unrestricted. This is all just general fund, your restricted, and then your combined. And this is everything that's changed. So you can actually start to see how much further we've gone down. So you can see the reduction in the net as far as the deficit spending, and then the changes in our total net balance. Here's your enrollment history and projections. So this is going to look very similar, almost exactly to what you saw before, because we haven't had any major reporting periods since we last met in December on first interim. So what you're still seeing is we're holding strong at 1435 for our enrollment for AUSD. Again, projecting flat, no new enrollment. And as the cohort survival method goes up, that gives us a natural decline in enrollment. So as with everything else, as I've entered into the calculator and also with the multi-year projections, this shows us with a decline in enrollment and then a natural decline in average daily attendance or ADA.
I appreciate that you're, we've asked for a kind of a conservative approach to estimating enrollment. But I think it's such extraordinary circumstances when you're closing schools and consolidating campuses that I would anticipate even more attrition. And I don't know what to base that on, whether you pick the worst year that's in this history and apply that, but I
Guess. Yeah.
I just don't know if this goes far enough.
I know, and that's what it, and again, it's how do you know? And you really don't. And we may not know that until we get a little bit closer or until we actually really get into next year and kind of see actually where we're at. And that's where we start talking about that transition year. And the pieces we just may not know until they start falling into place. So average daily attendance. Of course, this is what we're really funded on. We talk about enrollment and that's a big piece too, but what we're actually funded on is how often the students are in their seats. So average daily attendance obviously is, we've had decreases in our average daily attendance since COVID. Previously we were higher, now it's gone down. It's continuing to stay down and probably for good reason. I mean, obviously we had spotty attendance. We had the second wave, if you will, the resurgence of COVID. We're very much on, if you're sick, you stay home. Before, parents were sending students to school with runny noses, coughs. It's very conservative now. Students are just staying home more. And this is not just Auburn Union, of course, you hear me say it all the time. It's all over the state. Everyone's experiencing this. So we're obviously, because of that, starting to see funding decreases. And as we start going, it's a trickle down effect because many things are funded by our ADA. So it's not just our calculator, it's our lottery funding, both unrestricted and restricted. It's our mandated block grants. It's many other things. So we deal with unduplicated, which is part of our enrollment and things like that as far as title funds, but those also tie into ADA. So those will play a part as we go through various reports and other funding models in the future. But this gives you an idea of what we're looking at. So previous, and I just kind of grabbed 2019, 2020, because that's really before everything kind of hit the fan, right? So TK3, I mean, we were pretty much 96% attendance rate in all of our grade levels. And now we're looking at about 91%. We get a little bit of an uptick in our middle school, and that helps. But on average, we dropped 5 percentage points. So previously in original budget before and in first interim, I've been slowly dialing those numbers down just as much as I can based off, prior historical enrollment and ADA, based on what we did through COVID, trying to come up with a normal, but these seem to be holding pretty steady. And these are good averages. I've seen lower, I've also seen higher. I think this is just kind of where we're going to be at for the foreseeable future. So if you start to see any reductions in out years, as far as what we can anticipate in ADA, anticipate in income, lottery funding, block grants, anything like that, it's because we've gone ahead and adopted these as our projections. So we've kind of moved away, again, going with more conservative. As Clerk Brickler mentioned, it's just going to start to seem a little bit smaller. So here's your small numbers again. So this is your multi-year projection general fund as we bring it out. And I want you to know that this incorporates all the estimated cuts from the board adopted reductions in school consolidations as noted before. So
Sorry, you mean the most recently
the most
made-
recent ones,
the
yes.
closure of Rock Creek and eliminating the charter.
Correct.
Eliminating the charter contribution.
Yes. So previously, we just had whatever was incorporated in the fiscal recovery plan that was adopted by the Board of Trustees, because that's really the numbers that we had to go on. Those were the savings that were carried forward in the multi-year projections. Now we actually have a decision, we have what's closing. I was able to nail down positions, which you'll see in an upcoming slide, what these savings actually kind of net out to be. And those are included in here. So there's really your important piece. So right now you can see we're still projecting ourselves deficit spending in this fiscal year, still a positive fund balance. After we take those reductions in 23-24, we're back up. We're no longer deficit spending, still a positive fund balance. And then in 24-25, this is where our 3-year rolling ADA projections really start to hit us. So again, we've got that forgiveness that the state put in. And remember how I talked about We're no longer a fiscal cliff, we're a fiscal ramp. So instead of just falling off of the cliff like they expected when, ADA was just going to hit us in the face because this forgiveness is long gone from the state of California, they were trying to find a way to kind of ease it. This is where the ramp kind of starts to hit the bottom here for us. So we're averaging our 3 prior years ADA, our enrollment. We've got reducing enrollment, reducing ADA, and now those smaller numbers are starting to hit our average. And this is where we're going to see it is in 24-25. So we're still deficit, now we're deficit spending, but we still have a positive fund balance of 4.6. Again, and as I've, tried to explain to our fiscal expert that's been assigned, we had some assignment of fund balances before that were called out for curriculum adoptions, technology replacements. When we went into fiscal recovery, we went into emergency mode and all those were kind of pulled back so we could get a clear picture of what actually our ending fund balance would be, basically to try and save ourselves from going negative. So right now, without any assignments except for our reserves and our, $10,000 in cash we keep in the checking account, we're at 4.6 in 24-25. So here were your approved fiscal reductions. So you can see there's the consolidation and they're shifted a line. I am working really hard to convert over to Google Docs and Google Slides for these. And my fiscal Excel spreadsheets don't always connect right, but I'm working on it. But it makes Dave much happier when I use Google Slides. So I'm working on it. So the consolidation of Rock Creek, all in, we're looking at about $615,000 in savings. The relocation of Alta Vista Charter School, we put eliminate contribution. I understand it's a little bit higher this year. It's been a little bit lower before. We came up with an average approximately 190,000 that we would not be contributing. So that's a savings to us. Reducing the unrestricted expenses budgets by 5%. That's approximately $90,000, which we've already budgeted. And the class size increase, which was approved in grades 4 through 8, 32-1, is approximately 2 FTA certificated. Salary and benefits come out to about 140, which brings us to just over $1 million. And for those that love detail, this is how it looks. So this is a breakdown, of course, taking out any positions or names of every single estimation of cut from the Rock Creek site consolidation costs. So you see an administrator, office staffing, a health clerk, a library tech, campus monitor 1, because 1 will transfer over because of the increased population at Auburn Elementary, custodial supplies for that site, custodial professional services. So that's anything over and above that could be literally like pest spraying, any kind of services. Maintenance, materials and supplies, any other professional service. So like when we have roto-rooter out for like the roots or anything of that nature, fixing soffits, dry rot, leaks, anything like that that we can't handle. Rentals for those things, and then utilities. The full cost is there. And then I reduced that only to 90% because we will still run obviously water for the fields. We want to make sure the pipes don't burst. We're going to keep heat at a certain amount. It's just not going to be as largely consumed. So that's your full breakdown of savings.
May I ask about that? So
Yes.
we're combining 2 schools onto 1 campus. Did I hear you say that the one expense you're anticipating that needs to increase in order to accommodate the increased number of students is 1 campus monitor?
No, we're just laying 1 off and 1 will transfer site.
So are there other resources that are being added to Auburn Elementary in order to accommodate an increased number of students beyond the 1 campus monitor?
With our staffing ratios, there's we're looking to add a 0.5 custodian. And it's been a late evening, but I think that's it at this point.
Thank you.
In our second interim budget, these are the full breakdown of contributions, and these come out in 2 different line items. And so I like to really just spell them out for you guys so you can see exactly where everything's going. So as we talk about special education, again, in years past, we've seen this hover right around the 2 million mark. When it got to about the 3 million mark, I started going, hey, look, we're hitting 3 million. We're about 4 right now. So don't be scared. That's where we're at, special education. Alta Vista Community Charter, right now we're at 251,000. At the end of last fiscal year, we ended up having to contribute less. So really, it just becomes a net out at the end of the year. So again, we're like the home equity line of credit, where we are the overdraft account. So if at the end of the year, it turns out that we haven't had to expend that much, or Alta Vista didn't have that many expenses, we end up exchanging it and we pull back the contributions so that they can at least net out for zero. The deferred maintenance fund. So these are the deferred funds that we used to call out as a contribution, but they just kind of sat in the general fund. We actually reopened Fund 14. The board passed a resolution for that. So now those funds are explicitly set aside to assist with any deferred maintenance projects that we have to upkeep our facilities. And we have our contribution, a required 3% for our routine repair and maintenance. As always, you have your pie charts of your general fund unrestricted expenses. So again, as we talk about fiscal health, fiscal recovery, where we need to make cuts, it's always ongoing general unrestricted funds. That's where you see the deficit spending. That's where they're always worried about, do we have our reserves or do we have a positive fund balance? And this is a pie chart that really shows where all the general unrestricted expenses are. So as you can see, we usually say about 85% of our budget is salary and benefits. And I think if I added this one up, it's about 81%. Just as a quick pull from second interim. Again, we are short a lot of positions, especially as we've talked about special education paraprofessionals. So some of this could be flux, but I think this one, if I remember correctly, is 81%. So you can see that takes up a big chunk of that pie and then coming up. And then the rest of the percentages as far as books and supplies, anything that would have to be services. So that's literally everything from like legal to pest spraying to mileage that we pay our instructional coaches as they drive from site to site is all covered in there. And then of course, capital outlay is a very small amount, so it comes out of zero. It was just one little project that came out of there, and then other outgo is also very small. All right, so now we're going to move into Alta Vista, and I want you to kind of scrub the other stuff that you saw before from your brain, just kind of wipe it from your mind's eye, because now we're not dealing in for, possible, we're dealing in kind of what we're doing for second interim right now. So we're just living in the now right now. So this is your enrollment, and again, vastly unchanged from what you've seen at first interim. Previously, we verified our enrollment at 110, although as she said, she's sitting at 106 right now. If we just leave it flat, don't expect any new people to come in, just the general as we always have. Regular cohort survival, we will see anticipated an uptick in enrollment. Of course, as we know it's possible, then we may not, but just living in this chart, this is what we anticipate.
But also the charter doesn't receive the 3-year rolling average, correct? I think I saw that. So it's whatever the number of students is, it's what you get paid.
It just is. Yeah, and this is just enrollment. So they really do live in the now. I mean, they do. I mean, that's a phrase that can go with that too. The charter did not get that benefit of the fiscal cliff kind of just got to hit the charter. It really did. And so this is the current multi-year projection, and this is a multi-year projection showing the net savings from Alta Vista co-locating on a campus. And in the next slide, it'll be more of a breakdown. But you can see this is our current fiscal year. This shows our contribution, as you saw on the past slide, which brings them down to, I think it's like $12,000. 23-24, it has their net savings in here with a contribution with their restricted reserves, which is 32,000. So it's not massive, but it does meet their 3% required reserves with a positive fund balance without any contribution from the district. Same thing in 24-25, 3% reserve, positive fund balance. And this is, of course, assuming the same enrollment, also a reduced ADA percentage, but anticipating everything goes as it should. So what savings did they capture? So this is kind of the slide that I broke this up really for 2 reasons. One, because not only was it a really obnoxiously small anyways, but it was really bad when I had it all on one slide. So what you're seeing here is kind of what I was speaking to when the question came up of like, what would it cost additional to have them on the Rock Creek campus? And this is kind of what I was speaking to, about 200,000 or 220,000. This is really the cost savings of them coming off of their campus. So this is everything if we just kind of like just flip the switch over. And then it became the question of, okay, so now I'm co-locating them.
Sorry,
So-
to interrupt again, though. Can we go back up to the multi-year project, or the multi-year projection?
Yes.
I just don't understand how we went from unappropriated fund balance of 12,000 to 24,000 to 186,000. Where did that large leap come from?
So they have, what they have is they're continuing in their funds. And then their expenses are just, hold on, let me scoot forward. Oh my gosh, there we go. Sorry, I couldn't see it. So as you start to see, they just continue to start to build up. So kind of the same way when we have like a deficit spend, it's almost like it builds upon itself. It's the same thing when we have a net positive balance. So it's just going to continue to build upon itself. So once they have something of where they've got their money coming in, they've got a net savings and they've built this positive balance, and now they have this ending fund balance, they're going to have the same thing. They're ending up with a net positive balance of $162,000 that they've added. So by the time you come down here and they've only need $33,000 in reserve, they have $186,000 in the total fund balance. They just continue to build upon themselves. Now, I mean, I'm anticipating, I mean, they have a low, obviously they have some combo classes and they have low enrollment. I'm anticipating that if they hit like, they actually hit those numbers, they might need to add a teacher or something in here. But obviously they're going to have enough wiggle room in here that maybe they can add a halftime. But I mean, let's be honest, their class sizes are low. So they're going to be able to absorb that extra enrollment without adding massive expenses in here. So really, if in a perfect world, again, ignoring if we never saw what we saw earlier, in a perfect world, they'd be able to come through here pretty well. And if their enrollment continued to grow, they probably wouldn't need to add additional staff until maybe another year or two out, unless it really got big. And then, they'd be able to continue to grow their fund balance and be able to be fiscally solvent all the way through.
There's also that projection of increased enrollment in 24, 25.
Yeah, it's because, if we just let it flat, didn't go like an extra 1% like we've done in the past or anything like that, that extra bonus 1% increase enrollment, we just left them flat and everybody just kind of rolled up. You just have a little bump in enrollment every year. Big bump this year because I think there's a bubble that hits through there.
A good question. Because if we're not having to use custodians and janitors and admin and counselors and things like that for Alta Vista, so Alta Vista starts making more money. But are those individuals at whatever school that is, are they just staying at that same pay range? And then they're just going to consume another school, which is more hours? Like, is there going to be an influx of pay somewhere where now AUSD has to take on more money?
This chart. So yes and no. So really what we're looking at is, and this is what's been really hard for a lot of people to understand. So, and this is going to be one of those times where I'm going to sound really harsh. So our staffing ratios and normal staffing ratios, you anticipate an elementary school to be somewhere between 550 to 650 students. And our elementary staffing ratios are based around that. So it's all really hinges on 650 students. We have had the unbelievable luxury on one end of having very small schools, which has not been a luxury when it comes to our finances. However, everything that we've built in our school system, all of those positions are built to handle up to 650 students. So I hear a lot of times, how am I going to fit that into their day? And the answer is, we need to work with your supervisor or your principal to see what your tasks are and what extra stuff maybe that you have, because we need to take that off of you. And you didn't be doing what's inside your job description, because that job description is set for up to 650 students. It's the same thing with counselors. It's the same thing with everything else. Now, will we need to add extra mental health, or does it pull from another site? That's entirely possible. And that's why a lot of those things aren't included in here, because a lot of those are funded from other areas too. So this is really just kind of brass tacks. What are we saving? What's it going to take to get the building clean? What's it going to take to feed the kids? What's it going to take to do this? And again, take to feed the kids is a separate fund. So it's a whole different ball of wax. But as far as the funding of the positions, the next thing I was going to lead into, it's not that it's, increasing hours or increasing pay. Sometimes we will have to shift that. Like I said, we've got more kids at one site. So we're looking at retaining a campus monitor. And that's built into these figures. So instead of laying off 2 campus monitors, we're laying off 1. Because we know we're going to have those additional students on blacktop at all different hours. So we want to make sure that we've got more security on there. When we plug in those numbers for the staffing ratios for custodians, we come out with a need for 0.5, a halftime FTE custodian. So we should add that to the site just to kind of clean up after additional students. So those are the types of things we've been trying to really keep an eye on. But as far as everything else, it's really built into the job at this point. But as we go along, if we find that there's a need, I think that that's something that we have to address with the principal. Absolutely. But pressing on to this, as we looked at it, it really became, now that we have Alta Vista co-located on a site, should the district be paying 100% of the salaries for people who are also supporting or also serving the charter school? And the answer was, well, no. So then it became a formula of either square footage or number of students, and that was somewhere between 14 and 15%. So what I built was a spreadsheet that kind of went through different areas and different positions and what percentages Alta Vista would need to fund as portion of that. So that's where we really came out with a net savings. That's why you hear me say net savings. It's not the full $220 to $221,220. That'd be nice. But really it's about $72,000 approximately. That would be kind of their contribution and percentage wise, which gave us a net savings of co-locating Alta Vista of about $148,000. And so that's what you see built into the multi-year projections throughout all the different line items. And what I cut off from here is all the different little object codes that I have to plug them into the multi-year projections with. So what does that mean for Alta Vista? So I really built this presentation quite a bit before we really finalized the Alta Vista presentation. So, I mean, fiscally speaking, it looks good on the multi-year projections, the way that it sits. But I mean, they're going to have to continue to right-size staffing based on, enrollment. They're going to have to continue to be fiscally prudent. And we're going to have to make sure that we really hold tight to a lot of those savings to make sure that they're not infringing upon the district, to make sure that we can hold to our fiscal recovery plan and make sure that we're matching with our intended fiscal goals as well. But of course, any reduction in enrollment will significantly impact the charter's ability to maintain its reserves, as we saw in the presentation before. Oh, wrong button. Everyone's favorite COVID. So COVID funding updates, I like to throw these in every once in a while, plus it's a pretty chart. As you can see, as we start talking about one-time funds, and that's a really big kicker, as you start looking at those reserve funds, because they come in really big and then everything just goes away in the multi-year projections. And here's why. So you can see that we've had these influx of funds and they've just started expiring out. So we've expended all of these, and the next one to expire out that we have a few dollars left in, and we've already kind of identified where we're going to allocate some costs to, because we've had a lot of costs that would be general fund costs that we've tried to allocate out to these one-time funds. So we've been trying to pull away from the general fund for a couple of years here, and just really spend down these funds as much as possible, take advantage of them. And that's kind of going away too. So we have to make sure that we're including those costs in the general fund as years go forward. So we have this fund that's going to be kind of coming out this coming September. And then we have our ESSER 3 funds, which are really the only ones that are kind of left at this point. That are going to be aging out in 2024. And that's the plan, the long range plan with all of the money that had been previously board approved and we're continuing to attempt to work through. And with all of that, district can meet this year's obligations. We're continuing to pull from fund balance, but we do still have a positive fund balance of over $4 million. But of course, we have to continue to make our budget reductions, make sure we're continuing to right size our district and our budget. And district is certifying a positive second interim budget. I'm open for questions, but if it's okay with the board, I'll go over there and I'll open up the budget report so I know what you might be looking at for questions.
Great, thank you. And Director Peters, can we pull up the budget as well if we get questions about it? Can we project that? Or do you have that document? Okay. It is. It was located in the same page as this presentation.
I always have lots of questions, so I'm going to try to hold back and see if others have questions.
Back cleanup. Find where I am on some of my questions.
Also, I received some guidance that I'd love to share with the rest of the trustees about like some of the kind of key things that we should be looking for when we're reviewing the budgets. And I think that PCOE is hoping to offer a training for trustees about kind of just, like pointers on budget review.
And I talked to Superintendent Garbelina Mojica about that today too, and she's looking at doing a county-wide training late summer going into the fall. So we'll get more information once that gets further in planning.
Great. So one of the things we were advised is just to always be looking at when there's a variance between the last approved budget and the most recent one that's come before us, and to try to have an understanding of what has fluctuated and why. Should I keep going? So for example, I see that our LCFF revenue is down about over $500,000. Do we have a sense of why that's trending down? Overall, our revenue, I'm looking at the Form 01, which includes the unrestricted and restricted combined in a summary. So our total revenue from the last board approved operating budget to the what's projected has changed within a margin of, nearly, it's actually a little over a
Excuse
million.
me. Would you just tell us what page we're on so we can get Director Peters?
Oh, yeah.
Spun up?
So the page numbers were different. This is page 17. On the bottom of the page, but it's different than the PDF document
Is that
number.
61, the Form 01 India, it looks like?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that's page 61. If you just search in the PDF. At the top, at the header there, 22-23 second interim general fund, unrestricted resources.
Okay,
That we're
thank you.
looking at.
It's funny, it actually has, it says it's both page 17 and page 75, so thanks for finding it.
Okay, well, then I have a different page, so I was looking at page 59 of 131 at the bottom of what I'm looking at.
This is the unrestricted and the restricted combined. Kind of doesn't matter where we start. I mean, I understand that starting with the unrestricted is probably the most valuable.
I just want to make sure that we're on the same,
Yeah,
actually on the same page.
right, literally, yeah.
Yeah. So let's see here, if we can find what that one is. You said page 75 is what it says, 75 of 139.
I thought we were on 61.
I thought we were too, but she had a different one actually.
What's printed at the bottom has
Right.
multiple page numbers.
Okay, so then we are actually, as we scroll through the PDF on page 77. Does that look correct?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, you got it. So what is driving the decrease in our LCFF and let's see, other state revenue categories
Is that page 61?
No, it's page 77. As you scroll
on the PDF?
on the PDF.
Let me get down to 77.
You're on 79, Director Peters. So scroll up a little bit more. Keep scrolling up. Keep scrolling up. And keep scrolling up. That's the page you want at the top of the page. Yep, right there. Okay.
Okay, so what you're actually seeing is a decrease in the unrestricted. So this is a combination.
Right.
So this is going to be a little bit misleading because it's going to be hard to break out what is actually LCFF funds and what is actually more of the LCFF restricted funds are going to be much more minimal. That's going to be more of just like your EPA or Educational Protection Act funds, as opposed to, when you start looking at other state funds or things like that, that can be, you hit restricted, that's where you COVID funds or anything else like that, or federal is your title.
Do you think it's more valuable to, and so I know this budget template first has unrestricted, then restricted, and then what we're looking at right now is the combination of the two.
Yeah, we can go back to that. But I think, the biggest difference that you're really talking about is going to be in the unrestricted. I think that's where you're going with that. And really what a majority of that is in not just the LCFF calculator. But what our fiscal expert had us do was go back and look at the February recertification. So it just happened this last month. And what it is, a CDE goes back through and they recertify your funding for the year prior. And so this is a process that they typically do. So they go back through, they recheck your ADA to what they had, funded to before. It's a constant recheck process because, as we know, attendance is constantly moving, ADA is constantly moving, and we're reporting it 3 times a year. So we reported a P1, we reported a P2, and then we report an annual. So then they finally end up going off of the annual, and we make projections as we go along. And the annual is where they ended up actually funding you off of. So we had a difference in our annual funding to where it was. So we had, essentially we went through and we made a almost like I'm losing it here. It's like a receivable. It's receivable. Because we're kind of thinking, okay, well, the state may come back and they may want that money back. So we're kind of holding it aside, thinking that maybe we would get funded less that amount at this point, depending on how our ADA ends up tracking out at the end of the year. So our LCF calculator is going to read one way, and this is what we're showing as it because of that receivable that we're holding aside.
So even though it was last year's, okay, it was just like a placeholder in case the numbers were lower than expected.
We're always a year behind.
And that also goes for other state revenue. That was kind of a significant, watching revenue shift by a magnitude of 800,000 or what was it? Yeah. Seems significant since when we're talking about having like a fund balance in like the $400,000 or $500,000 range, seeing something shift
Massively over there.
Yeah.
And I did do quite a bit of shifting on this. We're really trying to narrow down a lot more on where we're really at with these COVID funds, where we're really at with these one-time funds and the block funds. When are we having them come in? And they're really staggered, I'm finding. So we have some that have really come in hard and fast. Those are in the restricted, and we've got some that are petering out. So as far as the unrestricted ones and the state revenue that's coming in, we did take a hard reduction because of the ADA, the final ADA, to some of the lottery funds that we thought we were coming in, some of the mandated block funds. So I adjusted those down just to make sure that we were showing an accurate prediction of what we anticipate coming in.
Okay, I've got a question for you then. Moving up to, in the PDF, it's page 53. On the document page, it is page 51. But if you just go in the PDF, it's page 53.
Ooh, okay. In the LCFF calculator pages?
Cash flow
Yes.
report?
Yes. Yes, the
Oh,
cash
cash
flow
flow.
report, second interim. So Director Peters, yeah, page 53, it's a landscape, and it's like green and blue and yellow. Yep.
Yeah.
So under disbursements in the first interim, certificated salaries in August were, what was it, 466,330, and now this is $227,000 higher than the first interim. Is that just all the raise, the 4% raise? Because that seems a little bit higher than 4%.
That is a little bit higher than 4%. There's a number of things here. Honestly, these are just, I'm interested too, why we hit so low in December, especially with certificated, because typically those would just go straight through unless we had like a really big uptick in, oh, you know what? We also had retro. We had retro payments too. So there is a 4%, but remember, they also got retro payments all the way back to July. And that would all hit at one time when we distributed them out.
Okay, well, okay, that hits at one time in August, and that would explain.
And no,
then-
that would hit when we paid everything out at one time. So we
Got
paid
it.
them out on January 10th. We distribute them out But obviously, we're gonna have lower in July and August because,
We're not in session.
right,
Okay.
But December does look really low.
I do not have a perfect answer for that right now, but I can look into it if you actually want to.
Thanks. I know that's what everybody's here for right now,
I'm sure they are.
is this, so.
They also have the same question.
While we're on the cash flow report though, do we have a dry period agreement? In case we needed support for cash flow.
We have not the last 2 years because we haven't had a need for that. Typically, those were very highly engaged in when they had deferred allocations. When the state just wasn't giving you your money, they were deferring those out. There's talks those might be coming back into play considering the state's financial situation. So that's something we'd be engaging in, should the state be looking at deferring those payments.
So it's not something we just have kind of on reserve in case we need it. You only engage in it if you think that the state's not going to be making payments.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just depends on the district. Every district is different. I think some people may just do it just because we haven't had a need. We've been very lucky in the fact that we've had positive cash flow.
All right, skipping down to, let's see here, now it's at page 61. Let me make sure that's 61 in the PDF. It is 61 on the PDF. That's the general unrestricted form 01 Lima or 01 India.
Okay, so now we're back to 61, correct?
Yep. So in block A, yeah, I guess I was looking at too, how other local revenue is up 33%. Where did we get that from? I mean, it's just over the projected totals, but.
Well, if you want a complete answer, I would probably need to dig into the escape system for that, but I can get you an answer on that.
Thank you. I'd appreciate it. And staying on this page, I guess with the classified salaries, we talked about that earlier. That's because we just aren't hiring, right? Or we haven't been able to fill a position.
We have a lot of open positions in our classifieds.
There was talk about contingent liabilities and that was on pages like I think 16 or 17 or so early on in the report. And I think that those were just referring to the outstanding audit. Are there other contingent liabilities?
No.
So yeah, what could happen? So we don't have audited financials for 21, 22. And so there might be, once they are audited, we might find that there are some additional changes to this budget based on that.
Yeah, I mean, they asked, if there's a potential liability or any outstanding audits, and we have an outstanding audit right now, and we don't know. I never know exactly no one knows exactly what's going to come out of it.
Yeah.
So it's always just safe to say we have that outstanding, but as far as any other major contingent liabilities, we don't have any.
I thought there was some language about long-term commitments increasing since last year, and I was,
Yes.
well, so my understanding is we just paid off significant debt, so I was thinking that we would have fewer long-term commitments rather than more.
Well, I mean, you really have to go technical on this. So our long-term commitments, the COP, it technically, our commitment increases because our payment goes up annually.
Okay.
So, and that's explained throughout it. And they make us line out what our payment is each year or predict it to be each year. And then when it fades out, which is in the year 2030.
So back to B on that page, B5, services and other operating expenditures. Right now, we're projected to be missing the mark by 6.4%. Where on the first interim, we were ahead, we were in the black at 10.5. So I'm just wondering where that 16% swing is from.
President Holt, which page again?
Sorry, 61.
Okay.
61, then B5. I know.
Oh, yeah, services and other operating expenditures.
Yeah, it was roughly a 16-point swing from the first interim to this one.
Yeah, we've had I mean, just in general, I know that we've had a lot of additional expenses within our services and other operating expenditures, mostly in services. So if you're looking just at the 5,000 columns, so that's I mean, that's literally anything that we have to do that falls into the unrestricted category. So that can be anything from custodial additional expenses, because that falls within the unrestricted, not the maintenance. If it's restricted maintenance, it's 8,150 and it's restricted, but anything custodial. So really to get a good picture of that, you'd have to, I could print a report that runs.
Thanks, or even
Everything
kind
in
of
that.
if there are any observable trends in there, kind of give us an idea if you could help us understand where that came from.
If you had to identify what you think our greatest kind of financial risk is, I mean, I see, I was really struck by seeing that special education costs were now in the $4 million range, because I had never seen it more than 3. And I know that that can be it can be tough to manage those costs, and that Director Hughes is working really hard with her staff to try to be cognizant of those costs. But would you say that that is one of our biggest kind of liabilities, or
Absolutely. And unfortunately, it becomes one of the hardest things to predict. As you know, at any time, we can receive any number of special education students that we're required to serve, and depending on their IEP requirements, any number of services that we're bound to. And that's not limited to anything. And we just need to, contribute to whatever that is. I wish I could say there was a great answer for the transportation question. But I think it's the same problem that we encountered even when we engaged in transportation, is the lack of drivers. And I think we're really working with our union partners to try and come to a better agreement. And I'm kind of crossing our fingers, and Janine has been very key in pushing this issue to try and bring down some of the costs for services
that are contracted out.
Exactly.
Out of necessity.
She's always looking for a way to bring that stuff in-house as much as we can with limited staff, obviously. But it's just such the greatest unknown. And, we work together and try to predict where we can get at. And then it just becomes, the guessing game each time. As far as risk, I mean, obviously our enrollment is always a risk. ADA, if that takes a dive, that's a risk. The other thing that always keeps me up at night is we're a small district and we're at our minimum 3% reserve. So our payroll is not the greatest. We're not the largest payroll in the state of California. But if anything should happen, I get concerns as to how far our reserve would actually cover us, when other small districts, and I know in our
From a cash flow perspective, from being
yeah,
able to-
from a cash flow perspective. I know that our strategic plan, the board approved strategic plan, I think placed us at like 7% is the goal. And right now I know we're not doing that because we have been in fiscal recovery. And so we're trying to really wipe that. But that's something that I would love to see us really kind of earmark and set aside at some point going forward. But even with our OPEB, our other, post-employment benefits, I see that as a liability. I hate having that kind of hanging over there, but it's really not horribly detrimental compared to other districts. So I feel like we're in a fairly decent place as far as that goes. But those would be my biggest ones. And of course, making sure that we keep up with being fiscally conservative right now.
Any other questions? Stephen?
There was some mention in the report early on when there's kind of like the standard yes, no responses about is there an indication of fiscal distress? And it said yes, but it doesn't provide an example of
The old criteria and standards.
yeah.
Usually it's just a factor of all the other questions that you answer, and then it brings you up to that. But I think really if you start looking at, is there anything that really could say that you have a concern of fiscal distress, it's based on all those particular factors within it.
Could you tell us what page that was on?
I mean, I had written it down that it was on, let's see, pages 16 to 17, but I think that's based off.
I think that's right. I think I found it. I'm just looking. And it looks so different here when it prints it out in summary as opposed to when I have to fill it out and really read through each one of these. Does the district have any reports that indicate fiscal distress? If yes, provide a copy to the COE. So I marked that as yes, because we had at this time received our letter of going concern from the County Office of Education. And so I just marked that button thinking that that would kind of cover that. It wasn't like an ignoring of it. And obviously I had not provided a copy of that to the County Office of Education because they created the letter. That was on the bottom of page 17. It is item A8.
Are there any other questions? My questions this evening?
So many questions, but I think we're about to lose our audience.
Well, I'll then make a motion to approve the budget, but I think we do want to get some answers to the questions. You brought up. So just help explain that for us. So I move that we approve the second interim budget.
Second that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay. All right, we pulled item 12G, moving to item 12H, resolution 22-23-12, participation in self JPA. Was there any public comment on that? Thank you.
Just trying. Do I get an A for effort on that one? Okay, let me find it.
Thank you. Move away from the lighter grade system.
Okay, so we got rid of that one. There's no surplus property, second interim budget. Bring me to, we tabled that one.
So this was related to when the board met at the end of
Oh,
December,
there it is.
right?
Okay, yes, yes.
To
yes.
evaluate insurance options.
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, so the board in December moved to evaluate the insurance carriers, and as such, we had to pass a resolution to terminate with both schools insurance group and with Self, who carries our excess insurance. When it was kind of decided that because of language, one of the typos within the resolution that SIG was going to hold us to the employee benefit portion of the program, that we were going to go ahead and rescind that. SIG was able to rescind without a resolution, but Self requires a resolution to rescind. So it's a resolution to rescind a resolution, which is really the only way you can do that. So what's before you now is resolution 22-23-12 to rescind prior resolution to terminate participation with Self JPA for excess insurance, and administration recommends approval.
Are we able to continue with our two insurance carriers at the same rates as before? Or we kind of, there was some concern that we might be subject to kind of like new member rates or some other
Yeah, no, we're at the same rates. Of course,
penalty.
they're always evaluating, and I'm sure they'll go up again this year like they usually do. So we would be only subject to the normal increases, not to any additional reevaluations or assessments.
We'll all move that we approve item H or resolution 22-23-12.
I second.
Clerk, you-
I'm gonna go down the line. President Holt,
I,
Vice President Wedge,
Aye.
Trustee Dowd,
Aye.
Clerk Brickler, I, and Trustee Ross.
Aye.
resolution carries.
So is it my understanding that we have, we're skipping I because we identify that we need to act as if we're closing Alta Vista because we're notifying staff? Were these kind of
Correct.
two
So,
options?
yes, so in that case, we are gonna pull I, because we are still going to, we have to issue the notification. So we do, I think, have to address J. Like, right,
Yes,
but we
that's
are,
correct.
that's kind of, we are pulling item I.
So J is resolution 22-23-16 reduction in certificated staff due to reduction or elimination of particular kinds of service, closing Alta Vista. Education code permits the governing board to reduce or discontinue particular kinds of service not later than the beginning of the next school year and requires action by the governing board if the services of the certificated staff are to be reduced or eliminated in order to permit the layoff of certificated employees. These services shall be reduced or eliminated at the close of 22-23 school year for the 23-24 school year. Administration recommends approval of resolution 22-23-16.
I have a clarifying question. Do we need to change the language at all? Because it currently says closing Alta Vista, even though we are asking for more time to evaluate other relocation options. Potential Alta Vista closure. Just so it isn't misinterpreted.
That was learning. Thank you. Would you like me to repeat it? With the new word, okay.
Oh, I'm just looking at the resolution itself, because there's the bottom line of the header says kinds of service closing Alta Vista.
Right.
Maybe, I think that's the only place where it's referenced. Elsewhere, it just says more broadly scenario with Alta Vista.
Okay.
Does that just need to be changed when the clerk signs it, knowing that we are all in agreement for what that is?
I actually have it in my.
Of service potential closing.
Yeah, so we won't do it today. We'll correct it. Yeah.
So I move that we approve resolution 22-23-16, reduction in certificated staff due to reduction or elimination of particular kinds of service with potential closing of Alta Vista.
I know you made a motion, but I think, so I had a clarifying question. Can we just have a moment of discussion?
Sure.
Okay. I guess I just think it's important to acknowledge that the times that we've been through this, it's incredibly painful. We are required by law, if there's a potential that we will not be able to maintain staffing, that the notification has to be done by March 15th. And it's really especially painful because we don't even have our exact budget from the state at this point in time. It always feels really premature to have to make these decisions at this time. So in order to be proactive, we have to, make these layoffs. And in the past, there have been times where we've been able to bring some staff back. I guess I don't mean to give too much hope, but we go through this cycle every year where we have to notice people, and with any luck, some will be able to be brought back. But do you have anything else you want to add about this kind of painful process we go through?
Well, it absolutely is, because it disrupts people's livelihood and, they don't, you have to make a decision. Do I wait and try to stick it out, or do I have to look? And I think Principal Wilson said it very well earlier, that it's difficult, especially when you love where you are and what you're doing.
I guess I just wanted to acknowledge that how, how, terrible it feels to have to go through this process and if our enrollment is able to improve, then we'll be able to potentially bring, some people back.
And that goes for all of these resolutions.
Yeah.
That we're getting into right now. Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if I have more to say, but just,
And thank you to all the staff and teachers and people who have made Auburn Union School District what it is. And just thank you for your service and your time.
If there's no further discussion, I'll return to my motion to approve resolution 22-23-16, reduction of certificated staff due to reduction or elimination of particular kinds of service with the potential closing of Alta Vista.
I'll second that.
all right, so I will start my roll call with Vice President Wedge,
Yes.
Clerk Dowd. I'm
Aye.
sorry, Clerk Dowd. Trustee Dowd.
Aye.
Gonna be clerk. Clerk Brickler, aye. Trustee Ross. Reluctantly, aye, yes. And President Holt.
Aye. The motion carries. Item K, resolution 22-23-17, non-reelection of probationary certificated employees, human resources.
A non-reelection is a process that puts the certificated probationary employee on notice that her employment contract will not be renewed for the following school year. Education Code authorizes the governing board to give notice to a probationary certificated employee on the board's decision to non-reelect employees for the next succeeding school year to such a position at any time prior to March 15th of the employee's second complete consecutive school year of employment by the district. Administration recommends approval of resolution 22-23-17.
I have a clarifying question. I just want to make sure, have all of these staff that are mentioned in these resolutions been noticed? Or I mean, have they've been notified
They've been notified.
in advance of,
They have.
okay. And so with the non-reelects, they were given the opportunity to resign if they desired rather than. Sometimes we've had to strike, people have kind of resigned at the last minute. So this is our set list of non-reelects, right? Or no changes to this list. Well, I will move that we approve resolution 22-23-17.
I will second that.
Roll call vote. I'll start with trustee Dowd.
Aye.
Clerk Brickler, aye. Trustee Ross.
Aye.
President Holt.
Aye.
Vice President Wedge.
Aye.
Carries. Now, item L, this is specific to
Just an administrative. the roles of administrative.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So. Item L, resolution number 22-23-18, release of administrators for the 23-24 school year.
Reduction of particular kinds of service, and this is a reduction in workforce. Administration recommends the approval of resolution 22-23-18.
Are there any clarifying questions? Discussion?
I will move that we approve resolution number 22-23-18.
I will second that.
Roll call vote, Clerk Brickler, aye. Trustee Ross.
Aye.
President Holt.
Aye.
Vice President Wedge.
Aye.
Trustee Dowd.
Aye.
The motion carries. Item 12M, resolution number 22-23-19 concerning order of seniority of certificated employees, first rendering paid probationary service on the same day.
This is concerning the order of seniority of certificated employees, first rendering paid probationary service in the same day. Item 1, section B refers to an MOU indicating that the tie-breaking system is the date and time of signature on the offer of employment during the hiring process. So this gets rid of the wheel or the lottery spin and makes and gives it a more uniform agreed upon, if you will, type rating.
And we have the time of signature on this.
I'm sorry.
I mean, and there is a time of signature on the offer of employment. during hiring process?
Yeah. And yeah, it's marked, it's coded by HR.
Great. I just never seen the time before. So
So we started that process after doing spinning the wheel, because that just seemed like it's not an appropriate way to determine, and so what HR worked with our AUTA partners to develop a better way of determining if there needs to be layoffs, not spinning the wheel to I think the wheel of shame is what I heard it called the other day. And it's just not the best way. So now we are date and time stamping when employees sign.
So this changes the attached MOU, because that still references the lottery, is that?
So that is, let me pull that up and take a look at that.
So I mean, essentially, this is important because it's establishing uniform criteria that the district uses.
Correct.
When having to make decisions around.
I on what I'm seeing attached.
Oh, I'm looking at Exhibit A.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was reading the resolution. I did see that. As I read it,
Can't find it now.
so going down to the relevant part there, item or paragraph 2, the superintendent or designee is authorized and directed to give notice to the affected employee of this decision. Notice shall be given A, in the manner required by law, and B, in conformity with the mandated timeline.
I think I was just reflecting on the fact that I was hearing that we're getting rid of the lottery, but I still see the lottery referenced here. Is that just like the very last resort for,
Let me pull it up online because I don't have that attachment printed. So let me pull that up.
no problem. It seems like it's like, this is agreed upon. This is what you've worked out with our labor partners.
Yeah.
It was just my confusion over the use of, the lottery was no longer going to be in place.
Right, because we're looking at that, it's that date and time signature. So I will pull that up and take a look.
And what attachment recent?
When I pull up the board document, it's just 2 pages. The first page is the resolution, and then the second page is Exhibit A to the resolution. And it has the criteria.
And you're on item, you're on 22.
Am I on the wrong one?
Are you on 22-23-18? See, I'm looking at a second page. For me, is nothing on it.
Okay, so we just approved L, so we're on M, correct, which is.
Am I on the wrong one? I'm on the wrong one.
Right.
Yes.
Unfortunately, there are a lot of these resolutions tonight.
There are.
I didn't put my check mark down.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, Sarah, you were saying to make sure to take that off, right? So we're voting with that off.
Well, I was just reflecting on the fact that I heard you say, superintendent designate that the lottery would no longer be used, but then I saw it still referenced. Maybe we can get some clarification from
Yeah.
AUTA president.
And what I'm referring to is the wheel that was being spun.
Okay.
It's not that, we're not doing that
Okay.
anymore.
Can you just assure us that this is the correct document?
So we do not have an MOU with AUTA and AUSD. We had a conversation about a better way of doing it to track employees, because sometimes employees get hired at the same time on the same date. And instead of doing what had been past practice, we kind of came together and brainstormed a better way to track when employees were hired and to actually get specific dates and times when they actually signed their contract so that we wouldn't have this huge list of people that were hired on the same day and not being very professional about it. So last year, the district came up with this clarification because of what had happened last March. So this came out, I want to say, last February, when they were talking about layoffs and what it was going to look like and coming up with a plan. So yes, AUTA had discussion with the district, but we did not sign an MOU because that's the district's responsibility and how they want to deal with their employees and how they want to track them.
Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe it's just the staff report that mentions that there's a.
That refers to an MOU. So that's the language I think that's confusing. Because we're all looking for the MOU, but it's not here. So that makes sense.
Well, I'm not happy with that. Referring to an MOU that we can't see.
It doesn't exist with very.
Yeah, or that doesn't exist. So I don't think we can take action on that tonight until that gets
Okay.
resolved. We
Do
still
you
have
need
to,
this criteria to be approved by the board in order to move forward with the layoff notices? Probably. It's a good question. At this point, we're just noticing people, right?
well, you were noticing people, but I think we still probably will have to have a special board meeting in the next couple of days before March 15th to be able to get this hammered out. So let's put a pin on that date in time. But I think we need to do that in the next few days. But as it stands, I don't think that we can effectively vote on that.
Okay, so we're going to hold off on item.
12M.
So I think the 2 points of clarification were there's still reference to lottery and
Yeah.
an MOU that we don't know. We're hearing it doesn't exist.
Okay, I'll look into that.
Okay. Moving to item 12N, resolution number 22-23-20. Notice of classified layoff due to lack of work or lack of funds.
Okay, due to the closure of Rock Creek Elementary and the closure / consolidation of Alta Vista Charter School, the Board of Trustees finds that it's in the best interest of the district to discontinue certain classified employee services now being provided. Notices of release from these services and positions will be provided to employees who are affected in accordance with procedures set forth in Education Code 45117. Administration recommends the approval of resolution 22-23-20.
I just have a clarifying question. Because it says on here to cut paraprofessionals and paraprofessionals with SPED. However, if our students stay with us and they end up moving over, aren't we going to need those paraprofessionals, especially the SPED?
So the way it works is when students move, there are IEPs that are held, and then we determine what the need is through the IEPs. And Jenny could explain it with better language, but that's basically how that works.
But if we need them now, won't we need them?
We potentially will, but we might
We
not.
have to, okay.
And that goes back to what we said about, we might not close Alta Vista, but we're acting with it, right? Because we're up against that timeline.
Do we need to, I know in a couple of these, we've modified the language to talk about potential closure of Alta Vista. I don't know if there's the language here says, it's like in the second bolded area, now therefore be it resolved that the following classified services and positions, including all positions at Alta Vista and Rock Creek, shall be eliminated. I think we can probably work with that, given that we have to notice folks, unfortunately, but I'm just bringing it up because in other documents, when it talks outright about closing Alta Vista, we've tried to soften the language for potential.
So you're referring to the language prior to signing, the language on the form that will be signed. Okay.
And I think it'll work actually for
I
this
agree.
example.
Yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't say.
Yeah.
So. Are there any other questions?
Okay, I move that we approve resolution 22-23-20.
Second that.
All right, trustee Ross. Aye. President Holt,
Aye.
Vice President Wedge,
Aye.
trustee Dow. Aye. Clerk Rickler, aye.
Okay, that brings us to item 12O, resolution number 22-23-21 in opposition of Assembly Bill 659. And we do have public comment.
Wendy, Beal.
It's off. Push the button.
Would you turn your microphone on, please?
No, perfect. Good evening. My name is Wendy Beal, and I just want to thank you trustees for bringing this issue to the table. As we know with COVID, and the COVID vaccine, it was 3 years of constant up and down for parents and students wondering if they were going to be offered education. I really appreciate you bringing this to the forefront and being the first school district in Placer County to bring this resolution to the table. There will be other districts following, and we are in complete support of this resolution. Thank you.
Cassia Williams.
Good evening again. I'm happy I'm still here. I am definitely in support of the resolution in opposition to AB 659. As you are aware, AB 659 creates a mandate for school attendance. We are just recovering, emerging from the COVID pandemic. The last thing we need is another mandate. AB 659 would only allow students that receive HPV shot in order to attend school in person. HPV is a virus that is not or should not be transmitted at schools. It's a sexually transmitted virus. Therefore, there should not be a mandate for children to attend school. This bill mandates students that are going into 8th grade to receive that shot. Currently, students that are going into 7th grade at the checkup are to receive Tdap, and they are offered as well to receive HPV. 30% of the students refuse. They opt not to get it. So there's a concern what's going to happen with the 30% of California children. Are they going to be coerced into getting that shot? And also on top of it all, children that are 12 years old and up can already consent to this kind of shot. So there's clearly no mandate necessary for school attendance when it comes to HPV. So on behalf of California Parents Union, I wanted to sincerely say thank you for bringing it to your, putting it on the agenda. And I strongly encourage the trustees to vote yes on this resolution. And again, thank you so much.
Pat Pistone.
Good evening, board. My name is Pat Pistone. Yes, I would also like to talk about this. Thank you for all your hard work and your late hours, man. Really do appreciate you guys. Anyway, yeah, this AB Assembly Bill 659, they call it the Cancer Prevention Act. But basically it's like what was said before, it's just adding to the list of required immunizations for children and putting the HPV in that list. But what's concerning to me is that, and it's not just the HPV that they're wanting to include in the list and require it. They're also, that was adding number 11 to the list of all the ones that are required so far. they're leaving it an open door for number 12 for any other future immunization vaccine that they they say is really needed. So it's kind of an open-ended kind of thing, a little freaky to think about that, is that they can make this program, and then it'll put more work on you guys too, which you guys have enough work. So it's going to put a lot more requirements and mandates on you guys. So I would just say, you know, get a hold of your legislators, check it out yourself a little bit, and you know, get a hold of them and say, hey, you know, don't really want this to happen, because it's gonna really mess things more up for you guys too, and for the families and students. So thank you so much.
Okay. Seems there's no additional public comment. Open discussion.
So I have Dr. Babbage here. I asked him here to kind of speak on this. I believe he stuck around late. There he is. Thanks for sticking around, Dr. Babbage. Can you kind of briefly just give your background and why you're able to speak into this HPV vaccine?
Sure, thanks. And good morning, everybody.
Almost.
Sorry. Yeah, so at the risk of sounding pretentious, but to address your points. So I have I'm a CEO of a clinical stage biotech company, have a lab at the UC Cancer Center in Sacramento, office in Hong Kong, and I have 2 COVID treatment patents pending, and have I'm a co-inventor and developer of a cancer vaccine that the FDA approved for us to go into clinical trials. So we're already getting ready to start our phase 2 at the NCI Designated Cancer Center in collaboration with them. It's for about half of all cancers. It's a treatment vaccine. So I'm an immunologist and a pharmacologist as well. And that's kind of my background. I'm also a retired colonel, was a medical service corps officer, ran a hospital with national and international missions. So there have been different perspectives to look at the medical field and different issues. And this is one you asked me to speak about. And my goal here, I guess, is just to provide just a little bit of factual background. Some of the highlights, or maybe I should say lowlights of HPV. I'm assuming people know the definition, human papillomavirus. Okay. And then go talk about the vaccines themselves per se, and then safety issues, and then people are allowed to make their own decisions. Informed. There are over, just to be aware, there are over 200 different strains of HPV, and the vaccines only address a small handful of those. Those handfuls, though, are the most effective against our health. There, obviously, you've heard of the cervical cancer that can be caused by the viruses, or virus, I'll call it singular at this point. There have been about 37,000 out of 47,000 people, or women actually, infected with this have had cervical cancer. And it's not just women that can get some effects off of this, but there are some, I'll just keep it as discreet as I can. I'll say gastrointestinal and reproductive system issues that are affected by the viruses in both male and female, actually. So about 70% of those who have, I'll just pick on cervical cancer, are due to HPV, not all of them. So actually only about 8 of 10 people will be infected at some point in their life. So you look around and there's going to be 8 of 10 people at some point that are going to be infected. You won't even know it necessarily, or you may have some other mild symptoms and they'll go away because you'll fight it off. So with cervical cancer, 70% are caused by the virus, the majority. However, the virus as a whole has very little effect on the human species, if you will. So we have a couple of vaccines that are directed against it, as most are aware, but they raise your immunity. to attack the virus, your own immunity. As I said, about 8 to 10 people. So that means many of us can raise our own natural immunity against it and do very well. But we're focused on the ones that don't do so well, obviously. So the virus, the vaccines actually ask you to try to raise different antibodies and things called T cells and different pathways to attack the virus. I want to make it clear, though, the vaccines are not an anti-cancer vaccine. People think of it as a cancer vaccine. It's just, it's not a matter of semantics. It attacks the virus that causes the cancer. Okay, so it's not ours is an anti-cancer vaccine. Just a little marketing here. Investments will be open later. But that's what they do. Now, the safety about them, there was just an 11-year study that was published, I think 2019, 2020. That makes it about 11 years since they were out and they had opportunity to assimilate the data. And in general, they are pretty safe. There are more side effects with these vaccines, these two, Gardasil and Severix, they're about double the side effects of the meningitis vaccine, as an example, and less than some other ones. So they're right in the middle about safety. We're going to leave the COVID ones out. Let's just talk about, pertussis, measles, mumps, rubella, and polio and such, and compare them to the classic ones. And they're pretty much a classic vaccine too, so they're not RNA at this point, which would be a whole nother discussion. Syncope is probably the number one thing, which is fainting. So it's overall safe, but there have been an increasing amount of reports, and I can't give you the percents because I don't think we have enough data to tell you what percent or fraction of people will get this, but we're starting to see autoimmune diseases in people that have been vaccinated against HPV. So to summarize a little bit of the groups and what happens with HPV and the vaccination, you're always going to get a group of people that, this is speaking more like an epidemiologist, a group of people, for any 100 people that have been vaccinated, there's going to be a proportion of them, a small proportion of them, that are going to have side effects and no efficacy. And so why did you vaccinate them? And then there's going to be a larger amount that have been vaccinated that may have gotten HPV, an infection, and this applies to all vaccines, that would otherwise have displayed symptoms and don't because the vaccine was efficacious. So you're always balancing this safety and what groups are you doing? It's always a risk to benefit that you have to really look at. So right now, they're about, the range is anywhere between 1 to 10 to 1 in 100 people display some sort of side effects. As I mentioned, they're going to be a large group of people that you've influenced that also were sexually active. I might have to add to that, not just anybody randomly, that the vaccine would be of use for them. So there are many things to consider with respect to mandating, and that's not my job here is to say pro or con or choice or not, but I'm just giving you the data that you have to balance between risk to benefit. The bottom line is cervical cancer is quite rare and preventable. And most of the time, the body successfully fights off the infection. So there are pros and cons. Hopefully I didn't confuse you more, but just presented that there's safety issues and there's efficacy issues and there's pros and cons to all of it. I'll be glad to entertain any questions later or now. I don't know. It's getting late. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
About this?
Yes.
Just waiting to see if anyone has a comment. I just think it's just a little ironic because this isn't a law yet, and it's just in a committee phase right now, so it's hard to vote against our board for whatever when we don't even know what's going to happen with this.
Yeah, what this does, it I believe on the March 15th, it gets held in the Health Committee. So what this does sends a letter of opposition along with other districts and other people as well. So this just sends them, hey, here's a school district or here's this group or individual, you know, that we oppose this, bill. As if you read through the resolution, what it's going to do, I mean, we're having a hard enough time keeping people enrolled in our schools. This is going to even affect it a little bit further. There'll be more parents that will be pulling their children out of the schools because of this.
So I see in the resolution and in the rationale, some language about HPV being a sexually transmitted disease and that it's not spread through casual contact in a school setting. But I think that statement is really missing the point that the whole point of this vaccine is to try to provide protection to our students before they are exposed. And that sometimes they don't have control over when they are exposed. And there are cases, I feel like there's a bit of like concern about sexual activity here, but sometimes kids are abused. They could be exposed to this without, being in a consensual setting. And so I think I would really like to get down to what the real concern is here. I see this as an intervention that, especially if we can reach kids before they are exposed to HPV, keeps them safe by providing them protection to HPV. It prevents cancer. You can see there's a drastic difference in cancer rates between the counties in California that have a lower uptake of the vaccine compared to those with a higher. It's actually double. So that those counties that are under vaccinated are experiencing these HPV attributable cancers at nearly double the rate. So I think if we're really thinking about kids' best interests, we would protect them against preventable cancer.
I think personally, we should leave it up to the parents, especially if you are considering to catch it before it happens. Then would we also be requiring birth control? I mean, it is comparable.
Completely separate.
It's not, it's a transmitted disease.
Pregnancy is not transmitted disease.
Well, but the prevention for it then, I guess you could say, is a preventative thing for before it happens, even for the kids that aren't sexually active, that would be the parent that would choose that, not the school, right? I mean, I would not want my principal to decide that my daughter needs to be on birth control, let alone need a vaccine. If it was something that we chose at home.
I think we can stick the issue at hand though. And I don't know that this challenges the efficacy of it, the vaccine. My take though is that shouldn't be required by the state. It certainly, I think there is evidence that the HPV vaccine does, prevent cancers, but it shouldn't be up to the state to determine that it's a requirement.
What about all the other vaccines? I mean, should we not require polio vaccines of our students before they enter schools? There are already 10
If you
vaccines
want
that
to
are.
make that the hill to die on to start a new fight and go back against what's already established law. I mean, sure, but I think further ones at this point, I think people are tired of it. And I think there was very real concern with the mandates for vaccines and the possibility that this is used to then get other vaccines required as a mandate certainly would affect our future enrollment. I think trying to keep it on the issue here, but I think everyone's concern too is the requirement of a COVID vaccine that that discussion is for a later date, but the fact that I think it is a fact that there are a lot of people in the community concerned about a requirement for a COVID vaccine.
And that's such a separate issue. I think that's been dropped. That's no longer, I think that this is a vaccine that's been in place for over 2 decades. Has proven efficacy at reducing HPV rates and the associated cancers. But there seem to be some barriers to participation in it, and some of it is sexually related stigma. And anyway, if you're concerned about how many vaccines your child would receive, the evidence suggests that you need only 2 rather than 3 doses if you vaccinate earlier, because your body is more likely to mount an effective immune response. Anyway, my last thing I want to say is that one of our local pediatricians here in town said this is very low risk and very high reward in terms of protecting children in our community. And not just children. I mean, this is something that this is protection that will serve you into adulthood. I think we're gonna have to agree to disagree about this one.
Going back to the language though, in the legislation, it is, the governing authority shall not unconditionally admit any person as a pupil of any private or public elementary or secondary school, childcare center, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Unless they've been fully immunized. The following are the diseases for which immunizations shall be documented. And item 11 is HPV, but then item 12 is any other disease deemed appropriate by the department, taking into consideration recommendations of the advisory committee, et cetera, practice of the United States Department of Health and Human Services, and other groups. So in this legislation, there is certainly the opportunity to put through whatever is deemed necessary. I don't think it's too far of a leap to looking at what we just saw over the last couple of years. And we saw that bill about COVID die, I think, twice, but this would be able to get in without putting the C word on it, or whatever is deemed appropriate down the line. And that's going to drastically hurt enrollment for people in public schools. And so obviously we can't stop state law, but we could express that maybe the state should stop requiring and stop imposing requirements, especially when there is spirited debate about it. And a significant part of the population does not want the state to require additional vaccines.
So is that what we're opposing, or are we opposing HPV? Are we opposing the whole bill itself? Because I didn't see anything for what President Holt was talking about. I only see HPV, which I feel like what President Holt is speaking about is more.
Yeah, if you pull up the bill, actually, the bill itself, Assembly Bill 659.
I was just talking about your resolution specifically that was
Correct.
written. I didn't see, it just says HPV on it.
Yes. So the resolution that was introduced looks like it does just talk about the HPV part, but it's still opposing the AB 659 and doesn't get into point 12.
I don't know that AB 659 is adding number 12. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if that's how I'm reading it.
I've got open the text of the document.
No, and I have it too.
Yeah.
It looks like it's an existing section of the health and safety code.
Okay, and then
It's
the
being amended.
addition.
So I don't think 659 is adding, anyway.
Well, no, I think as you're looking at where it's struck, that's some of the first amendments to the legislation, where you see strikeouts in red and
Yeah.
then in blue. That's adjustments to the legislation as it's being adjusted. Yeah, personally, I would recommend people get the HPV vaccine. I absolutely, and for young students, that's probably a good thing to get that done sooner rather than later for reasons that you brought up. People don't have the choice a lot of the time of when they're exposed to certain viruses. Certainly, I think it's good for people to get protection from HPV. Personally, I don't think the state should continue to impose further immunization requirements or coming up as they go. And like item 12, about any other disease deemed appropriate. I think that's gonna hurt public school enrollment in the long term. It's certainly, like I said, spirited debate about it and in the role of government. And there is distrust over, or distrust with the public health that's really bubbled up over the last few years. There was already some brewing, especially regarding vaccines, but in the last couple of years, there's significant distrust of the establishment on that.
There's some language in the resolution that talks about Merck and that they're dramatically increasing production. And then there's on the second page, there's some talk about don't set education policy to the financial benefit of the pharmaceutical companies. I don't know that I would include that language in the resolution. I don't have the evidence that this is a Merck conspiracy to sell more product. There's a long track record of the efficacy of the vaccine.
So you asked me to strike that?
Yeah, but that's like, those are. If we, I'm asking if you strike the pharmaceutical language. Oh, this is just in kind of general discussion, but that's just a different angle on the resolution. Where did the resolution come from? Who wrote this one?
This is a collaboration of a few different groups.
Yeah, and to Trustee Ross's point, this doesn't address that point 12. And I think I could live with striking the pharmaceutical references and adding the point 12 about any future.
This is just a requirement for students, not for teachers and staff.
Yeah.
Someone has to make a motion.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion on striking the what is it, what is
It's
it?
point 3
Point-
on the second page, but on the first page, I think there's, what paragraph number is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, paragraph 6.
Paragraph 6, where it says, whereas it's the board's understanding that Merck, the manufacturer of the human HPV vaccine Gardasil, recently completed a multi-project costing $1 billion in its efforts to dramatically increase the production of HPV vaccine beginning in 2023. And so striking that and adding in the language in the bill. What was that, Greg?
Yeah, so striking that. And then just not even putting that necessarily in the whereas part, but on the second page, where it says the district asks the state legislature refrain from passing AB 659 unless it removes the HPV school vaccine mandate section. Let's say, and references to any other disease deemed appropriate.
And you know that since 2016, the health code already has that.
Oh, they do?
They do. That's already like a thing. They can already add anything that's deemed appropriate. It's already, it's section 120325 of the health and safety code.
Thanks. So we're just adding item 11 then. Okay. Then we don't need to touch on that language. Okay.
Correct.
And page 2.3.
Yeah, that's the other pharmaceutical reference.
Are we ready for a second?
Do you want to make the motion clear?
Yeah. So I'll make a motion to strike was that paragraph 6 and number 3 on the second page.
Second.
So you're making the motion to approve the resolution with paragraph 6 on the first page and point 3 on the second page.
Correct.
Okay, I'll take a roll call vote, starting with Vice President Wedge,
Yes.
Trustee Dowd.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
did we get a second?
Oh,
I second. I did, but just too early.
okay. So,
Sorry.
so roll call vote was Vice President Wedge. I heard
Aye.
aye. Trustee Dowd,
Aye.
Clerk Brickler, nay. Trustee Ross. Can I abstain? You got to vote. I have to vote.
I just don't feel like I have enough information to figure out what's best.
So you, abstentions are supposed to only be if you have like a personal financial interest or some.
If you have billions of dollars with Mark.
I do, not, or I would have saved all our schools. Okay, I'll go with parent choice then.
And President Holt.
Aye.
I reluctantly.
The resolution carries. All right, and to item 12P, approval of lease agreement with Blue Door Community for the Oak Street School site. Thank you for sticking around. Brought a sleeping bag.
And okay, so I'll just do the quick intro. So good evening again. Per board direction, administration has been working continuously with Blue Door Community, a nonprofit that works to schedule and organize classes taught by quality educators to look at a partnership and utilization of site that would be left vacant with the relocation of Alta Vista Community Charter School. Attached to the board agenda was negotiate a lease agreement, which outlines conditions provided will be provided by the district and Blue Door providing for themselves on the site. Comparative to square footage, it's actually a little bit lower than what we currently entertain. However, Blue Door in the lease agreement is going to be providing a wealth of things for themselves, which currently we provide for any other entity that chooses to lease, like for Placer County Office of Education, when they lease a preschool classroom from us, we do all the services for them and pay all the utilities and everything like that, whereas they'd be doing that themselves. Therefore it does become advantageous for the district, both fiscally and in staffing, to engage in this type of agreement that's being proposed. And administration does recommend approval of lease agreement. So
Before we discuss, there is additional public comment.
Brazil.
Yeah. Hello.
So if
I
is going to
am
be
not
reading this
Brazil.
for Brazil on her behalf
Oh,
because Brazil is a student
got it.
who couldn't stay
Yes.
late.
Heather, do you want to reset my time? It's lit up. Am I not close enough to it? How about this?
It's red.
Is this better? Okay. Good evening, Board of Trustees. I sent some of the students home and families because it was getting a little bit late. And so they emailed in the comments after 3, but they wanted me to convey to you to please look it over and see their support for Blue Door going to the Oak Street School. And then the other thing I really want to quickly say is that to help with any data collection you're doing, Blue Door is going to put out a poll tomorrow to our families
of who would join a non-classroom based charter school. So the district office will receive that soon. Thank you.
Jenny Jane.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Jenny James. I'm a parent and a teacher of the Blue Door community. I have 3 daughters that attend Colfax High School and a son in 7th grade at Blue Door. Last year, my son experienced severe bullying and trauma from other students at Weimar Hill School. He began to eat lunch with me daily, afraid to be alone with his peers at recess. He changed from being an outgoing, happy kid to being withdrawn, self-conscious, and no longer smiled. He began to hate himself, stop trusting people, and became paranoid of running into his bullies. This is extremely difficult to see your child change so dramatically in a negative way. I knew that we needed to get him away from such a toxic, unsafe place. We decided to try Blue Door, but we're nervous. We've never been homeschool families. We believe in the value of traditional schooling, but also recognize that our son needed a change, something different. We were interested in Blue Door because we heard it was a place where students respect one another. Since beginning Blue Door in the fall, my son has made many friends in various grades and has begun his journey to heal. He feels loved and validated from peers and staff. He has run into his bullies on occasion, but is no longer having panic attacks afterwards. Blue Door has been a safe place where he can learn and enjoy getting to be with peers once again. This has made a significant impact on our family beyond words. If my oldest daughter was not currently in the International Baccalaureate program at Colfax High, her school choice would be Blue Door as well. As a prior public school teacher, I struggled with the mandates being placed on me as an employee and with those on my students that I was told I had to enforce or lose my livelihood. Even though I'm a very strong in classroom management skills, behavioral issues with students were out of control with no support from admin, even when asked. At Blue Door, I am asked on a weekly basis if I'm happy, if I feel supported, if there's anything that I need. All of the staff knows and feels they are valued and supported. When I first met Katie Burns and Alana Pope, they described Blue Door's educational model. They told me their students were sad when breaks came or if classes were canceled because they loved coming to school. I smiled politely, but thought to myself, yeah, right, okay. Not really believing them, but let me say it's possible. My students have actually said these things to me. In addition, Katie and Alana explained that the educational model was so successful because our lesson plans begin and end with the student in mind. It's imperative that they enjoy school and have fun learning, which was perfectly aligned to my educational philosophy. It also gives students and families the power of choice. Students can choose what classes, teachers, and times they attend. As a public school teacher, it was difficult to balance fidelity of curriculum with incorporating engaging lessons. I'm almost done. I believe in education and am passionate about teaching, but I was constantly frustrated with being limited and not being able to use best practices in teaching. At Blue Door, I am able to incorporate the rigor and standards from traditional education, but implement them using effective instructional strategies and methods. I am often asked from previous students and colleagues if I'll come back to my previous site, and I feel bad to tell them my answer is still the same. No.
Excuse
My
me.
bad. Yeah.
We are gonna have to cut you off though. I know you're almost done, but we're trying to hold that standard for everybody at every meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Any clarifying questions?
I saw that the Head Start program could potentially have another year to, I know they just made a bunch of they made several site improvements. They've invested in their part of the campus. So it looks like there might be some flexibility for them to have time to exit.
Yeah, so I've been in contact with their director and have a meeting coming up with them on Friday to kind of talk about some options. She seems pretty open to lots of different options, which is great. So I'm hoping to nail something down a little bit better, but the lease was crafted in order to kind of give some leeway to Head Start as well. So it would, if you look at the way the lease is worded, it would be, the fiscal impact really shows is if they have full utilization of those portables as well, because then that offers them the opportunity to expand their program and therefore net in more income as well. However, it does give the opportunity to share the site, if need be, and while Head Start, figures out other options, or if they want to go ahead and continue out for another year.
What is it? You have to notify them by February 1st or something?
They have a different agreement than like we have with the County Office of Education and some other programs. They don't actually have an end date. They don't have a termination clause in their contract. So that's why I was really confused at first and really had to work with Denise on that. So again, I'm just like, hey, can we work this out? And that's also another program that I said, is this something you might be interested in moving to Rock Creek? So really trying to play out what some options are available to her, and what she'd like to go, where she'd like to go with that.
Is there a Head Start at Rock Creek? Or there used to be?
I think there used to be. I don't believe there's one now.
Sorry, I thought I heard that there is a Head Start.
There is a Head Start there.
Well, we have PCO. I know we have a PCOE preschool there.
We do. And then Head Start's on the other side. There is a Head Start there.
Oh. I know,
That was my clarifying question, but in terms of discussion, I just want to thank Blue Door for their willingness to pull their families and give us some helpful information about their level of interest. And again, I think the real hope with this partnership is that we can bring some of those students who have left the district for this model back into the district, and to honor the fact that, people want different ways of having their children educated, including I keep calling it supported homeschool. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but just the idea that you're not alone homeschooling. You can still have a community and still be participating in in-person classes. So I'm really hopeful about what can come from this partnership. And I think we also got a public comment about Alta Vista neighbors who were concerned about Alta Vista moving, and this resolves that issue of having a vacant site.
I know I previously expressed concern that it looked like we were moving ahead with Blue Door before anybody else had an opportunity to even talk to the board. That it would look like I was worried about a potential appearance that you've been working with us forever, but it's not been a secret that our Alta Vista is going to be vacated. I've seen a whole lot of public comment in support of Blue Door, and I haven't seen anybody else approaching the district with an option for education services that Blue Door can provide. So thanks for sticking with us.
Yeah, Alana approached me a couple of months ago and I looked at her and I was like, yeah, right. This is going to be a competition. And then the more we thought about it and brainstormed, it was such a compliment to what we have. And again, if we're going to offer alternative education, and this is why parents are leaving us, then we need to be able to compete on that level as well. So I'm definitely fully in support of bringing Blue Door.
So just to be clear, though, this is a lease agreement. So a partnership is we don't really partner with them because of their own nonprofit. So it would be awesome if we have, of course, we want to work with them and they're going to, refer us and we refer them too. That's great. Hopefully they like us enough to do that. But what we are, yes, we're definitely
collaboration.
We are
definitely want to collaborate on all the fronts, but yes, definitely approving a lease agreement.
And with the hope that this is going to be a kind of a complementary, complement and help our students offer those opportunities for us. But this is strictly about the lease agreement. We are the big bad landlords.
Yes.
If we go through with it. Is there a motion?
I motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? And the motion carries.
Welcome to the family.
Now, moving to item 13. Actually, is anyone else interested in a brief recess?
Or can we just rush through it?
Oh, sure.
It's almost midnight again.
Yeah.
I know. I
Power
do with my
through.
list. Okay.
Ladder
Give me something to look forward to. All right. So 13A, comments from trustees related to monthly school site reports, monthly public relations status reports provided by Angie and Consulting.
Our schools are amazing and you should come to them because we have amazing programs and everybody should read these that come in. But thank you to our staff and our teachers and our principals that take the time. There's a lot of really good information. If we had more time, we'd go through it all. So just wanted to give a shout out.
Yes. All right. Any other discussion on that?
I
Thank
think
you
sometimes
for
we
bringing
skip
that up.
that when it's the slate.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting there. All right, item B, the Placer County Office of Education Notice of Going Concern.
So I obviously didn't format a presentation. I know you guys have all seen the letter at this point. It was also attached to the board agenda item. It was requested, of course, which I was going to make it a presentation item previously. It was requested by the County Office of Education that it be an information discussion item. So as you have here, letter of going concern determination. Obviously, a county office throughout California, any county office can use many points of data for an issuance of such a letter. Those specifics are outlined in the attached correspondence, specific here back to year 2020 to current. The implications of this action currently, which as you saw in the letter, they have many different things as they did with a qualified budget that they can utilize. Currently are as follows. The Fiscal Crisis Management System team, FCMAT, has been notified, and AUSD will be subject to a fiscal health analysis to be completed by FCMAT. And for the record, this will now be the third one that Auburn Union School District has been subject to. And I know that Superintendent Designee Lucy Garcia I've been in contact with FCMAT when I got this letter to kind of reach out with them and kind of bridge and say, is there anything we can do? You know, we're very excited to have you guys come on board. And you look like you want to talk us so, because I know you just talked.
And I spoke with the coordinator today, and he is going to be connecting us with the people that will be coming down to conduct their review.
I think their response was actually kind of funny when I talked to the CEO of FCMAT, because he said it's not often he gets a phone call where a district is excited to have them come in. And I think it was actually earlier when you said, you know, Sunlight is what did you say? The best disinfectant. And I was like, yeah, come on in. We'd love to have you here. This would be great. So originally when this was written, of course, staff was awaiting notification on a timeline. So we'll still be waiting on a timeline. I know that they're pretty impacted from what the CEO said. So it should be a couple of months. He said once they're in, it usually takes about 6 to 8 weeks. It's almost like a little mini audit in a few ways. And then they'll generate their report, and then they will come to the board and present those findings as well. And then we will also be assigned a fiscal expert who is actually hiding in the audience here this evening. His name is Dennis Snelling. He's retired associate superintendent of business services for Roseville City School District. And that is paid for by the County Office of Education. He will be reviewing practices and providing support as needed. And it did say consultant be identified by the time, and he was. So that is what I have for you guys this evening.
Is there any action we can take other than we're having a visit with FCMAT and we have an expert who's been assigned to us, but I mean, how else can we respond to the very serious, you know, allegations in this letter?
I think, I mean, my first response is, you know, make sure that we're making the appropriate fiscal cuts that we need to make sure that we don't end up in a qualified budget stature would be the best approach.
Just about budget cuts, or is there something deeper to that we just weren't aware of, or?
So typically when you see a letter like this, you're going to see it because you have a qualified budget. You're going to see it because you have something that's particularly egregious. What's going on right now is Auburn Union School District has had an ongoing series of issues that have happened. So you can get it for a numerous amount of things. We really should have gotten one of these when we had a qualified budget and needed to adopt a fiscal recovery plan. We should have gotten a letter then, period, end of story, and we didn't. So I think what's happening now is what you're seeing is a collection of every single comment that you guys have seen for every single interim and budget report collected into a letter, along with some other items. And as if you notice, it's kind of summarized down at the bottom that it's really important that we're making sure that any decisions that we have going forward are really making sure that we're watching that bottom line of the budget as far as we go forward with cuts. Because we really are toting that line as they talk about enrollment, as we talk about ADA, because we've had that concern of the district as we go forward. The fact of FitMat coming in, the fact of a fiscal expert coming in my opinion, because I think of things a little bit differently, is fantastic. As far as I'm concerned, that's just another set of eyes on things and another report to tell everyone what I've been saying for the last year and a half. So I think it's a fantastic option. And it gives the county office that kind of reassurance as well as to what's happening behind the scenes.
I mean, there are multiple aspects to this letter, though. Some of it is, as you said, being fiscally responsible, following a fiscal recovery plan. But there are other parts that are about fiscal inaccuracies and having to ask for the same information repeatedly and ADA needing, being inaccurate. So there's this piece, there's another aspect to this that is about timeliness and accuracy.
Well, like I said, it's a summary of every single letter that you've received. If you go through every single letter from 2020 until now, you'll see those as a summary from every single PCOE letter. But if you guys would like a white paper or a staff report on that in response to it, I think that's something that staff could compile. If that's the majority of board would like the staff to do that.
That's not what I'm asking for. I think I'm just asking for what can we take ownership of that could be improved, more of like an improvement, the idea of an improvement plan, or how can we address the areas of deficiency that have been identified here?
Well, and as I think, as we've gone through, and even since I've been CBO, because some of it predates me, but since I've been here, I know that there's been continuing questions for every comment that's come in from any of those interim letters or budget letters that I've addressed individually, because there are reasons behind each one of them. So if we're going to really look at like each individual item, I think that there could be an answer for each thing as to why something happened or why it didn't, or even if it's a we didn't know what we didn't know type of situation. That's why I said, if it's a staff report or like a white paper in response, I'm comfortable doing that. In fact, I really, when you first read it, you're like, but we already talked about that, that's the type of thing. Like you want to respond to it, but it just seemed onerous to do that when at this point, it's not really about any of those things. It's about FCMAT, it's about the fiscal expert, it's about assuring the county office that we're going to do our jobs.
You don't see any need for introspection on some of the points that are raised here about, I'm just trying to.
Well, I think we can just say, I think there was some concern expressed in the letter that points to maybe a lack of attention to detail from the leadership in the district. And that's just something that we want to make sure that I think the board wants to see that we are looking at that with a more careful eye. Maybe it is helpful right now that we have FCMAT in there, but that's certainly something we want to look at. Some of the things, just some of the mistakes in here with the, duplication, that sort of thing. But I think that speaks to just the way we were running business at the time of the first interim. So if we can make sure that we are looking at this going forward with more of an attention to detail on that. Unless there's something else.
I mean, I think that attention to detail summarizes it.
I think that's the goal of the fiscal expert too. The county bringing that in.
And so we will have updates, periodic updates between you and Matt, just on what's going on, or the Placer County advisor who's coming in. There will be updates on what's going on.
Honestly, I don't know. how the updates go. I know that when FICMAT's done, they'll give you a report. I don't know how the county office intends to update the board. Maybe they'll update president and the superintendent designee as to what's going on. I know I meet regularly with at least once a week with fiscal experts so far. I don't know that he has intention on addressing the board or updating the board. But I mean, I'm happy to give updates
I think
as
that would be.
I go along.
Updates for accountability purposes and just for our district's accountability purpose, I think would be wonderful.
And I think, I mean, you'll see some of that too, like as we do the weekend review, because you'll see when I'm meeting with him. So.
And as a board, I think it's important that we, to the best that we can, all try to take advantage of the class being offered by BCOE on budget. So that way we can all ask all of these little questions about page 61, line A, do all the rest.
A8.
That everybody loves.
Yes.
A8 and A5 or whatever I wrote down.
Yes.
Is there any further discussion or? No? Okay. Moving to item 13C, Board Committee on Enrollment.
So this is something that we spoke in the past. I think last meeting, we brought this up about, I think sometime around this same time, a month ago. About putting a committee together on finding out the declining enrollment that we've been seeing in the district over the years. And I believe the discussion was held as far as how's that committee going to look like. So we if we wanted to continue this discussion, and I mean, I'm okay moving this forward.
With creation of a board committee on enrollment.
Yeah.
And that would be agendized and how many board members would be required to be on that committee?
I don't think you can have any more than two.
Okay.
Well, you can't have board members on committees, right?
Yeah.
I think you would on a board committee, you can. The other committees are different that are established by the district, but a board committee established by the board would have,
It follows the Brown Act.
and that's why it would have to be agendized. Public. Okay, so I think then, you know, if we want to move forward, then we can put that as like an action item next time. Right now, it's just information, as I understand it.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is there any further discussion on that tonight? Didn't think so. So item 13D, transition committee options. And I think we're looking forward to hearing what you've been working on.
So this is transition committee options references what our schools will be doing to really transition. And when I think of transition, I think of staff, students, families. So some of the ideas that we've come up with and that we're putting in place is our principals have gotten together. They've gotten together to begin discussing what MTSS looks like across the district, but while they're planning that out and ensuring that we have district-wide similarities to how we discuss our students' needs, they've also been finding ways to welcome staff and students back. So have our two principals from Rock Creek and Auburn have met, and they both have decided that they're going to hold one more site council committee at their site, and then they're going to start combining site councils. We have the plan also to start combining student groups, so student advisory groups or student leadership groups. And I spoke with Principal Morris today about getting kids together by grade level and just having kids, you know, go and meet each other with the teachers and do some activities. So there are a lot of ideas in the hopper that can just be put to play by some simple planning between the two principals. They have the full support of the Ed Services team. So combining site councils really helps to align the goals of the sites to ensure that all students are being considered when principals create their school plan for student achievement. And, you know, when they decide how to spend their title funds and that type of thing. And then the students getting together, you know, the student leadership teams, they can talk about clubs and some of the things that they love about their school, and then how do we combine that and bring that together at one site between all of the student bodies. So those are some of the preliminary ideas and things that they're already planning. We're going to start with coffee with the principal coming up. And you may have seen the All Global that went out. Auburn is inviting Rock Creek to go to the coffee with the principal and meet Principal Morris and kind of do all that. So that's really the beginning of the combining of the schools and that transition piece. And then knowing that all of our schools are, you know, open enrollment. Skyward is also involved. I know that Christine's working on a family event. Carity became that she started working on the last time we met, I think, and she is going to provide food for families, invite all the district families, whether you're in fifth grade or not. Her original thought was to have it for fifth grade, but now she's inviting everybody. Just so people, if they're shopping around for TK and they're not sure if they want to go to Auburn Union School District because they're not sure how the middle school is going to work out, they can come and visit the middle school. So we're talking about all the schools having some sort of transition planning going on.
Thank you. Anything else on that? All right, moving to item 13E, data request from San Diego professor, Dr. Luke Wood.
Yeah, sure. Principal Mayberry received a request from Dr. Luke Wood. He is holding a press conference to discuss the top 10 schools that, and I put it all in here so you'd have the exact language that have high suspension rates for Black students, and E.B. Kane was going to be listed on in that conference. So he asked us for a statement, but we you know, our student population is small, and so to give a statement might give away student confidentiality. So we were reluctant to issue a statement. Number one, I don't know what data he's using. Number two, I don't know the platform. Who does this go out to? That type of thing. So we decided instead to kind of bring this discussion here. We recognize that we have high suspension rates across our district. Last year was a year of a lot of behaviors, as you all well know. But we have put a lot of supports in place for students through MTSS, restorative practices, PBIS, and really just in our wellness center, social emotional learning, really providing a lot of training and support for staff who may have needed like a refresher on toolbox or new staff to support students. And I can tell you, I mean, you probably have noticed that behaviors have decreased. I mean, we haven't had, you know, any expulsion hearing information, you know, to bring here this year. And, you know, so I really believe that the supports we're putting in place are supporting all of our students. But I have to say that suspensions were high across our student groups last year. So.
And I will say, since we've had a change in leadership, that I've been at this campus. I'm here twice, sometimes a week. It's definitely been incredible improvement since last year. So I could just attest to that. And I would also love to see the wellness center really come back. And if there's any way to rework with the PCOE to bringing them back would just be fabulous.
So we do have plans to bring it back next year and have it.
Awesome.
Yeah. And Janine Director Hughes can speak more about that because she would love to speak about that. So I'll make sure that when she provides her next update that she includes some information on that later.
Any other discussion?
I'm sorry, were you asking us if you wanted, if we had any ideas to talk about this, or no, you were just telling us, no, we're not going to talk about it, but I wanted to let you know what was happening? Sorry, I didn't understand.
Yeah, we just wanted to bring this forward so that you don't hear about it through the media. You should hear about it from us. And so, you know, and the reason why we didn't provide the statement, because again, as you know, by now, student confidentiality is huge, right? And it's very important to me that we protect our student confidentiality. So, you know, instead of providing a statement that I don't know where it's going or who's listening or what the data that they're looking at is, I'd rather bring that discussion here and have this conversation here. Thank you.
No, I mean, it's interesting when you look at the California dashboard and you look at suspensions and it is broken out by group. But there's actually no data for African-American students, probably because the sample size is too
It's too
small.
small. That's correct. Because it can give away their identity.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just questioning what his data source is as well. I mean, not that this isn't something important to address if he does have data that suggests that we
But
are
even-
disproportionately suspending one group.
But even then, though, I think that's such a small statistical group. I think Black student enrollment at ED Kane is roughly 10 students in a given year over the last several years. And so that's roughly 3 students per grade level. I mean, so if that's 2 students, that's 33%, you know, looking at maybe a 30%, or I guess if I said 10 students, 2 would be 20%.
It's
suspended
raised.
rate.
We do have more than 10, but I hear what you're saying. And I think it's also not just Black students that we need to pay attention to. It's our Latino, Latinx, Hispanic population as well.
Yeah, it sounds like a very specified.
Yeah, and this press conference was addressing our Black students. But to your point, if you look at our data, you will see that our suspension rates were high across our student groups last year. But again, that's why we want to make sure to list here, you know, that you hear it from us, that these are the things we're doing. And I have to say, I mean, I feel like we're gonna have better data this year.
For what it's worth, it seems like it was only those groups that were probably likely smaller groups, so that they didn't statistically couldn't be represented here, but our California dashboard shows that among those who had very high levels of suspensions, it was nearly every group: English learners, Hispanic, homeless, 2 or more races, socioeconomically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, and white. So it was really across the board, unfortunately. Right.
Fortunate.
Any further discussion on that this evening? Okay, moving to item 14A, board governance. That is the December 2022 board policy updates, first read and approval.
Says it recommends approval and adoption.
Yep. Should that have been an action item?
Yeah, I wondered that myself, so that it's on this agenda, but as I'm looking at this, I'm thinking that that probably should have been on action.
No,
so
it should not have been.
that-
It's under board governance.
It's board governance. Okay, thank you, Kirsten.
But it is still an action item. It's just not under that header.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's generally going through using the CSBA
Mhm.
approved language. I move to approve the 2022, December 2022 board policy updates.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Carries. Item 14B, board direction and requests. Update on requests, the resource fair for AUSD for the school year.
So I got a chance to talk to acting superintendent. And I gave her the flyer that I found from another district that was phenomenal. It not only had the food bank information, it had games, it had everything that basically we wanted to try and do for this resource fair. Did we get an update on that? I know it was only 2 days.
So So I guess, okay, so you'll have to help me do this one because this is an area that I usually listen to and I'm not that actively involved in. So, okay, so from my understanding, the request was to hold a fair such as was it?
E for
Measure
education.
E for education, thank you. And so that's just getting people together from the community to come in and provide resources for our families. Okay. So I guess I have some questions. So I can, I'm launching this, correct? I'm putting this together or, okay.
Can I actually just cut in really quick and say that we've applied for grants to throw these resource fairs? So there's been grants in motion right now and we'll get approval or not within the next month.
Okay.
And if you want to collaborate, we actually have a date at Regional Park, May 4th, or excuse me, May 6th. Let me double check. May 6th is a Saturday. There was no time yet because we wanted to check in. But I've been working with some of the Latino leaders and Latino Leadership Council and just some amazing people that have just been talking about what resources they actually need and what they're interested in. And then randomly, I've been having a lot of youth resource people reach out to me with programs that are offered over summer. And so my question to y'all would be, is this something where we can actually help parents find things for summertime or to keep students active during summer or engaged? Our last resource fair was very successful, but it was also very successful because we brought the choir from Rock Creek. Can we bring the dancers from Sky Ridge? Can we work with the different schools to kind of bring different?
Especially with the Sky Ridge Drama Club, that would be an adorable one to have there.
Which we have a play on Thursday, if you guys want to come.
Tomorrow.
Next week on Thursday is the Sky Ridge play.
Oh my gosh, I'm
Oh, yeah,
exhausted.
later today,
So if
that's-
you would like to, Michelle, Superintendent Lucy Garcia, get together and we can kind of discuss, and Renee, if you'd like to be
Yes,
there in that
absolutely.
conversation, we can kind of discuss where this is leading, but to alleviate some pressure and stress, I would love to help. Since it's already kind of in the making, I'd love to help be a part of it.
Yeah, and I didn't speak with her firsthand, but I did get my sister's approval to talk to she's got a special ed FAST coordinator, family and schools together coordinator that works there in Black Oaks District.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you say collaborate, I'm there. Right?
Perfect. So you
Collaborate
just tell me what
is wonderful.
day works
Yes.
for you two, and
Okay,
then we'll get together for that. And the
Thank you.
sooner the better,
Absolutely.
so we can start
Yeah.
getting
Okay.
people in.
Thank you. Thank you so much for making that happen.
This is what I love to do.
Thanks, great. All right, moving on then to item B, item 14B, on the IB school information. So I think this is what we're asking you,
Yeah.
to be part of the program. What do we need to do to get an elementary school or the middle school into the IB program? What's that look like for us?
So, from all the research I've done, and I also talked to Principal Balsana Wright, who was actually the coordinator of IB in her last job. It's a pretty lengthy process. So and it comes from the ground up. So what we have to figure out is, do our families want this? Because it's a huge commitment. Does our staff want this, right? If staff is on board and families are on board, then there's a pretty lengthy process that you have to go through, and it's a multi-year process. So the first year you go through specific amounts of training, and then the next year, it's layered. I can lay the steps out for you. But my question would be, is this something that you are interested in saying, we want to get this going, or do you want me to put it out to the principals and see which sites are interested in looking this up?
And I think one question too is, in order to be, to have to go to an IB program, do students have to apply? And is there any way that they would not get accepted? Right, so
from my understanding, it's the school that would become IB now, but again, I'm gonna be really honest, every website you go to that you're looking for information, you have to click on a thing and do an app, do a thing and all the things. And so, I really considered putting a flow chart on here, but I figured it would be late. I can email, the flow chart out just so you can take a look at it. I wasn't sure how, everybody would feel about really going through a flow chart with me, this time of night. But what I do know, 100% know is it has to be from the ground up. And it's very lengthy. And so it takes commitment. I was watching a video today. I was listening to a video today while I was doing some of the work about somebody who was talking about IB, and there was something about even down to grading. If the teacher grades something too easily and then and then they compare with the score, then the kid gets stopped. I mean, it's like there's this whole algorithm to everything that they do. It's held to very high standards. So if you are interested in me going further and maybe contacting a rep or, getting more flow chart, then I can do that. And it costs money. That's what our CBO is mentioning over here.
I just want to make one point. I'm open to IB. I do think it's one of those programs that can drive families to our
Yes.
schools. At the same time, our schools have been investing in Project Lead the Way, not all of them, but I know Skyridge and Rock Creek. So I think we already have some initiatives underway that are not fully implemented, that it makes sense to kind of take an inventory about what we already are working on and not necessarily toss that out.
Yeah, and that's probably why they really stress the importance of building it from the ground up versus from the top down. I think that's really what it is that, when we have initiatives, we have to really be able to connect them to the why, and so when people come up with the why and then they want to do it, that's so different than us saying, we want our schools to be IB, let's do this, and I'm not saying, I hear great things about IB. I hear Lori's excitement when she talks about, IB schools. I'm not saying I'm opposed to it at all. I just think it's something that we're going to consider. We take our time and we build from the ground up.
I think just really making sure it's set for all our students. That all our students will thrive in an
Absolutely.
IB program is going to be crucial.
For many, many years.
Yeah. I don't,
And the biggest, my biggest takeaway really is they set a high standard for the program. All kids can learn and do this program because their standards are set so high. There is no deviation. There is no like plan A, plan B. It's, they set the standard, they do the training, there are requirements, they check in, it's monitored because it's their name, and so, when you think about that, you think about that's years of training and supporting, and it's probably in the least disruptive environment. So maybe when the transition period ends and we're looking at, our programs and taking stock and inventory and talking to families and principals and staff have to buy in. This involves them heavily. It's like dual immersion, right? If our staff, dual immersion is great, but if our staff doesn't buy in, then we can't get dual immersion going, and so those are the things I think about when we're looking at programs. I don't look at the money as much because, because there's always some kind of fund somewhere that I can grab.
so can we just say for now that we maybe table this discussion until we can talk about programming for our schools and what that looks like? Or would you like to keep going?
I'd like to learn more information about it and see what that looks like. And if we can have kind of a side by side with Project Lead the Way and maybe and hear from Principal Belsana Wright on her experiences with those. Because she's working on Project Lead the Way at Skyridge now. She previously coordinated IB at, I think, Loomis.
Yeah,
So
she did.
I think if we could hear from her and her experiences, an IB school certainly could drive people, bring people into this area to attend our schools. So even if we just started at one site, there's the opportunity to expand.
Well, and I heard one of our speakers, our public comment speakers tonight saying that her daughter's in an IB school and
At Colfax.
Yeah, in Colfax, right? I know that Principal Balsam would be very happy to come in and talk. I almost considered warning her in advance that she probably would be coming back and talking soon, but that I held off. So.
So I think if you could still get more information for us.
Absolutely. Okay.
All right, moving to item 14C, exploring partnerships for our underutilized facilities.
So just briefly, so we have one that we've explored a partnership on this evening, which is fantastic. And then as we continue to move on with the Rock Creek site, as we talked about, PCOE is still there. They're looking at expanding. We're opening that opportunity to Head Start. We're continuing to look at expanding early learning out there, which it seems to be a great opportunity for it. We're also very open to and continue to explore options for other programs at Rock Creek site and any other partnerships that have come down the line. So we're still open. We're still open and moving.
Including Alta Vista.
We're good now.
So, and then next point, unless there's further discussion, discussing with CSEA, working with Leadership Auburn to work on the EVK campus.
And I believe that CSA wanted a list of what Leadership Auburn would be able to do on the campus. Is that right? Is that accurate? Oh,
Well, yeah, I think we still want to beautify Evie Kane. We took a tour of Evie Kane and we would love to help just bring the community into Evie Kane and keep the name going strong and firm and positive and bring that interaction. And we can help fix up Sixth Grade Village in any way, or the garden, or even get money together to get the lawn fixed. You know, so there's a lot of things. We meet on Tuesday. We're going to meet on Tuesday. We're going to discuss it. And then I was asked possibly to bring in a proposal. And so I will bring in a proposal, and I believe it'll look something like, if we raise 20,000, we'll get some painting done. If we raise 40,000, we'll get this done. If we raise, so we'll have it kind of different leverage points depending on how much money we can raise.
I think that would be great because in talking with CSEA partners, what they're really looking for is like a list of basically like tasks or projects that you'd be looking at so that they can kind of review that, make sure it's not really in any hard conflicts with classified staff duties, and then be able to kind of sign off on that.
Perfect.
Okay,
So I'll get that to you within our meetings Tuesday. So
nope. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're on to new requests. I just wanted to ask a follow-up. I don't remember seeing a follow-up on the lead at the Alta Vista site. I know that came up. I don't recall seeing an update to that after we're going to be going to bottled water.
Thank you. There hasn't been a ton of update until just this afternoon. So essentially, we've been going through the testing process. So we're still on bottled water. During the testing process, faucets had to be bagged for a couple of days. So there were hand washing stations that were brought in. Bags have since been removed, and testing has just come back as of this afternoon, which identified five other fixtures throughout the entire campus, including exterior, that had some elevated levels of lead. So again, bad news, we have some fixtures that have, and funnily enough, in talking with Principal Wilson, there were a couple of areas and she's going, there's no fountains there or sinks. So I think that they might just be like hose bibs on a couple, and not even ones that went to the garden. They were in a couple of odd areas. So she's going to investigate that tomorrow after getting a copy of the map. So they weren't even drinking fountains. And I think a couple were hand washing sinks, which is not as a detriment of lead exposure in hand washing. It's the consuming of it. So since we just got those results in, the next step is actually going through, taking photos of them, and then making sure those are marked as off limits to students and staff and anybody else that comes on campus. Principal Wilson tomorrow is going to be evaluating those to make sure those aren't utilized, but we should be able to come off of most of the bottled water after she's evaluated those fixtures tomorrow. And then our manager of maintenance is going to be ordering and working on the installation of replacement faucets, and then we'll do a retest on those identified areas.
Got another one also to do with the Alta Vista campus, and that is we have a shortwave radio antenna on the campus, and I've been told that some of the folks who use that are looking to actually have a lease arrangement set up. But apparently we haven't had one. But shortwave radio folks have been using that. They use it for the Western States run and a number of these other things. And so they're concerned about losing access to that radio power.
Okay.
So
We do have an old one, and I think the last one that I found expired in like 2008. And I reached out to a contact that I had and got zero response back. So I think at that point assumed that it was just something that was just no longer in service. So if you have a contact that's working at this time, I would love to have that and reach out to them. I'm sure it's something that we can work out.
I'll connect you to that.
Because it's already installed, I'm sure they just need roof access.
I received a suggestion from the community that we consider a delayed school start, like a start date, like as in allowing I don't know how much more time, but additional time for staff just to make these transitions, move their classrooms, et cetera. So I just wanted to bring that up for consideration, that it's gonna be such a crunch, right, to prepare our sites. And is it accurate as Auburn Elementary being utilized as the extended school year site?
What, no, we moved it to the Kane and now I can, right.
Okay.
We went between the two campuses.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what, what we were doing and I believe
I know we have an
I-
approved
I-
calendar for, 23, 24, but just is there a way to kind of ease that anxiety and allow a little bit more time for staff if needed to make that transition? Okay, okay, okay. So we'll look into that. Thank you. I don't know how much time is needed. It's just, or even if it maybe is a few days, I'm not sure. Just a consideration of that.
And I think I'll hog the microphone again for a second. I think you discussed that we might have to submit a waiver for that snow day we have to take with BB Kane. So if there's anything that has to come to the board, please just make sure that you're communicating with us. Sorry, it's late.
no, it's fine. That was on the consent agenda for today.
Oh, great.
You already, you approved it.
I know
We're
we
good.
talked about it and then it's perfect.
Yep.
You're right.
That was so yesterday.
And we did talk about it the day before yesterday.
One of the days.
Perfect. All right. Any other new requests?
I had them. I don't know where they're at now.
All right.
I'll email them.
Well, with that, then it is 12:33 and this meeting is now adjourned.
I have to figure out what that